Okay, I think we beyond a quorum. So, Tony, could you please read roll?
Perales, Cohen, Carrasco, Davis, Esparza, Arenas, Foley,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Okay, thanks everybody. To members of the public, we're proceeding with 1 minute for public comment because of the lengthy nature we know of these two items. First, item 10.2, the changes to the Envision San Jose 2040 general plan associated with Envision. Well, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I think everybody knows. We're going to talk about the general plan. So here we go. There's a presentation. Chris and Michael, take it away, and thank you for all your great work.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm Michael Brio, Deputy Director of Citywide Planning. I'm joined by our Director of PBC, Chris Burton, and David Keon is joining us remotely on the CEQA side of things. So I have a fairly quick presentation I'm going to run through. So tonight you're hearing a number of items related to the 4-year review of the general plan. We're calling this affectionately everything but the kitchen sink. So it's everything that the task force considered that's not related to opportunity housing and not related to Coyote Valley. So it includes policy recommendations on modifications to urban village implementation, and explores capacity shifts between growth areas. We have recommendations on that. I'm sorry, let me step back. This is the scope of work that the council gave us. So the council told us to relook at some of the urban village implementation policies, explore some capacity shifts between growth areas, explore allowing limited housing in neighborhood business districts, consider moving to vehicle miles traveled tier 2 goals and policies in the general plan, and explore reworking or closing the Evergreen East Hills development policy. So it's a lot of stuff, and I'll move through it rather quickly. So I'm not going to go through this, but all of that stuff I just said is associated with 6 different file numbers, and there they are for those that are interested. I just want to step back a minute because I'm going to first talk about the urban village changes that are proposed. I think it's really important to kind of set the stage for why we have urban villages, what the intention of the urban villages was, and what they hope to achieve. So again, so the general plan Envision San Jose plans for 120,000 new jobs throughout San Jose. I'm sorry, 120,000 new housing units throughout San Jose. It also plans for 382 new jobs with the goal of becoming a more balanced city. So the intention is to grow housing and grow jobs. And the importance of becoming a balanced city really is, I think, as you're aware, that San Jose is the bedroom community for Silicon Valley, and that 60% of our workforce drives out of the city every morning to work. So our goal is to improve our quality of life, improve our environmental sustainability, and our fiscal health of our city to become more balanced. So how does the general plan do this? It plan for all this growth. It focuses development to create vibrant mixed-use neighborhoods that provide existing and new residents access to employment, service, and amenities. And the main strategy to do that is the urban village strategy. And this strategy was one to really to accommodate both jobs and housing growth in a way that acknowledged the urban growth boundary and also strove to minimize impacts to existing neighborhoods by focusing this jobs and housing growth on regional and local transit lines and commercial corridors and centers. So the urban village strategy adds 48,000 new housing units and 77,000 new jobs by integrating employment and commercial together within these urban villages. It's also an opportunity to create place-based planning and engage the community extensively through that urban village planning process. So I think, as you're all aware, the way that the general plan was set up is that all urban villages are currently available to build commercial development because those areas have been commercial for many, many, many years. The urban village strategy is one to sort of allow and layer in residential development in these corridors where residential has not been allowed under previous general plans. However, for housing to move forward, the council needs to approve an urban village plan. There are two policies that provide an exception. We're going to talk about the first one tonight, and that is a signature project process, which allows an exception for market rate housing. There's also policy 512, which is an exception for affordable housing, which we're recommending that council defer that till next week, December 14th. So just kind of a recap, because this is pretty wonky planning stuff. What is a signature project purpose? So the signature project allows market rate mixed-use residential development with a significant commercial component to occur prior to the completion of an urban village plan. There's a number of criteria in the general plan that defines whether a project is signature or not and whether it can move forward. One is the general plan specifically says that a project should catalyze development and investment in an urban village, provide above and beyond the jobs and housing growth numbers that are planned for that village or above its fair share, include extensive community engagement, provide high quality design, public open space, and a prominent location. So the scope of work provided by the council was to modify the policy to establish appropriate, clear, and more predictable residential densities and clarity in the amount of commercial that would be provided in a signature project based on the different type of urban village that a given project would be in. So we needed to come up with more objective standards, not just because of council direction, but because of state law now. Really says for residential development, if you don't provide objective standards, you really can't require or enforce them. So our signature project recommendation establishes objective definition of prominent location, defines above average commercial requirement based on village type and property size, defines above average residential density based on village type and property size, and establishes open space requirements based on village type. So I just want to note that there is a different recommendation between the task force and staff, particularly as it relates to the definition of prominent. So the task force modified staff's recommendation is recommending to change from 2 acres minimum to 1.5 acres minimum with only 100 square feet of street frontage to qualify as a signature project, whereas the staff is recommending 2 acres and 150 feet of street frontage. So there's a slight difference there. And they also had a slight variation in their minimum residential density that's required for neighborhood villages, which is the smallest type of village. So for the most part, our recommendations were the same. However, for those smaller neighborhood villages, they recommended going down to a minimum of 30 dwelling units to acre from the staff recommendation of 45. The other difference between the staff and the task force recommendation is that the task force is recommending that signature projects only provide an average share of planned commercial jobs capacity, not above their fair share. Staff strongly does not support this recommendation. Projects that can move forward ahead of an urban village plan should be, by definition, above average. That is the definition of a signature project. The general plan objective is to support projects that build housing and expand commercial opportunities in an urban village. The other key differences between the staff and the task force is related to the requirement that's currently in the signature project that commercial and residential be built concurrently, or the commercial could be built before. The task force is recommending to eliminate this concurrency requirement so that residential could be built and that the commercial would not have to be built or could be built at a later date. Staff also does not support this recommendation. The existing policy ensures that commercial is built. The goal of a signature project is to have commercial built, not just commercial entitled. We want to actually see the project built, not just the residential, the full project. Moving on to some other urban village recommendations. So there's a number of other ones. We can get into more detail if the council would desire. One of them is to eliminate the growth horizons. The other is to eliminate the residential pool policy, which is tied to the growth horizon approach. Modify general plan policy 5.5 to provide more flexibility in the urban village planning process to determine where residential and commercial development can occur and how it can occur. Make some minor capacity adjustments for select urban villages. That's the amount of jobs and housing that are planned. This is primarily for CEQA purposes. And also create a shared capacity for jobs and housing between urban villages to sort of preclude staff from having to do general plan amendments every year when we run out of capacity in an urban village when development is trying to move forward in that urban village. There are also some proposed modifications to adding and deleting urban villages. So one is to eliminate the Evergreen Urban Village, which is largely built out in the Evergreen Specific Plan area. Also to eliminate the Foxdale and Capitol Urban Village in District 5, which is largely an affordable housing project. I think 95% of the land is an affordable housing project, which is not likely to, and we would not want it to be redeveloped. The other recommendation, which I realize there's some memos on this evening, is to create a new Story Road urban village using the same boundaries as the existing Story Road employment area in the general plan. That came out of a conversation about exploring allowing housing as part of the Story Road NBD, and the task force said, let's make it an urban village and have a full community process to lay out that vision. The other recommendation comes out of the Monterey task force that really was looking at how to beautify and improve and encourage and incent investment in that corridor. And that task force and staff are recommending to add a new urban village called the Capitol Caltrain Station area, which is adjacent to the Caltrain station at Capitol Expressway and Monterey Highway. The other significant body of recommendations is related to neighborhood business districts. So the council directed us to explore allowing housing in those neighborhood business districts that are not urban villages already. So there are 4 of them. We're recommending making modifications to allow flexibility for housing for 3 of them. So North 13th Street, Willow Glen, Japantown, only the Taylor Street portion of Japantown. So the overlay will include requirements regarding the replacement of existing commercial. If there is none on site or none adjacent to a parcel, no commercial is required. Projects would need to comply with the citywide design guidelines. And if there's a historic structure, they would need to adaptively reuse the historic structure. It also proposes to establish development standards for height and density. I should note, based on feedback from the community on concerns of displacement, which staff believe are valid, we are not recommending to apply the overlay to Kaye Willow. And I should add, we're also recommending to change Kaye Willow from a mixed-use commercial land use designation to a neighborhood community commercial land use designation, which does not allow housing to further protect the vitality of that neighborhood business district. There are some additional staff recommendations that staff is not recommending, but doesn't have a strong concern about them, frankly. But one of them is explore revising the 100% replacement of commercial in the NBDs to provide more flexibility based on the different statuses and successes of each NBD, and add a policy that development projects would be required to comply with future anti-displacement strategies that result from the Small Business Alum Rock pilot program that's currently underway. The next body of work is related to vehicle miles traveled, goals and actions. So there are 3 tiers of actions in the general plan to further reduce VMT. We're already in Tier 1, and Tier 3 are already underway as well. We're recommending to move forward with implementation of the Tier 2 VMT actions. Also have recommendations to make modifications to align VMT goals with Climate Smart, align the mode split goal with Climate Smart, and add some more additional actions to achieve VMT reduction and mode split goals and further climate smart. And finally, one of the scoping items was to explore modifying or retiring the Evergreen East Hills development policy. Our recommendation is to transition to the VMT policy for growth control and effectively close out the Evergreen East Hills development policy, the EEHDP. Technically, we are not retiring it, we'll be amending it because there are projects that are still out there that need to pay the traffic impact fee. And so we'll be amending it for those projects so they will still pay the fee. The other recommendation, which really was born from feedback from the community, was to memorialize the goals and policies of the Evergreen East Hills visioning strategy by maintaining guiding principles and design guidelines. And of course, deliver on transportation improvements that support the existing development. Continue to deliver on transportation improvements. So that's the staff recommendation, of course, is to consider the addendum and adopt a resolution approving the general plan text and general and diagram amendments associated with all the stuff I presented tonight and is in the staff report. I do want to note that the Planning Commission recommendation is the same as the staff recommendation, except where it differs from the task force recommendation, in which case the Planning Commission recommended the task force recommendation and not the staff's recommendation. There are two other additional staff recommendations we're presenting tonight that were not in the staff report. One is to add a provision that says pending signature projects that have submitted an application prior to December 7th are not subject to revisions to the signature project policy approved by council on this date. So there are 3 pending signature projects already that are moving forward, and for the most part they are consistent with the proposed changes, but we just don't think it'd be fair to change the rules on them since I think all of them have been on file for at least 2 years. The other recommendation that we're making is that council defer consideration of the proposed amendments to policy IP 512 to next week, December 14, 2021. And that concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thanks to you for all of your work on this for a very long time. I know you've been through several iterations of this, but it doesn't make it any easier. And Jennifer Piozet, and I know you had a team that shrank over time, so it meant obviously more work. Thank you, Chris Burton, and everyone on the team for making this happen, moving it forward. I also want to thank all the members of the General Plan Task Force, particularly Teresa Alvarado and David Pandora, who co-led that effort. Let's go to the public. Tony?
Paul Soto?
Yeah, Paul Soto from Calle Willow. You're not touching Calle Willow, Michael, because you can't. I dare you. I dare you to touch Calle Willow. Go ahead.
Bao Dang?
Hi, I want to keep Do Hill District 7 for Vietnamese community. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I like to keep Do Hill District 7 for the Vietnamese community.
Mr. Dang, we're actually talking about the general plan land use right now. That item will be coming up next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but please follow us and raise your hand on the next item, and we'll be happy to hear from you.
Roland, followed by Jean Dresden.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. So basically happy with the developments here, with one blatant exception. Is yes, you do eliminate 2 urban villages in Evergreen. However, you're now creating the capital Caltrain station area. That typically would be good for a station, except that what you're doing here, you're basically obliterating the entire 279 space Caltrain parking lot, which is currently empty because there's no Caltrain service down there. That's why passengers are. Now, if you look at MTC right now, they just opened 3,000 spaces in Oakland to make sure that people keep their cars off the Bay Bridge. No idea why we're not doing this down here. Last comment is that I was never invited to the Monterey task force, but I've just accepted MTC's invitation to join the entire Monterey corridor task force, and I look forward to working with MTC on these transportation issues. Thank you.
Jean Dresden, followed by Eric Schonauer.
Good evening. My name is Jean Dresden, and I've lived on Blewett Avenue behind downtown Willow Glen for 40 years, and I owned a business on Lincoln Avenue for 20 years until July 2020. I watched the transformation from a barren 1980s shopping area to what we see now that's a destination that competes with Campbell and Los Gatos. It's positioned as quaint and cute and charming and historic. So I ask that the heights that are proposed match those used by similar business districts throughout the Bay Area, which average about 35 feet, and I'm suggesting 45 feet. I'm concerned about the shadowing effect, and it won't have as good a pedestrian experience. Notably, Santana Row is 76 feet wide, while Lincoln Avenue is only 50 feet wide. I ask that you also come up with objective design standards that keep quaintness before you implement this item. Thank you.
Eric, followed by Todd.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, members of the council. My name is Eric Schonauer. And the one request that we have tonight is to adopt a signature project site size of a ½ acre or more. A ½ acre is sufficient to develop 90 units or more of housing. In fact, most downtown high rises sit on a ½ acre of land. So the development potential of a ½ acre is huge. The staff's recommendation, which was 3 acres, I don't know if they changed it tonight, 3 acres is totally insufficient. That frees up 18 parcels. 18 parcels in a city of 170 square miles. And the 1.5 acres frees up an additional 23 sites. That's it. That's not sufficient for housing production in our city. So a ½ acre would be meaningful, and the market has shifted, and small parcel development is what is desired to be built today. Thank you.
Todd, followed by Jill Borders.
I'd just like to say that each planned urban village, I'm sure, has its own unique challenges, and they should be tackled individually, not blanketly creating policy. It makes a big difference how close the street that you're going to develop is to homes. And as far as the 3 community meetings, having these community meetings and taking feedback and showing pictures of kids with balloons and asking if you'd like an ice cream parlor at the end of your street, and then approving 18-story buildings when everybody's asking for 6 stories is not helpful at all. Thank you.
Jill Borders, followed by Fred Buzo.
Hi, first I have 3 things. I'll be quick. Our regional housing shortage demands action. This was written in Councilmember Mahan's memo, and that is, he hits the nail on the head, and he's saying we need to unlock housing capacity in the urban village, and I just 100% agree with him. He also then states in his memo, but our residents also demand good planning. And so please, read over Mahan's memo, and I urge you to adopt whatever he is considering. We need this desperately. Also, Eric Schonauer, I agree with him wholeheartedly. Our signature project should be the size that he's advocating for. He knows what he's talking about. If anything's going to happen, it's going to be because it's under his watch. We need to get things built. And so let's listen to that recommendation from him. And SB 330, it's going in, and that's going to end up being the catalyst for our urban villages rather than these signature projects. So let's get on board with Eric Schonauer's.
Fred Buzo.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Fred Buzo, San Jose Director for SPUR. Just want to commend all the work that staff has done, particularly on the rezoning of neighborhood business districts. As some of you know, I started doing that work and working on that issue when I was with AARP California back in 2018, but really was taking a cue from the mayor and city council who really brought up that issue back in 2017. So it has been a long road indeed, but glad to see where we have landed. Very much in support of a staff recommendation when it comes to the neighborhood business district issue. Also, I want to give, commend staff for recognizing that a cultural gem, as they put it, a small but vibrant business district like Calle Willow does indeed need protection, and really happy to see that staff has recognized that. Thank you, and have a good night.
Letty, Letty,
Yes, hi, good afternoon, council members and mayor. So my name is Leticia Alvarez, and I work for Sacred Heart as a community organizer. And I also live in District 2. In Sacred Heart, we work with families who are low income, monolingual Spanish speakers, parents who work from sunrise to sunset to house their children and put food in their tables. First, I would like to thank the council members, Magdalena Carrasco, Sergio Jimenez, Matt Mahan, Pam Foley, Vice Mayor Chappie Jones, and Council Member Raul Perales for taking the time to meet with community members of Calle Willow. For this group of small business owners, it was the first time learning how to approach their representatives. All they wanted was to be heard by people who have the future.
back to the council.
Thank you. Thanks to all the members of the community who participated, not just tonight, but we know many hundreds over the several months of this effort, a couple of years, I should say. I know that there have been a lot of memoranda filed here, and I think we'll all have our own. I have submitted one myself, which attempts to incorporate what I think are the best elements of all those memos, and it came out, I think, just before Councilmember Mahan's, but I'm happy to incorporate his as well. So the recommendation is, since this came out late, I'll just summarize it quickly. To accept the General Plan Task Force recommendation to reduce the minimum interior or mid-block parcel size for signature projects to 1.5 acres. Accept the December 3rd memorandum from Council Members Esparza and Carrasco, as well as a memorandum from Councilmember Perales, and the first recommendation in the memorandum of Councilmember Davis, with a slight modification for commercial frontage to have a minimum depth of 60 feet in those neighborhood business districts with the overlay. So that is a recently submitted memo. My apologies for its belated introduction, but I thought there might be a need for that given all the many memos that are flying around. Councilmember Foley.
Okay, so I'm not going to tackle the motion. I'll leave that up to one of the makers of one of those memos. But I did have some questions. Thank you for the presentation. And it was actually my honor to serve on the General Plan Task Force. Very interesting and complicated discussions that we had. I want to focus my questions on the few signature projects that we already have, that you have received applications from, because those applicants are very concerned that these changes, if adopted today, will affect them. So do we have a list of signature projects that have complete applications? And if so, can you tell me what they are?
Yeah, there are 4 signature projects on file. There's the Cambrian Park, which you're very familiar with. There's 3 on file. There's one on Paseo de Saratoga, and there's one on the Santa Teresa light rail line at Blossom Hill. Could you bring up the slide here really quick? Thank you. So we have our recommendation is slightly different. It's not saying a complete project. Oops, this is, how do I go back? Okay, well, I'll do it verbally. It's not saying a complete application. It's saying that any signature project that's on file as of this date would not be subject to these changes. So it's just a blanket that all 3 signature projects can file would not be subject to these changes today.
Okay,
It's not a complete application language anymore in our recommendation.
Good, okay, that, because I had follow-up questions regarding what constitutes a completed project and all of
Yeah,
that.
but that's not in our recommendation.
Okay, so I'm sure the developers in Vice Mayor Jones' area, mine, and is that your district, Sergio? With the 3 projects in place, they're good to go and they don't have to. Very good, thank you, thank you. I wanted to get that on the public record. Thank you, that's the only question I had.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff as well. This certainly has been a very big effort, and I appreciate all the work that you've put into it. And obviously, I think the mayor pointed out as well, Michael, that you've had a number of changes from staff, especially. So thank you for your leadership throughout this effort. I want to say thank you to the task force as well, who directed staff to do some additional outreach on the neighborhood business districts. And thank you to staff that worked with my office as well. As you heard today, our last speaker unfortunately got cut off a little early on the timing, but and as is directed in my memo, the Cayo Willow Business District, and then in partnership and led through Sacred Heart Community Services, did a lot of outreach, and you heard from their commenter as far as the number of council members that they were able to connect with. And I was able to go out there, walk the community with them, meet a lot of the business owners, the small business owners. I know the area very well. What I wasn't aware of was some of the concerns and the changes that were already happening just due to the discussions that were going on. And the nature there of the majority of those being tenants and not necessarily owner-occupied spaces, and certainly one of few really remaining a minority and cultural business districts that we have in the city, and was able to really validate their concerns on what they had. And that's why in my memo, we speak to the importance of being able to carve out Cayo Willow from any potential residential development that I know would be causing displacement and further, and the request is to further explore anti-displacement strategies going forward. And I want to thank staff as well for hearing those concerns, for pivoting within your recommendation, as I think staff heard that as well and agreed. And so I do really appreciate that, and I'm supportive of that. And I will make a motion to move the mayor's memo, which includes the one that I submitted, and then I'll add to it Councilmember Mahan's memo. I think that incorporates everything that the mayor had suggested as well.
Second.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Motion and second. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask one question for staff to comment on Eric's statement about the signature project sites that would be added if we went to the 1.5 acre that the mayor is proposing in his memo versus half-acre sites. We have so few signature projects that I think Eric makes a good point about needing to open up more potential spaces. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. So yeah, no, I understand the sentiment about let's get more signature projects going, and I think on one level that does make sense, but we really dug in and thought about this a lot more. So I think you need to step back. We need to step back and just think about the purpose of policy 512, which is the policy that allows affordable housing to move forward ahead of an urban village plan. So that policy was really designed to give affordable housing projects an edge as they go out there and they're looking for properties. They're not having to compete with market rate developers to acquire a property to build affordable housing. It helps with their financing. And so one of the concerns that we have is by reducing the threshold from, actually our recommendation, I think it was wrong on there, was 3 acres. But whether it's 3, reducing it down to 1.5 from whatever above 1.5, 2, or 3, if you remove it down to 1.5, you're not only are you going to have potentially market rate developers who can outbid affordable housing projects on a site, You're also, I think, you're going to be raising potentially expectations on what the value of the land is. So if property owners get a sense that they could build market rate on some of these smaller properties, the expectation of what the land value is and what a developer should pay for it will go up, which we anticipate could impact the amount that affordable housing developers would have to pay for the land and their financing. So I think that is something that we want to be very mindful of. Affordable housing projects currently really are looking at parcels less than 1.5 acres. So having that split between the 1.5 really keeps the land available for affordable in a separate category from market rate and doesn't have those unintended consequences.
Okay. Then how soon under Councilmember Mahan's memo can we get some additional urban village plans done? Because I'm very concerned about the fact that we have only just a baker's dozen urban village plans completed, and we have very, very few signature projects. I think it's something like 6, and only 3 have gotten are even being built. I can't remember the exact numbers, but I know they're very low like that. So we have huge swaths of area where we have designated for development that are not being developed because the plans have not been completed.
Correct. So, and I just want to note something is that the general plan as it currently exists is not clamoring for, really asking for these urban villages to all be developed. I think we just need to understand that. Its approach about metering out housing development under the horizons. So we haven't done all the village plans, but to be clear, the general plan does not want us to do all the village plans. Now tonight, we are recommending getting rid of horizons. So that approach would be going away. So I'm going to acknowledge that. And so now is the time to have a conversation about getting them done. In terms of how fast, I would say we'll have to get back to you on that. But what it comes down to is we will identify the resources we need, but to get them done and a number of them done in a timely manner, we are going to need a significant amount of resources. If we don't have the staff and the money for consultants, we can't get a lot more done. Right now, the business model that we're using is to use grant funding. There's a lot of limitations with grant funding. So and I can get into those if you'd like, but if the council really wants to move the planning efforts forward, we're going to need the money to do that. And so we will provide the council with the estimates and a proposal of what that would look like. And then ultimately the council will have to decide if that's something they want to support.
Thank you, Michael. I have
Sure.
2 comments on that. One is that is almost exactly the opposite of what you said to the task force when we were talking about opportunity housing and how much staffing you had to finish the urban village plans versus spending time on doing policy work for opportunity housing. So I want to be clear about that. And second, if we had a half-acre signature projects, the additional staffing and grant funding that we would have to wait for would be less necessary because we would open up development in the places where we already want them. So I'd really like to hear from my colleagues about their thoughts on that half-acre idea, which is very compelling to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Michael, just on that point, because I know that's an issue that I expect others will raise as well. Can you explain more rather than just saying, general plan, what the general plan wants? We created the general plan. And at the time we created it, I know originally, just this most recent version, I know we were going through a recession and a horrible time here at the city where we were letting hundreds of our employees go. And we still continue to have the most thinly staffed city hall of any major city in the country, and the worst jobs to employed resident ratio of any major city in the country. And so could you just tell us a little bit about what exactly is animating the approach in the general plan that says, look, if you're going to build in an urban village, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's basically 3 ways you can do it. You can either build jobs, you can build 100% affordable housing, or you can go through the signature plan process, or you can get an urban village done. That's 4 ways. I'm sorry. So you just help us just understand the rationale here.
Yeah, so I think the rationale about, so the rationale about why the general plan that the council approved and we still have in the books now is not opened up all of the urban villages, and why we have horizons is really because we're trying to grow a city that's balanced, that has both jobs and housing. And what we historically have seen in the city is that we tend to build the commercial, we tend to build the housing, and the jobs do not follow. And so the commercial doesn't follow. So it was really about making sure as we grow in a balanced way. And so the idea was to really focus on the urban village areas that are in and around downtown, that are in transit, that are more prime for mixed use type develop, and to develop those first, to plan those first, allow that development to go first. And then the Horizon 3 urban villages in particular that are in more outlying areas of the city, to plan those in the future when there is more market demand for both jobs and housing, and not necessarily just housing. And so it was really a goal was to grow both things at the same time, to achieve that balance that the city really needs for a number of reasons. For reasons of quality of life, so many people are sitting in traffic driving north, as I mentioned, every day. We have significant VMT, GHG climate impacts because of all the driving we do, because our city is a very segregated landscape or urban fabric where things are really, really far apart from each other. We're trying to mix that fabric up. And then at the time, which was driving the conversation, which has become less of top of mind now, but is an issue, is the fiscal issue of becoming a bedroom community where you have lots of residents that are driving demand for services and not as much commercial. It tends to generate revenue for the city to provide services to those residents.
Right. So our longstanding fiscal challenges, which I would argue are still very much present, because we still have the most thinly staffed city hall in the country, and are still not providing nearly the level of services any of us want to provide, or that our residents have reason to expect. That continues to be a result of this severe imbalance we have between jobs and housing.
Yeah, correct. You want to say? Oh, yeah. So, as we do every year, we come back and we talk about our jobs to employee resident ratio, which is kind of a quasi jobs housing, or it's a way to sort of measure jobs housing balance. And we continue to be below that balance of 1. And we're currently, we have slides if you like we could show, but we're starting to drift backwards on that under COVID. So other cities are in much better shape than we are.
Could you just show us what
Sure,
you know, at least about how we're doing recent years? Because I think a lot of folks have the perception that somehow or another, since Google announced they're going to build a campus, we're just replete with jobs. But I'm not sure that's really the picture citywide.
Yeah, that's correct, Matt. Give us 1 second just to skip through to the end of the slides. But essentially, when we started implementation of the general plan in 2011, our jobs to employed resident was at 0.80. We peaked at about 2017 at about 0.85. But actually since 2017, because of the balance of jobs and employed residents, we've been declining. We're back down to 0.80 now for 2020. So obviously we use complete years for the analysis.
Okay, so as this has been a long-standing challenge for us. And you're looking at surrounding cities here, all of them have substantially better balances than we do, it appears. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
Fremont obviously is the closest to us, but they've added quite a bit of jobs. And we're simply struggling to still pay the bills. So, that's certainly a large concern that animated what was created many years ago. And we're not out of the woods yet. I would just add, it's simply not the case that we need an urban village plan to allow development to happen. It's just the particular kinds of development. And we can still have 100% affordable housing. We can still have jobs move forward, or we could have a signature project. And so we're still seeing development happen, even if the urban plan's not done. So I appreciate staff as presented. There's obviously other dimensions of this challenge with the jobs housing mix, and particularly the fact that so many of our residents routinely complain that they don't have services close to them, not city services. I mean, obviously city services are challenged enough, but basic services like a dry cleaners and a grocery store, and obviously having the commercial space helps. So I know that there are plenty of vacancy challenges now, and so it's easy to look around and say, well, see, we got lots of vacancies, shouldn't be a problem. But we're building out a city for the next 50 years, and that means going through these cycles. I mean, we shouldn't be building based on the cycle. We need to be building based on a long-term reality. So anyway, I support that continued direction. We're obviously softening what I think was a very hard tack we took a decade ago. And it has softened considerably over various iterations of the general plan to now where we are. And this 1.5 acres, I think, again, softens our position, but it doesn't break. And that's important because we have to keep the basic direction. Councilmember Sparson?
Thank you. I likewise had some questions to better understand the 1/2 acre. So how many parcels would be included under that 1/2 acre again?
It's roughly about 400 additional parcels. So it is a lot more than under our or the task force recommendation of 3 or 1.5 acres.
Okay. And how many parcels are there under 3 and under 1.5?
How do I go back? Oh, the red one. Oh, there you can see it right here. These are all different thresholds. So at the 3 acres, there's 18 interior properties. 1.5 acre, it goes up to 41. 1 acre goes to 272. 0.5 acres goes to 474.
Okay. And that's in the whole city.
That's correct.
I'm in the middle. Like I share Councilmember Davis's concerns, but representing an industrial area, I hear the mayor. I mean, we've fought so many times to protect that land. And the city's investing an enormous amount of effort and time into preserving our industrial land and in fact, maximizing it and attracting more jobs to San Jose. But we are also in a housing crisis and we focus and we're going to have the affordable discussion later, but where the need is greatest. But one of the things we hear is that the need is great. The need is at every point, right? Unless you're, like have founded Facebook or something, in which case you have like an estate in Palo Alto, right? But there's need for a lot of different families at different income levels. And so one of the things I'm interested in is in how to offer those opportunities for them. And so I'm bouncing around. So I am interested in the information that's coming back to us so that we can figure out how better to address this. Because signature projects was brought up earlier, but doesn't that include commercial space?
Yes, it does.
So, and that commercial space are things like a bank and a dry cleaners and possibly like small offices, because I know just as in industrial and land like there is in District 7, industrial land is, there's a lot of competition right now for it in our city, which is great to see. But there's also a lot of competition for small office space. I get asked by folks like where they can find spaces in District 7 for their businesses. And so I think those are all legitimate needs. So I'm interested in that information coming back to us so that we can, and oh, really quick, how many urban villages have been built in San Jose? Like, let's just say in the last 10 years or ish, whatever number you have.
Do you mean urban village plans approved?
How many projects have been completed?
I'm not sure. We'd have to get back to you on that.
I'd be interested in that as
Yeah.
well.
I mean, we have that information. I just don't have it at top of hand at the moment.
Okay, I'd be interested in that as well. I wanted to switch gears a little bit and thank the mayor for his support of the memo that Councilmember Carrasco and I did, and thank Councilmember Peralez for making the motion. And thank you for doing that. And so because I won't rant on because the night is going to be long anyway, but I just wanted to say that King and Story is historic. It's historic in the city of San Jose. It's the jewel of the East Side. We talk a lot about Cesar Chavez. We have a plaza downtown where Christmas in the Park is. We have all these things. And here in the part of the city where a whole movement, an international movement started, we were thinking about raising that down. And when instead we should protect it. It's an area where there's been, Councilmember Carrasco and I talk a lot about the international lowrider movement and how we always argue between it's San Jose or LA where it started, whether it was Whittier Boulevard or King and Story. And in Japan, they come here to see where it all started. So we get people coming here from all over the world for this. The city has a history of investing in these neighborhoods, in King and Story, in neighborhoods that are some of the most dense, overcrowded housing in the city, where I remember when we built out King and Story, it was a big deal to get a bank because there was no bank anywhere. And the city, or back then when we had redevelopment, they had to lobby, they had to beg through the Starbucks initiative. Who's the basketball player? Magic Johnson. He doesn't remember. I'm blanking out. Who's the Starbucks initiative for the Magic Johnson? Thank you. Old age. Sorry. So Magic Johnson actually helped us recruit Starbucks, but also the other businesses there, because this community, the mayor just talked about these amenities, a community that didn't have a lot of amenities, that was a dangerous place that needed to be revitalized, and a community that has paid the highest price in COVID. So I just want to say thank you for protecting this, Mayor. Thank you for putting that out. I think it's a historic part of San Jose, and it's not something that we should do without the community. And thank you for protecting it at this time. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you for your leadership in advocating for it, as with Councilmember Carrasco as well. Councilmember Mahan?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for suggesting the inclusion of my memo, and thank you, Councilmember Peralez, for including it. I think it's important as we go through the budget process next year that we talk about what it would take to staff up to be able to do more of the planning for future urban villages and unlock them. I'm really concerned that a beautiful plan on paper is not actually getting us where we want to be after 10 years in practice. And I love the vision behind urban villages. I'm a big believer. I talk about them out in the community all the time, but I just worry that in some cases it's more of a barrier to the investment that we want. And I want to talk a little bit about this question of jobs, housing, and the signature project question, just so I better understand. So one is just to go back through the stats. How many signature projects have been built in the last 10 years?
Yeah, I can name, I think it's 3. I can think of 2 off the top of my head.
Can I clarify? I think you mean how many urban villages have actually gotten approved plans? Is that what you mean?
That's 13
because a
of
project
16.
is not a whole urban village.
Right. No, I'm talking about signature projects. So of the plans, I believe the number is we have planned 13 out of 68 urban villages. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then of signature projects, which were to allow good projects, the kind of investment that we want, that as I understand it would include both residential and commercial. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it include the capacity for those jobs.
Mm-hmm.
We'd let those move forward because they're in the we acknowledge that we don't have the staff capacity to plan all of our urban villages. So basically, they're a vision on paper that's not enabled. And so my understanding is we said signature projects allow if somebody can come in and build housing that we need and include that commercial requirement and meet other criteria that we've set for a great project, let's do it. But in a relatively dense, built out urban city, we set the threshold at 3 acres, which, as you point out, was 18 parcels, I think. Oh, it's up on the screen. Okay. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is why, if somebody comes along in an unplanned urban village where we want density and they say we can build housing and build the commercial, I'm still not understanding the logic for not enabling it. Why would we restrict that so severely?
So, Councilmember, there's a couple of pieces. I want to add to what Michael was saying earlier about the intent of how we structured the signature project process and IP 512, which are the two policies that allow projects to move forward in advance. But I think contextually, the important thing to remember, the general plan, as the mayor mentioned, was written in a time when we hadn't fully realized the extent or the depth of the housing crisis, right? And we were dealing with some other issues around levels of employment, fiscal sustainability, many of the other challenges that are laid out in the major strategies. So there really was this intent to sort of protect a lot of our existing neighborhoods, focus growth within a land area that's less than 5% of the total city, right? So we're talking about a town the size of Milpitas or Cupertino going into a relatively small area. And I think sort of similar to what Councilmember Esparza was saying, that many of these areas are going to feel a significant impact. And so the intent was to provide a process that allows us to work with the community to plan how that development will occur. Now, again, based on the time that the plan was written, we thought we had 30, 40 years to build out the city as we intended. Our priorities have changed. We absolutely have to meet the need of the housing crisis. And so through the last 4-year review, actually policy IP 512 was added at that point to alleviate some of that pressure and allow more housing to move forward. I think, absolutely from the planning department standpoint, we want to see the project built. We're absolutely driving to find a solution to get more housing delivered throughout the city. The key is how do we balance that objective with A, the need to provide opportunities for affordable housing, and then B, how do we engage and appropriately talk to the community about the level of development that's coming their way. So I think that's sort of, some of the hesitation in just sort of opening it up, because when we allow
Let me just try to unpack that a little bit. Sorry to interrupt you. I know we're pressed for time this evening. So we need to address the magnitude of the crisis, and we want to see housing built. Does reducing this to 1.5 acres actually, do we believe that's going to add much to our housing stock?
I think it adds more opportunities, right, within the context. But I think the point in your memo, right, ultimately what we need to do is remove some of those other regulatory barriers, which from our perspective, is the horizon. So this kind of metering out over time. So we're impressing sort of more need to get these things done sooner. And then it's really about delivery on those plans where the market wants to build.
Yeah.
Because, as we've chased various different grant opportunities, it's related to transportation improvements or demographics within a certain area. It's not about market delivery of housing.
Let me ask you a different question to pick up on the mayor's earlier comments. I am very sensitive to the fiscal issues. We hear every day from residents who don't feel that we deliver services at the level that meet their expectations. So I certainly don't want to push for a poorly thought out policy change that worsens that problem. But can you tell us roughly the density at which residential we believe is a net positive for the general fund?
Yeah, so there's been a couple of studies on this. The most recent said it's about 45 units to the acre is net fiscally positive.
Okay, so if we can get housing at 50 units to the acre denser, we're actually net positive and have additional resources to invest in services.
Great.
Okay, that's great to know. And then what is the density of a signature project? What's the requirement?
So that was one of our proposals. I can bring up what our proposal is.
But it was above 45, wasn't it?
Well, so our proposals, it varies on the village, but at a minimum, our recommendation is 45 dwellings to the acre or more.
Okay.
If you go up to a transit village, a regional transit village, it'd be 75 dwellings to the acre or more. So it depends on what type of village you're in.
But what I'm hearing is we're saying signature projects have got to be 45 units to the acre or denser. at that level or denser, it's a net fiscal win for the general fund. We have more money to spend on services, and signature projects have to include commercial. They have to include the ground floor retail. So it's just beyond me why I'm really stuck with like what reason is left to not facilitate. Maybe there's something else. Maybe it's staff capacity. I'm lacking the logic here behind keeping it restricted at a level of 1.5 acres, which is a pretty big chunk of land. Not a whole lot of them around. Why would we not want these?
So as we said, Councilmember, I think the two primary concerns that we're looking at is one, the impact that will have on the economics within urban villages, right, within each specified village, and particularly the impact that has on affordable housing, right? So if you open up the market to, a considerably larger amount of parcels throughout these areas, it creates this, a rush for opportunities, right, to create value in these sites. Sometimes through entitlements that absolutely will follow through to development, sometimes through entitlements that are more speculative in nature. And that creates sort of, downstream issues as far as the economics and the actual buildability of some of these projects. The second piece is really, we're passing policy at a general plan level that impacts the very specific sort of areas within these urban villages. And it's kind of a blanket approach. And what we believe is that there's a need to get in there and do more on the ground planning to understand the dynamics. There may be sites in there that should be 100% residential, right? That shouldn't have a commercial requirement. There may be other sites that we need to preserve the opportunity.
But in this case, sorry to interrupt you again. I know I'm going on a long time here. A signature project, we're just saying, since we don't have the time to do all that planning, we don't have the capacity, we don't have the funding, at least with a signature project, it's dense, it's mixed use, we're preserving the job capacity, and it's at a density where we're going to get more housing. It's going to be net fiscal positive for the general fund, and it's going to build in future demand for those commercial corridors within urban villages, because now we'll have more people there. So what I'm left with is I'm hearing we're not sure we want to do it because land values might go up. So we don't want the investment. If we had private investment in housing, we'd get more housing, but the land value might go up. And we're 10 years into this plan. We're way behind. I mean, my understanding is regionally, we've added 6 jobs for every home we've built, which is what's driving this crisis. That's going to take volume. That's not going to be an affordable housing project of 100 units here and there. That's going to take a different approach. And I worry that what we're seeing instead is 2 to 3 families to a house in the east side, the state taking away local control because we're not doing our job. Not just us, by the way, it's other cities even more so, right? Crazy ideas like let's just, build fourplexes everywhere. So I'm struggling to understand how this approach is actually addressing the needs in the community. I'm not hearing a real good argument.
Yeah,
restriction.
I think we need, Councilman, so I think we need to be mindful that we have a housing crisis, but we truly, really have an affordable housing crisis for low-income families. Policy 512 is a policy that allows affordable housing projects, 100% affordable for low-income families, to move forward ahead of the village plan. There's a lot of financial challenges to put one of those projects together. And this policy 512 is a carve out for those projects.
I get it.
If we bring it down to 0.5, we're opening up those sites that are exclusive for affordable that now have to compete against market rate. Did you want to add something?
Michael, I just need to interject though. It is a supply crisis. My wife and I one time moved into a rent controlled apartment because that was the only supply available. If there had been apartments, this was in a different city, but it is an example of how constrained supply messes up the market for everybody. A market rate development means there are more housing units for people who then aren't competing downstream for less expensive units. At the end of the day, it's supply and demand. So I'm kind of split here. I'm willing to split the baby and propose 1 acre and open up a little more space. I'm willing to maybe propose that we come back in next year, but I'm struggling with the logic. I haven't heard a real compelling logic for continuing to make it so difficult to build projects that are the very ones we say we want, that again are dense, residential with commercial, that start to build up population density in urban villages, which is where we want it. So I'm hoping some of my colleagues have other thoughts. Maybe I'm missing something. I'll leave it there because I've been going on a while, but thank you, Mayor.
Rachel, you look like you were about to respond. Did you want to offer your thoughts?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so Rachel Vanderveen with the Housing Department. I just also wanted to reiterate that, the policy that the general plan has that allows affordable housing to go forward has been effective. And when you look at the chart and the different sites that are available, what we found, because I was just pulling data on like the size of the sites, it's definitely, I would definitely say at the 1 acre and below is really where the affordable housing is happening. Those are decent sized sites for affordable housing. So I just want to add that just to say that, moving into, if you went down to a half acre, that it would change dramatically the opportunity. So.
Did you want to respond, Councilman?
Did I hear you say down to an acre? Most of these projects are below an acre. Is that what you're saying? Are you liking my proposal of meeting in the middle?
I'm saying that the affordable housing developments are generally right around an acre or less.
Okay. Well, since I do have 25 seconds, I suppose, on the timer, I'll just say I struggle with the idea that we should make it harder to attract the kind of market rate housing development we want, because we want it to be a little bit easier for affordable housing developers. I'm struggling with that. Those projects also include inclusionary zoning as well. They also include affordable units. It seems like we're holding back housing investment because we have some idealized plan on paper that's not actually delivering the housing we need. So, okay, my time's up, but thank you.
Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. One clarification on the motion. My memo, which I'm getting to it here, apologies, makes a statement around directing the city manager to that first item, they're changing the general plan land use destination, which would require coming back to the council. It doesn't say that, but so I just want to make that clear that that's obviously part of it. I recognize I'm not trying to skip the process that the city manager or obviously staff would make that change and then it'd have to come back to the council. And so I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, and with the seconder, that's.
Yes.
Incorporated, okay, great.
And actually, just in regards to the conversation, I know we do have still a long night ahead of us. I personally was going back and forth on that issue as well around the 1.5 acres or the 1 acres, and have had a number of conversations around it. And I was leaning myself towards a 1 acre as well, but I understood that concern. I don't think I had I think as definitive of an answer in regards to just the real concerns. And mainly I think it's because we just don't know yet exactly, right? And that's kind of one of the unknowns. One of the things that came to mind as this conversation was going on, because we had heard the same thing around sort of like the 1 acre and below, right, for those affordable housing sites. Is there some sort of magic reason as to why we're at 1.5 or 1 and couldn't be slightly above an acre, 1.25 or something like that? I mean, so I'm just kind of curious. I don't know why those were the only two options.
Yeah, I mean, so the 1.5 came from the task force and the mayor's recommending that. Now there's a motion on the floor. So the 1.5 threshold came out of the last general plan review in 2015, in which we created the council created a new policy called the 1.5 acre rule.
Yeah.
That allows.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to. Maybe you can just answer the simple question. Why could we do something like a 1.25? It would obviously take analysis, right, to determine what actually sits in there.
Yeah, I mean, we take analysis. When we went through that process last time, we asked the affordable housing developers, what are the sites you're looking at? And they said, we look at sites that are 1.5 acres or less.
Mm-hmm.
So they could be sites that are greater than 1 acre. I think what Rachel's saying is most of them tend to be 1 acre or less,
below,
but
yeah.
they do look at larger sites. So that's where we set the threshold for 1.5 acres under that policy. And I think there's some logic to kind of keep that same threshold with this policy.
Yeah, which was ultimately where I landed as well on the 1.5. But again, I struggled as well, similar to Councilmember Mahan, as to trying to where do you find that balance, right, on where we really need it? And actually what we're seeing begin to be, I think considered along East Santa Clara and Rock is so far a number of affordable developers that are looking at different sites in that urban village, which is a positive thing. But I think we also want mixed use. So I think part of that balance is not terrible to be saying, well, there also should be some interest from the market rate developers as well. So I think I had not thought of that until this conversation here, that potentially, to preserve everything 1 acre and below, maybe we don't have to land at 1.5. Maybe we could land somewhere in between 1.5 and 1, and that would open up a lot more between these 41 and 272. And I would be open to that. I don't want to get into that, I think maybe tonight, because we're all sort of baking that on the dais. I'm comfortable with the motion that I've made, but I would also, I think, be interested in seeing what is available in between that 41 and 272. It's a pretty big jump, right? And we could, I think, still preserve everything an acre and below if we opened up some more parcels between 1 and 1.5. Not having that analysis here, what would that look like as an opportunity to try and come back and take a look at that without having to wait another 4 years? Or is there none?
I assume staff would like to respond.
I'm sorry, so the question is, when can we bring back sort of analysis of whether, what the right threshold 1.5?
No, it would be looking at a number between 1 and 1.5.
1 and 1.5.
I mean, if you want to split it 1.25, right? But the idea is to try and
Solomonic.
I mean, I think I'm trying to think of the right venue to do that. I mean, we could do that as part of the housing crisis work program, for example. That's something we could add to that. But why don't we do that?
Okay.
The next time we come back.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, I guess the question, if the recommendation is to make a change that's other than the 1.5, then we would just need to do that analysis and bring it back. It's a relatively short amount of analysis. We can run that report and bring it back.
Well, I actually just want to clarify, are you recommending that we come back and sort of come back with a new recommendation, or just come back with an assessment to get further council direction?
It would be the latter, yeah. So I'm comfortable with the motion that currently stands, which is at 1.5. But again, I was sharing similar concerns to Councilor Mahan that I felt like maybe we could be pushing a little lower, but the only options we had were 1 acre or 0.5 acres as far as what the analysis of what we were looking at. And we obviously hear, I think interest to go down to 0.5. Councilor Mahan was saying maybe split the baby to go down to 1. I wasn't completely comfortable with that to make that motion today. So what I'm asking is maybe in between that 1 and 1.5, there's a lot more opportunity between 41 interior parcels and 272, right, that could be opened up, and it doesn't necessarily impact all the 1 acre and below properties where we know we get a lot of affordable housing. And so I think, Michael, based on what you said, the latter sounded more correct to what I'd like to do now, which would be to move the current motion, which is the mayor's memo, including Councilor Mahan's, but then ask for that further analysis on if we lowered that threshold from 1.5 somewhere between that and 1 acre, what more would we get out of that?
Yeah, Councilmember, I think we're just trying to figure out if you decided to follow that path, right, is how we then bring that action back. I don't think we'd be able to turn around that. I mean, it's a fairly straightforward analysis, but it takes us time to kind of get into it and do the site analysis. So it's not something we'd turn around and bring back next week.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why I was asking, is this something we're going to wait another 4 years because we're going to go through a general plan? Or is it something, is there a
No, we're just trying to figure out what the vehicle and when we could bring it back next year. I think we could bring it back in the winter, spring for sure, but if we can be more we're trying to figure out if we can be more definite than that.
Yeah, so as we bring back, to Michael's point, I think that the best opportunity is to bring that analysis back as part of the housing crisis work plan update, which is in the sort of spring.
I will take that as a good path, and I'll add that to my motion if that's okay with the seconder.
It's okay with me. Can I just suggest that we could change the wording to just instead of 1 acre minimum, it has to be greater than 1 acre, but it has the minimum 100-foot frontage. So it wouldn't have to go all the way to 1.25. It could just be above 1.
Yeah, above 1 is where I was going for. Anyway, I was just kind of throwing out the 1.2, but above 1 is fine.
With the frontage. Because for a signature project, you have to have commercial, so you kind of need that frontage.
I'm comfortable with that, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you just clarify what the additional, or the change that Councilmember Davis made to the motion?
So the additional analysis would be looking at anything above an acre, um, but including that minimum 100-foot frontage, similar to what we have with the current motion of the task force recommendation.
Got it.
Okay, the motion's amended by the maker. Okay, Councilmember Foley.
I have to bring something up. I don't have attention.
Okay, this is really a head scratching debate for me. I really appreciate the comments from Councilmember Mahan and Perales and others regarding the lot size of limitations from 1.5 acre, what's opened up if we reduce to 1 acre for the signature project. I understand the motion now is to have you bring something back to us. So in the housing crisis work plan. So is that something that will come to CED first and then to the committee?
Correct.
Okay. In the motion, Councilmember Perales, you said over an acre, you want them to consider.
Yeah, we don't have any analysis on sort of what that would gain right here because we've only really analyzed 1.5, 1, and 0.5.
Yeah, okay, I'm happy to see it back in CED, and that's fine if we can have it in our next crisis work plan, which I think is, I think we see these quarterly. Rosalind, thank you. Trying to remember my work plan. So we'll see that soon. That'll be great. I agree that it is a supply and demand issue. We have a demand for housing, and it's a trickle down from market to affordable or affordable up. So we have to build more of all a variety, and whether we're building a signature project, which does require the commercial ground floor and has some opportunities for inclusionary housing that can benefit affordable housing. I think we need to do everything we can to open up development for all types of housing, market rate down to affordable. And I will mention, so I'll support the motion. I was hoping we could get it down to 0.75, but I'm happy with it coming back to the committee too and then to council. And I will just note that we approved funding for an affordable housing project, that the project was under an acre in size on Bascom Avenue. But I also have 2 projects in District 9. One is 1.8 that's running into its own little problems, and another that is over 1.5. So there are parcels that are being purchased all sizes for affordable housing too, although of course the size of the parcel dictates the cost of the land as well. So with that, I will support the motion, but it is a supply and demand issue, and we need to build more housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe in simplicity, but I want to make things more complicated. I understand the concern about having those smaller parcels available for affordable housing, but Michael or Chris, I just wanted to pose a scenario for you. Is there any way that we could design something around allowing a lower parcel size, even down to 0.5, but having additional requirements that would address your concern about the impact on the land affordability? And I know I'm putting you on the spot to I'm really not asking you to come up with something right now, but just comment on the strategy or the thought.
So we could, I think, so one thing I didn't get into in the presentation is that one of our scoping items, and I don't know if this gets at what you're asking, you can let me know if it doesn't, is we recommended, or the council told us to go look at mixed income housing projects. So right now, IP 512 only allows 100% affordable housing projects. And the idea was, well, could you allow, say, 50% market rate and 50% affordable? And could that be a way to sort of, maybe open up smaller sites? And we did outreach to developers, and what we learned is they said that's not a type of project that was likely to be built. And so we kind of walked away that while we could do a policy like that, it wouldn't have a meaningful effect of creating housing. So we didn't move forward with that recommendation. The task force agreed with us. So we did look at that in a way. I don't know if that's directly addressing what you're thinking about, but
I mean, it's kind of
Yeah.
it's along that same thought process.
I mean, we can always continue to explore, but I think, yeah. I mean, we'll think about it, but I think in terms of adjusting the affordability levels, providing, I don't think we see that really having an effect of new projects.
Right, and I wasn't expecting you to actually come up with an answer, but I just wanted to see if your head would explode if I made a friendly amendment to ask you to do that additional analysis.
Vice Mayor, if I could add, this is Rosalind Huey.
Yes.
I'm sorry, right here in the box, Deputy City Manager. I just wanted to address your comment around the size of the parcels going down to 0.5 for signature projects. Another big concern for us is that when you get to sizes of that are that small, 0.5, you really don't have the square footage in order to build the required retail. And again, the whole context around signature project, yes, we're building housing, but we want to ensure that we have enough commercial space to create the mixed-use environment in these urban villages. So that's another big aspect of it.
Thank you. It still would be, I think, valuable to do that additional analysis if it's not too onerous. So I actually want to make that friendly amendment.
Well, the maker of the motion isn't here, so why don't we come back to you when he's present, and we'll consider that.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I could you pull up what the slide is still there. Okay, good. So I just wanted to point that out. I would support the amendment, and I understand this is complicated. But we're going to discuss the affordability next week. Yes, and I look forward to that. Right, my district has the least number of market rate units in the city. It's the most imbalanced district, and it creates other issues in terms of parks. I have very little park. We've spent how many years in my district? I think we're at, because it started before me, so I think we're at 7 years to get a pocket park on a patch of dirt next to a Caltrans sound wall, because a community, there's no parks in one of the most densest census tracts in the city. And so, I understand that it's complicated, but on the slide that's before us, 1 acre is 272 interior parcels in the city, and a half acre is 474. And likewise, I'm interested, I supported the amendment, and I would support some flexibility on that so that we can really look at the options that are before us. Because we have people leaving the area, moving to Sacramento, moving to the Central Valley. I've seen lots of folks move to the Central Valley because it's the only place they can make it work, right? I've seen a lot of people leave San Jose. And so we need folks who can find a place in their city and stay here, right? And I think we all agree on that. So I would be interested in some flexibility as well. I know the maker of the motion isn't here to accept the Vice Mayor's amendment, but I think there's more of a conversation to be had here, and I understand it's more work, and we've got a lot coming at us in the city and in the state, but I think there's so many people that need housing, and California has lost a congressional seat because people can't make it. That next generation of people can't make it, and I want them to stay here. I want them to stay in San Jose. That's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, just to kind of follow up on Vice Mayor Jones's question about how to, how we might be able to preserve. I mean, my concern about this is just the preserving of land for affordable housing. And what I always can be concerned about is that often these projects come back and we accept the in lieu fee and we don't require the inclusionary housing. They don't end up getting built even though we have that policy. So just something I was thinking about was on these kinds of, if we start looking at things that are getting to smaller acreage, putting in place some kind of policy that says we're not going to allow for the in lieu and we're going to require the inclusionary, might be that in-between place where we get the some affordable housing, but we open up more parcels. So I'm just wanted to mention that as a possibility to think about. I don't know if there's any, maybe no thoughts now because you have to think these things through. I don't want to, again, put you on the spot with that, but for me, this is about what the council enforces a lot of the time and not necessarily what the policy is, right? I mean, we don't get affordable housing built sometimes because we don't ensure or push for that to get done as part of the projects that we're approving. So just also a comment for the council. If that's our objective, then we should, really kind of try to enforce that objective.
Michael, I know you wanted to respond.
So I did have something that I wanted to discuss a little bit. One of the recommendations in your and Dev's memo, a slight tweak to it, but maybe, should I do that now or should I wait till all the council's done?
Why don't you go ahead and raise it now?
Okay.
Councilor Frost is here.
Come on. So I just want to note that the NBD policies in the general plan that you're considering tonight are not actually going to be added to the general plan until we come back to council and the council approves an implementing zoning ordinance. And that's because of state law that says we have to align the general plan with the zoning. So this will be, what you approve tonight will be a placeholder until we come back to the actual ordinance. Given that, I have a suggested change to the recommendation that's in Councilmember Dev's memo, and then you modified, Mayor, in your memo. And I think what I'm getting at is the general plan should be general. It's starting to turn a little bit to look like a zoning code and getting into very specifics, and we want to keep it at a general plan level. We can implement a lot of the specifics when we come back to council with the implementing zoning code. So we're suggesting a change that you can see on the screen that would the general plan would say replace existing square footage of commercial or industrial space on site, but providing at a minimum ground floor commercial space, and then direct staff to include the specific commercial requirements outlined in the mayor's memo as currently on the floor. And then we would bring these back to council next year for their consideration. So that's our suggested just modification
Okay.
too.
These are essentially technical changes.
It's a technical change. It's not a substantive change.
Okay. Councilmember Frost?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And Councilmember Davis?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine with the 60 feet from your memo.
Okay.
And then I have one more just clarification on Councilmember Peralez's memo number 2, which was carried over in the motion in the mayor's memo. Just a clarification on the item that says explore and return to council with recommendations for a policy that development projects be required to comply with future anti-displacement strategies coming out of the Alum Rock business plan. It kind of makes it like a bit of a two-step process. So one approach could be to direct staff that as we develop anti-displacement strategies in the city, that we develop recommendations on strategies that would address displacement of businesses and NBDs, just to make it more direct. Say, hey, when you're doing this work, consider recommendations on how we're going to displace displacement and NBDs, just to make it much more of a direct recommendation.
Yeah, it was about the MBDs as well, so yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
All right, Vice Mayor? Back to you.
Okay, Councilmember, did you heard my friendly amendment, or do you want me to repeat it?
Why don't you repeat it?
Yes, if you don't mind repeating it.
It's to give direction to staff to do an additional analysis to identify additional requirements to allow a project down to 0.5 acres to move forward.
And so this would be separate than the direction that we gave, obviously looking at above 1 acre. your thought would be, if we went down to the 0.5, how do we sort of have additional requirements to preserve maybe affordable housing development?
Exactly.
Okay, and Steph, when I heard your response, sounded like you kind of looked into this? Was that the case, or no, you?
Yes and no. I think there's many different ways to sort of come up with an approach. I was just commenting, we did look at one approach and we didn't find a lot of fruit there, but there could be other approaches, so we're very comfortable with
And
the-
you would do this on the same path on the housing crisis work?
Yeah, I would recommend doing it the same path.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Otherwise, we'll get confused.
A friendly amendment.
Okay. And finally, I think we had a good discussion here. Michael, could you just show that, I don't know if you have the pie chart, the diagram that shows the percentage of employment land we've got left in our city. Now that I think we just subtracted it by 3% with the move in Coyote Valley. Is that right?
That's correct. Mayor. 1 second, please. And it's not a pie chart, it's a table, unfortunately.
It's a table. That's good enough. I'll take it.
So,
well, sort
and
of.
this is broken down, employment lands, just showing some of our employment lands, not all residential, with some subsets, and then the balance, which is public lands and open space.
So the point, my point in just having us look at this, I know this motion looks very clearly it's going to be approved, but I know we're coming back and considering things. And what's really important, I think, to point out here is this is an extremely low percentage. And it's not simply the case if we have ground floor commercial on somebody's housing project that we're preserving employment capacity in our city, particularly since those are often, as we think about projects that might be, for example, an acre and a half, those could be really prime office projects. They could be large, they could be industrial, manufacturing, they could be a lot of things. And as you suddenly create incentives for those sites to just get redeveloped for market rate housing, we're going to see the employment capacity diminish considerably in our city. We have already, just very recently, a few weeks ago, reduced this number. Was it 16% before? And now it's 13?
It was about 15, yeah, and it went down to 13. That's correct.
Yeah, so it has dwindled enormously since the mid-70s. And that was through a long pattern of what we called housing conversions that were very profitable for developers, very profitable for the lobbyists, very profitable for a lot of folks. They were horrible for the taxpayers. And in the end, the taxpayers lost in a big way, and they're losing today because every day they're telling you and me they're paying too much in taxes and they can't get emergency medical service and police service and street paving and all the basic things that we expect to provide as a city. And so I just want us all to be very cautious about this. I know that we are eager to build more housing. I think the point that Rachel made about preserving sites for affordable housing is a very important one, and that we can have very perverse outcomes by opening up the floodgates to market rate housing that's going to preclude the affordable housing that we may want. And we're going to have a very disconcerting outcome here. I'm going to be gone. I'll be out of my job in a year, and I know this will be your problem. I just want to let you know what the problem you may be walking into, because this is a problem that our children and grandchildren may not forgive us for. So we have a very acute crisis on housing. I think we're all very mindful of that. We've just got to do it with some balance. I'll stop preaching now, I promise, and we can vote. Oh, was there not a second on the last friendly amendment?
Yeah, there wasn't a confirmed on the
Oh,
second.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Davis, the last friendly amendment was with regard to Vice Mayor's suggestion?
Yes, I accept. I didn't want to interrupt you, Mayor, because you didn't ask for mine.
Oh, okay. I was on a roll. Yeah.
You were.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. All right, Councilmember Esparza.
Quick question. So when does this come back to us? And does it come back to the full council or CED?
Yeah, so it comes back to the CED committee, which is in the spring, and it's cross-referenced to council.
Spring. Okay, got it. Thank you.
And before the vote, I just want to read through the motion as I understand it to make sure we got everything, if that's okay. So I don't know if this is the time to do that or not.
If you have to read something before we vote, yeah, read it.
Yeah, so I just want to confirm the motion is the mayor's memo plus adding Mahan's memo with direction to come back to CED to do an analysis to explore reducing the signature project threshold down to 1 acre with a 100-foot minimum frontage. Also, as part of that work to come back with an analysis for proposed additional requirements that could allow signature projects down to 0.5 acres to move forward. In addition, I want to just confirm that the motion includes recommending deferral of policy 512 to December 14th next week. And you're also recommending the policy that would exempt signature projects from any changes to the signature project policy. Pending signature projects would be exempt from changes if they're on file as of this date today. I want to confirm. So that's the motion I have. Let me know if I'm missing anything.
I hadn't specified the last two staff recommendations, but I will ensure that those are included now, if that's okay with the secretary.
Oh, right, there was the two additional items, that's right, about, it's not the city manager, that the city staff will bring back a rezoning to council to NCC and Willow. And there was also the clarification on recommendation that staff develop anti-displacement strategies. As part of developing citywide anti-displacement strategies, you develop recommendations on strategies to address displacement in NBDs.
Those two clarifications I had included.
Okay, awesome.
But just to make it clear, the two staff recommendations of the deferral till the 14th, and then the exemption or grandfathering in of the pre-approved signature project applications, I had not, so I'll ensure those are included now, if that's okay with the secretary.
All right. Okay, any other changes? All right, we got a motion. Let's do it.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We're on to our final item, which is the redistricting public hearing. And I want to thank all the members of the community who've been patiently waiting for us for several hours. Let me, before opening the hearing, ask the city clerk and anyone else on staff if they have anything to add.
Chris Chaffee from Redistricting Partners is here, and he's prepared to give a small presentation on the maps if you'd like that. Otherwise, he'll just wait for you guys to give direction.
Okay.
I think a presentation would be helpful. to
Okay,
the
would
process.
folks like to hear a presentation?
And he's on Zoom, by the way.
Okay. Councilor Esparza, you said you'd like to hear the presentation?
It's the estimated time is 5 minutes, so I think we can
Yeah.
handle 5 minutes just
Okay.
for clarity for
Let's have
everyone.
a presentation,
Thank
then we'll go right to public comment and come back.
Thank you for having me. Let me just pull up the presentation. So again, thank you for having me to present the three recommended plans. Just to start with your current lines and where you are today, because of the large growth in District 3 and 4 and the slower growth throughout the rest of the city, your current lines are over deviated by 24, or have a total deviation, excuse me, of 24.2%. So you're well beyond the total deviation for a legal plan. So over the months ago, you appointed a redistricting advisory commission, and one of the plans that they have recommended to you today is Plan D4. This is the commission drawn plan that they worked through over many meetings. This map shows the current line overlays with the draft plan in black. This shows the overlays of the neighborhoods. And I think the biggest thing, or one of the major things with this D4 plan is that its total deviation is 8.5%. It creates the two API 50 plus CVAP seats in districts 4 and 8, as you currently have in your current lines. It also creates 3 Latino influence districts in District 3, 5, and 7. And actually, each of the plans that were recommended by the commission have these same characteristics. They all three, have 250 plus Asian CVAP seats and 3 Latino influence districts. And they're actually all in the same district numbers. So again, this is the Unity plan that was put together by a group of stakeholders. And this is, they've had many different iterations, constantly following with the commission and making changes. The Unity map was jointly submitted by the South Bay Labor Council, the San Jose Silicon Valley NAACP, the Asian Law Alliance, La Raza Roundtable, Latino Leadership Alliance, and the Silicon Valley Rising. Its total deviation, just skip to the data, sorry. Why did it move? Sorry. Its total deviation is 7.4%. Again, you can see that in District 4 and in 8, you have a 50 plus Asian districts. And then you have the 3 Latino influence districts in District 3, 5, and 7. The final map that was approved and or recommended, by the commission is the community map that you can see with the overlays of the current lines and the neighborhoods. This plan has a slightly lower deviation at 7.3%. Again, it has those 2 Asian 50 plus CVAP seats in districts 4 and 8, and the 3 influence districts in districts 3, 5, and 7. That is just to create a baseline of the plans that have been recommended by the commission. And I'm here to answer questions or work through any changes that the council would like to go through, or bring up any other public maps that have been submitted.
Thank you very much. All right, Tony, should we go to public comment?
Yes, we can go to public comment.
Okay.
In a second. I'm gonna start with the people in person. I have Bien Doan, Krista De La Torre, Neil, and Andrew Macias are the first 4 to come down. So it doesn't matter what order you come down, just come down. First person to the microphone goes to the microphone. Your 1-minute timer is on the podium, and so keep an eye on that. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for your time. My name is Andrew Macias, and I am a lifelong resident of San Jose. I'm here this evening in support of the Unity map, the only map that is fair to our marginalized community. This evening, you will hear from some people who oppose this map, but I hope you understand, as I do, that this sentiment is coming from a place of fear, and not so much anger and hate as their comments may imply. The unfounded fear that we want to put up walls or some sort of barriers preventing communications like some crazy extremists. The fear to even consider another solution, as though its success would somehow highlight their failed attempts to fix the issues in the past. The supporters of the Unity map are not coming from a place of fear. We're coming from a place of love. A love for all of our community. Members of the community these other maps seem to have chosen to ignore. The supporters of the Unity map come proud and with a grand task of speaking out for those who do not have a homeowners association to speak on their behalf.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and councils. My name is Bien Doan. I'm here to represent my family and my community. We'd like to move the Dove Hill back to District 7 and Ocala to District 8. There are 400,000 Asian in this city, 110,000 Vietnamese, and we have 0 representation. And here are some of these maps that have been put up is used to silence, dilute, and the Vietnamese community. Jeffrey, on October 11th, Jeffrey Buchanan proposed a map that is in District 6. It reduces the percentage of Asian in District 6. So the community map was voted by 9 out of 11 commissioners.
Thank
So I
you.
urge the city council to reject all the other maps and
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Antonina and Gabby, make your way down, please. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Krista Delatorre, and I'm here to support the Unity Map tonight. The Unity Map successfully brings communities of interest together and ensures that every San Jose City resident has a fair say in their representation. The Unity Map is by far the best for working families and renters. It unites multifamily and rental neighborhoods along the Blossom Hill Road corridor that have been poorly represented in the past, thereby giving working families and families who rent a true chance at representative leadership. Due to rising rents and residential displacement, we have lost large numbers of Latino families in our city. The other maps exacerbate the loss of voice of our historic Latino community in our city, reducing the share of their voters by over 1% in our most diverse districts. The Unity Map is the only one to mitigate this trend. I urge you tonight to implement the Unity Map, for it is our best hope to create equitable city district lines for the next 10 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name's Neil. I don't live in San Jose, so just being straight with that. I do, however, work as a community organizer with the Unity Mapping Table, and I'm here to speak today in support of the Unity Map. When we were talking to folks out there in the community during the redistricting process earlier, when there was a commission, one of the things that came up from groups like Equality California was that no one was really talking to them as a community of interest. And so we specifically took that outreach and we implemented it. And so within the Unity Map, you'll see that there are key areas that are identified in Equality California's heat map showing where queer people tend to congregate in San Jose. And that includes the Alameda, that includes parts of downtown, and it also includes the SoFa area as well. And so after conversations with these folks, they were in agreement that the Unity Map best represents that community of interest. And as a member of that community, I think that's an important part of the redistricting process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Next speaker, Concepcion and Maria Rocha, please come down as well. Go ahead.
en español, por favor?
Yes. Can one of my Spanish interpreters come down? He's on his way.
Okay, thank you.
So he gets 2 minutes.
Gracias por su paciencia.
Gracias. Hola.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
¿Ya? Tiene 2 minutos. ¿Listo? Ok, buenas noches, Mayor y Councilman. Estoy aquí porque esta noche soy residente de San José, soy del Distrito 7.
I'm sorry, un momento, lo siento, señor. I don't think that contemporaneous translation is going to work. It would be helpful if you would perhaps allow him to speak, and then if you could translate as best you could. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Lo siento otra vez.
Habla primero y pauso y luego, ok.
Vamos a empezar otra vez. Gracias.
Soy residente de San José, del Distrito 7. Mi nombre es Gaby y estoy aquí soportando el mapa de la unidad, porque yo pienso que es tiempo que ya seamos oídos.
My name is Gary from the 7th District, and I'm here to support, and I believe that we should be united.
Ajá, y que nos oigan, por favor, porque el mapa de la unidad nos oye a nosotros, ¿ok?
The unity map is not of us, and I'd hear that you would hear me.
Okay, y también hemos estado siendo atacados por la gente que se llama ser del mapa de la comunidad, y no sé cómo una comunidad puede seguir atacando a su propia comunidad.
So I feel that we're being attacked from the people who are from the community map, and how can they attack the same people from the community?
Okay, dicen que no somos, que lo están haciendo unas influencias de especio intereses. No, aquí estamos nosotros, estamos presentes, somos nosotros, la comunidad.
That they're doing special interest, but we're the special interest. We are the community.
Okay, y no podemos dejar que nuestras voces sean apagadas.
And we
Ok, yo
cannot,
sé que hay mucha gente que ya está acá arriba que son latinos y me siento muy orgulloso de eso, pero lo siguen atacando como si eso fuera malo.
we cannot allow our voices to be silent. And I see that we have people up there from the Latino community, and I'm proud of that.
Necesitamos que hagan algo de esto y que por favor voten en sí en el mapa de la unidad. Nosotros estamos aquí, mis compañeros estamos aquí, nos estamos uniendo de todos los distritos para que nuestras voces sean oídas y que las líneas rojas sean divididas, pero ya. Necesitamos que esas líneas rojas, desde que nos están dividiendo desde hace muchos años, necesitan ser rotas ya. Háganlo, por favor, óiganos. Es suficiente. Por eso lo estoy haciendo en español, no porque no hablo inglés. Lo estoy haciendo en español porque quiero que nuestra voz sea oída y que ellos sepan que pueden venir aquí a hablar español. Porque
Señor,
esta es una ciudad
tiene
muy
que
bonita.
traducir, lo siento, pero tiene que traducir, lo siento.
I'll try to summarize if that's okay.
Yes.
He wants the voices to be heard, and that the lines should be, the red lines should not be divided, and that he's speaking in Spanish because this is how he decides to express himself, but he can speak in English.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good evening. It's me, Antonina, again. I'm from Hyde Park, District 3, near North 1st Street and Heading, and I support the community map that keeps Hyde Park and all of Japantown in District 3. The new map introduced by Councilmember Cohen wants to keep Japantown in downtown, but it divides Japantown in half. And it also moves it and Hyde Park into District 6. So the neighborhoods in Hyde Park, Japantown, Vendome, Historic Hensley, and more have all worked together in a number of downtown issues that impact us in the connected neighborhoods. The natural boundaries on the north side of District 3 should be the Highway 880 and continue along Highway 87 to 880 instead of Mission Street. This would keep these two neighborhoods, all of Japantown and Hyde Park, together in the same district, District 3. So please support the community map that does this or your map that does it, but any redistricting map that keeps our community.
Also to come down is Cheryl, Jay Plunkett, and Sonia.
Good evening, council members, mayor of San Jose. I'm sorry, I'm too short. My name is Maria Rocha, and I've been here for over 40-something years. I would like to express my concern this evening for the East Side neighborhood areas. The Unity Map is the only map under consideration by the Commission that does not further suppress the votes of Latino, Black, and Asian residents. All the other maps, the community map and default being considered, will work to considerably suppress the votes of not only renters, but reduce the share of Latino, Asian, and Black voters in our most diverse districts by almost 3% compared to the Unity Map. I support the Unity Map, and it doesn't limit me, but other competing neighborhoods. Due to rising rents here in the Bay Area and residential displacements, we have lost large numbers of Latino families in our city, having them move to other counties and having them commute over 6 hours a day on the road without being necessary. It's not right, it's not fair. The Unity Map.
Thank you. Next speaker. Can the interpreter come down? And you might want to stay down here.
Yes. Yeah, I just asked the interpreter, please stay on the bottom row. Thank you. If all the interpreters could come down, it'd be helpful if they're able to.
Yeah, so if a Vietnamese interpreter could also come down in case we need you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, señor mayor, y gracias por escucharme. Mi nombre es Concepción, buenas noches. Y yo quisiera expresar mi opinión sobre sobre el este de San José, que es el mapa de unidad y es el único mapa el que no reprime los votos de los latinos y de la comunidad asiática.
Léalo todo.
Ok. Todos los otros mapas han sido considerados suprinos, los votos que no solo los inclinos, pero que reduciría la proporción de votantes latinos y asiáticos.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Good afternoon. My name is Concepcion. On this night, I would wish to express my opinion about this map of San Jose. That is the one that is called the Unity Map. It is the unique map, the unique map that will not repress the voters of all Latin Americans and the community, the Asian community, as well the other maps within the other maps. Being the one considered will suppress the voters, the ones that are not being taken into consideration by the renters, and will reduce the proportion of the voters from the Latin American community and the Asian community.
Sí, y también quisiera expresar que nosotros, yo soy descendiente de inmigrantes. Mi madre llegó en los 70s y siempre ha luchado y es una persona con muchos valores que nos ha inculcado, y entonces estoy representando a la comunidad latina que necesitamos ser escuchados y también tener los mismos, la misma voz y la misma fuerza, igual que todos los que vivimos aquí en esta comunidad.
And as well, I would like to express that I'm an immigrant descendant. My mother came in the 70s to immigrate to this city. And my voice is the voice of all the immigrants that are representative of this city and that work so tirelessly to be members of.
Gracias por su atención y espero que tomen la mejor decisión y tomen en cuenta todas nuestras clasificaciones, y todos somos seres humanos y necesitamos ser respetados.
Thank you for the consideration to my voice, and thank you for taking that into consideration in your voice, your voting of it. I do thank that you take all humans, consider in all their classifications, a member of this of their communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
My last card is for Ben Vo.
Good evening. I support using the community map or the commission map for modifications moving forward, but I see there was another map suggested today by Councilmember Cohen. The first thing I noticed, though, is that my downtown area in Japantown, our downtown area is split in half, and the Hyde Park neighborhood is moved into District 6. And since the beginning of this process, these neighborhoods have been very vocal about staying in District 3 and not being split up. The memo says the map preserves the integrity of downtown using 87 as a dividing line between District 3 and 6, but it doesn't go all the way up to 880. If this map is going to be submitted, I request that it should keep the natural boundaries all along 87 to 880. The downtown communities, Japantown and Hyde Park, need to be kept together in District 3 with their neighbors and have a voice in the nearby development projects. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. In 2008, the California State Constitution was changed with the Voters First Act to place redistricting at the state level in the hands of a citizens commission. Why? Because there are serious ethical issues with having incumbent politicians redraw their own districts, primarily a fundamental conflict of interest between serving the constituents who actually elected you and your own special interest of future political office, right? You have the opportunity here to shift the ethnic mix of your district, be that towards more Asian, more whites, more Hispanics, to be more favorable for your future elections. You have the opportunity to exclude possible competitors, as we see happen in the county supervisor race with Johnny Camus. It allows you to do favors for political friends who you will need support from in future campaigns. Really, how can you choose a new set of constituents to represent while literally disenfranchising some of your existing constituents? The difference between your outcome here and the Citizens Commission is the measure of the above ethical issues. Just would like everyone to keep that in mind. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Hello, council members. I am a longtime Northside Neighborhood District 3 resident of San Jose. As an active community volunteer, my community is my extended family. For decades, we have and still are working collaboratively with adjacent neighborhoods like Japantown, Hyde Park, and Horace Mann. Please respect this network of communities of interest, which is purely and honestly built on collaboration with one single common goal for a better San Jose. Isn't that what we're here for? Please don't disrupt these relationships and keep our communities together.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Ben. I'm a Vietnamese American. I grew up in District 7 and 4, currently live in District 2. And I just want to say that, first, I am not a special interest. I am Vietnamese. I am a child of immigrants. I'm a worker, a student, and I believe that labeling these organizations, these community-based groups who have been in the front lines of fighting misinformation, pushing for census participation, translating and sharing COVID resources, getting vaccine appointments for our community is irresponsible, dishonest, and plainly misleading. I believe that using the Vietnamese community as a wedge is wrong, and because we stand in solidarity with other communities of color seeking equity. And I support the Unity Map because it preserves East Side boundaries, including the current boundary of District 7, based on 2010 census data where most of the Vietnamese population is. Thank you.
Okay, I'm moving to Zoom as that was my last in-person card so far. I have Blair Beekman, followed by Nancy Avila.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I hope we can all work together on this item. I hope that so can be willing to make changes and I think both sides can work together. It's important we try to. I'm for a community with
Blair,
really
Blair, I'm going to put your hand down. We can't understand anything you're saying. You might want to restart your computer and put your hand back up. Nancy Avila, followed by Paul Soto.
Yes, hi, good evening. I am calling in to support for the community map. This is a map where the neighborhood will be kept together, where the voiceless communities, such as the Vietnamese community, will have a voice. And throughout the comments, people mentioned about diversity, well representation. So the community map will serve such purpose. Thank you.
Okay, Paul Soto, followed by R. Conda.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I would like to state that the redistricting maps are not valid. And the reason why they're not valid is because they did not take the redlining maps of 1939 into consideration. That is the start of the problem. So we must inoculate ourselves with a bit of the source of the problem in order to find the solution. That is what we do on a biological level. When you get the flu, what do? They shoot you up with a little bit of the flu. Okay, it's dormant, but they shoot you up with it so that your body will build up an immune system and protect itself against it. In the same way, I am asking that the redlining maps of 1939 be used in order to inoculate ourselves from the racism that has happened in this city ever since Manifest Destiny of 1846, July 14th, and has continued on unabated. That is my position. Thank you very much.
R. Conda, followed by Gabriel.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and members of the City Council. I'm Richard Conda, Executive Director of the Asian Law Alliance, and I'm speaking in strong support of the Unity Map. The Unity Map was created by civil rights, community, and labor groups. Asian Law Alliance was one of the groups deeply involved in the creation of the Unity Map. The map keeps communities and neighborhoods together. The map does not dilute votes from marginalized communities. The Unity Map promotes fairness, ensures that ethnic coalitions have equal voice in their district, and conforms to the Fair Maps Act and the California Voting Rights Act. The Unity Map empowers the Black community, which has been devastated by displacement, and ensures better representation of our Asian and Latinx populations. Please support the Unity Map. Thank you very much.
Gabriel, followed by Ryan Jones.
Hi, Gabriel Hernandez, Director with the Si Se Puede Collective. We are also members of the nonprofit Racial Equity Action Leadership Coalition. We all are in support of the Unity Map. All our allies working towards racial justice. We support the drawing of San Jose's electoral districts in a manner that does not suppress the votes of Blacks, Raza, Asian, and Indigenous residents. We believe that the Unity Map achieves this goal, and hope that you will consider that as the map to move forward with. Thank you.
Ryan Jones, followed by Nick Kuata.
Hi, my name is Ryan Jones, and I am a San Jose resident. I am calling in support of the Unity Map. Not only does it keep and bring communities and neighborhoods together, it doesn't dilute the vote of marginalized communities. All other maps being considered will work to suppress the voices of not only the renters, but the Latinx, the Black, and the Asian communities. Thank you for your time.
Nick Kuata, followed by Elizabeth Kamya.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Nick Kuata from the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, speaking on behalf of 32 members of the Nonprofit Racial Equity Action Leadership Coalition. As a coalition of nonprofits and allies working towards racial justice, these coalition members support drawing the San Jose's electoral district boundaries in a manner that does not suppress the votes of Black, Latinx, Asian, and Indigenous residents. The Unity Map achieves that goal. Although much of the map submitted by Councilmember Cohen is also consistent with that goal, we are concerned about the diminution of the percentage of Latinx voters of voting age in District 5. Thank you for your consideration. Good luck tonight.
Elizabeth, followed by On Doan.
Hi, council members. Thank you for listening to me. My name is Elizabeth Kamya, and I am the Chair of Economic Development and Labor for the NAACP. I wear many hats in the city as I'm a union organizer as well, and I'm also on the board of directors of Planned Parenthood. I work and strive to build a better San Jose because I know that this city is filled with great people. And I am doing a very brave thing tonight by coming out as a queer woman, and I really want to talk about how the Unity Map brings together a single LGBTQ district which encapsulates the well-recognized LGBTQ community. The Unity Map is supported by the Equality California, which has analyzed the heat of the maps, and it's really important that we create a place that everyone feels included. Not just people who are white, but Black women, queer men, me, you.
On Doan, followed by Jackie Hefner.
Hi, I am an Asian American. I support the Community Map 100%. The Community Map was created by the resident of San Jose who volunteered their time. The Community Maps keeps our neighborhoods and community together. The Unity Map was created by the political groups. They claim to represent the Asian, but they lied. The Unity Map is dilute and silent the Vietnamese community voice. The Unity Map must be rejected. I ask the City Council to let our voice to be heard by supporting the Community Map. And also, please keep the Dove Hill in District 7. Thank you.
Jackie Hefner, followed by Ingrid Moult.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm speaking tonight as a resident of District 2. I support the Unity Map, but I do think that the map that Councilmember Cohen has put together actually will be helpful because it will help to bring all sides together. As a resident of District 2, I think that the line that we have had is wrong. We should not be divided the way we have been. And so going along an east-west is much better than what we have north-south versus what we've had before. I also want you to know that I think that This is a hard process to go through, but I would hope you look at Councilmember Cohen's map and try to work with that, because I think it'll take you a long way to getting this resolved. Thank you.
Ingrid Moult, followed by Bao Deng.
Hello, my name is Ingrid Molt, and I'm a resident of this county, and my vote is for the unity map. It is all about our collective us, not about us versus them. The name is fittingly the unity map. Unity map was carefully created based on the input and needs of its community members, individuals that live here, contribute and benefit from the community, as well as the stakeholders who actually are living in this community, like Asian Law Alliance, NAACP, La Raza Roundtable, Latino Leadership Alliance, Equality California, Somos Mayfair, Vietnamese American Roundtable. Please consider the UNIMAP as the map that will unite us. Vote yes on the unity map. Thank you.
Bao Deng, followed by Doris Lavezzi.
Hello, Mayor and Council Member. Thank you for letting me speak. I strongly support community map because it represents our Asian community, which is we work very hard and contribute to this community. Unity map is provided or created by political ambition. So please vote for community map and keep the Dole Hill District 7. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Doris Lavezzi, followed by John Tucker.
Good evening. I'm Doris Livesey, a 50-year resident from District 1. A lot of people don't seem to understand, but the community map is more inclusive rather than the union and political way that the unity map is. The political aspect of it is just definitely wrong. Please reject the unity map and also David Cohen's map. Please choose the community map.
John Tucker, followed by Jose Pavon.
Hi, I'm here on behalf of the 3,500 members of the AFSCME Municipal Employees Federation here in the city of San Jose. We're here tonight in full support of the council passing the unity map. Every day our members work with members of the public who have been marginalized in part by the many decades old effect of redlining and gerrymandering of voting districts here in San Jose. The unity map is the only map under consideration that does not suppress the votes of Latino, Black, and Asian residents, as well as renters, members of the LGBTQ community, and other underrepresented communities. The unity map ensures more diverse, renter-dense neighborhoods come together with neighboring communities that share more in common with them in terms of cultural, economic, and social interest. Compared with the quote-unquote community map in D4, which suppresses diverse voices, divides communities of interest by enhancing and expanding old lines that were originally put into place to depress democracy rather than to see it flourish. Thank you.
Jose Pavon, followed by Kimmy.
Hi, council members. My name is Jose Luis Pavon, and I'm here to speak in full support of the unity map tonight. The unity map is the most inclusive option to give a voice to all of the diverse communities of San Jose. The people opposing the unity map will still have a very strong influence in political decisions, and their communities will be fine. The unity map will ensure that people that are underprivileged, people that are low income, people that do not have a higher access to higher education, or maybe don't even speak the language fully, but who contribute every day to the city of San Jose through their hard work, by paying taxes, by paying sales taxes. Everybody gets a voice. Please support the unity map. Thank you so much.
Kimmy, followed by Todd.
Hi, this is Kimmy. I'm a Taiwanese American. I support the community map because it was created by local residents. The unity map was created by the labor union, who has given up $100,000 to some of our council members. It is political gerrymandering. This is not the way that this redistricting is supposed to work. All the efforts to have an independent commission are being abused by the labor union. I support the community map. It shows respect for communities all across the city and moves a minimal number of people. Please support the community map and oppose to the unity map. Thank you.
Todd, followed by Marissa.
It's odd to give public comment with so far no public dialogue from council. How can we provide relevant feedback? It is also strange that a new map is today being introduced. I guess this is the impunity map. Downtown has unique challenges. It seems thankfully the Vendome is back in D3, but now neighboring Hyde Park and Japantown and our urban transit village are split. Minimally, 87 should be the boundary. And isn't Civic Center part of downtown? I propose Coleman as the D3, D6 line. Guadalupe Park is part of downtown, and the airport has more connection and impact on downtown than Willow Glen. The missing piece all along has been the why. Please thoroughly explain any and all changes, including the purpose and reason. Thank you.
Marissa, followed by Teresa Perez.
Good evening. I'd like to start by saying I wholeheartedly agree with the previous speaker. I am a third-generation San Josean and renter in the Vendome neighborhood in support of the community map. The guiding principles of redistricting include natural boundaries, contiguity, and sharing common interests. The community map follows these guidelines while the unity map and new council map do not. In order to maintain the integrity of this process, downtown and adjacent neighborhoods, including Hyde Park, Japantown, Nagley Park, Vendome, and Northside, need to be kept together. As development in and around downtown progresses, including the North First Street Transit Village, these neighborhoods must be kept together. Also of note, based on some comments tonight, the unity and community maps both have, there's a 2% difference in the amount of Hispanics in D5. Asians and Hispanics are the majority in nearly all districts for both the unity and community maps. It really says a lot when you have people who are not San Jose residents joining this meeting to voice their support for a map. Thank you.
Teresa Perez, followed by Araceli Rueda.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Perez, a Gilroy resident and community advocate. I am again calling in to provide my voice and support for the Unity Map, which best supports our diverse South County community and provides a partnership with familiar allies. The Unity Map unites renters and multifamily residents that have similar socioeconomic needs. There are many former San Jose citizens that have found a home in South County and are able to support and create community bonds easily with their neighbors. The affluent cities of Los Gatos, Monte Sereno, and Almona Valley are not familiar with our cultural diversity, socioeconomic needs, and housing shortfalls. The past and current leadership and council members of Gilroy share a kindred support for those affluent cities by promoting their candidacy for further advance in their financial gains. We are desperately in need of elected officials that do not battle their community and residents support their voices. We need to bring to light the disparity of inclusivity and transparency that happens in South County. I'm also concerned about the involvement of political candidates getting involved in advocating for.
Araceli, followed by Adriana Aloni.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Araceli, and I am calling in strong support of the Unity Map. Since the very beginning, the Unity Map has prioritized the needs of my community, bringing together communities of interest in a way that uplifts the voices of workers, renters, communities of color, and LGBTQ neighborhoods in a way that actively fights against the suppression or dilution of our people's votes. Thank you.
Adriana, followed by Sandra. Adriana. Ella. Okay, I'm going to move on to Sandra, followed by Laura.
The Redistricting Commission passed the Unity Map forward with the lowest margin, 6-5 of any of the maps. If a compromise is to be real and truthful, it should be based and started from the map most supported by the Redistricting Commission and passed forward with a unanimous vote. That is the Commission map. not on the most unsupported and controversial map, which is the Unity map. Although I support the community map, I would prefer that the council move forward with the commission map or the community back with refinements before accepting any refinements on the controversial Unity map. While unions are important and I have personally benefited from union negotiations in the private sector, they do not belong in redistricting with such an oversized influence. After checking campaign contributions made to council members from the South Bay Labor Council in recent elections, it is clear that the Unity map has been developed and funded by special interests, the South Bay Labor Council. Please do not start with the Unity map. Please start with the commission or the community map. Thank you for your time.
Laura, followed by Victor Vasquez.
Thanks so much for your time tonight. I am a renter living in District 3, and I wanted to echo those who supported the Unity map. I feel this map is the only one that equitably addresses current and anticipated growth in my neighborhood and creating two distinct downtown districts. I've heard from a lot of people tonight that live in Hyde Park that are talking about the importance of keeping Hyde Park and Japantown and Nagley Park all in the same district. But those neighborhoods are so vastly different in the amount of renters and the type of people that live there. So I hear those concerns. I don't think it's perfect map, but I think it's the closest we got. Thank you so much for your time.
Victor Vasquez, followed by David.
Good evening, Victor Vasquez. I live in San Jose and work in East San Jose along with the beautiful families. Someone's made from City Weather Collective want to protect and empower the needs and dreams of communities disempowered by society. We are in support of the Unity map. We've noticed how rising rents and displacement has impacted our Latino families in our city. Other maps are working consciously or unconsciously to lower our representation by at least 1%. We believe that the Unity map does the best to address representation across the board for Latino communities, communities of color, or LGBTQ plus siblings, or Black residents in San Jose. And we would like to see a map that represents all of our interests and also maintains District 5 as a whole and includes Reed Hillview in that vision. So I urge you to support the Unity maps. Thank you.
David, followed by Marnie Kamzen.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm David Noel, President of Erickson Neighborhood Association at the border of Districts 9 and 10. I urge you to adopt the community map since it meets both the letter and the intent of the governing redistricting laws and best practices. Please keep Almaden Expressway from Blossom Hill to Branham in a single council district so this complicated corridor can be handled holistically. Please don't insert District 2 between Districts 9 and 10 on Blossom Hill Road from Highway 85 to Almaden Expressway since this corridor is zoned for urban villages and is too complicated to be coordinated among 3 council districts. Inserting District 2 here would silence the voices of those most affected. Please don't break up location-based communities of interest since that will adversely impact everyone near them. Let's create equity by rising all boats, not lowering them. It's clear we need to strengthen the voices of the underserved, but not clear that changing district boundaries will truly help. Please keep our community associations strong and leverage them to nurture new community associations in the underserved neighborhoods. Thank you.
Marnie Kamzen, followed by Brenda Doman.
Hi, 3 maps were forwarded on to the commission to the council. This morning, a new map was presented. There has been no outreach to the public or community engagement about this map. How is this appropriate or allowed? There are some major problems with this newest map. It splits D3 by dividing Japantown between D3 and D6. Hyde Park is completely removed from D3 and put into D6. Both 87 and 880 are natural boundaries in our city and should be used as such. Thank you for making these changes if you choose to move this map forward. However, I fully support the community map and urge you to as well. I want to urge this council to really look at the maps and the data. The community map is not suppressing the Latino vote, but the Unity map does indeed dilute the Asian vote. Please look beyond the carefully scripted and ugly rhetoric and look at the maps and data layers for each one before making your decision. Thank you very much. And I don't envy you this job.
Brenda Doman, followed by Sean.
Hi, yes, I've been a resident of Santa Clara County for 54 years and a resident of San Jose, city of San Jose for 32 of those years. I have lived in District 1, District 4, and District 10, both as a renter and an owner. And I'm just truly trying to figure out who's all being marginalized here. We have 5 council members who are Latinx. We have 5 council members who are women. We have 1 council member who is Black, and there's only 3% of the San Jose population who is Black. So he represents over 100,000 people, where there's only about 3,000 people here that are Black. In any case, I'm definitely in favor of the community map. It was created by the community and it keeps neighborhoods together. Please vote for the community map. Thank you.
Sean, followed by Paul Fong.
Hello, my name is Sean. I live in District 10, which is going to be split in half if the unity map is adopted. I think the unity map is a bad idea. It was pushed through by the special interests and labor unions with hundreds of thousands of dollars of support. And it it moves over a district and a half worth of people for really no clear difference in the representation. Thank you.
Paul Fong, followed by Jonathan Liebman.
It's still counting down. Okay, thank you. My name's Paul Fong. I strongly support the unity map. The unity map that, am I talking?
Yes.
Okay. Consideration of work suppress only the votes of not only renters, but reduce the share of Latinx, Asian, and Black voters in our most diverse districts by almost 3% compared to the unity map. While these maps actively divide communities, the unity map works to bring them together. The other maps under consideration would water down the votes of voters across certain districts by creating an unnecessary high deviation within districts. For instance, by making a high needs district like District 5 unnecessarily large, the community map dilutes the representation of every family in East San Jose. The unity map has the lowest deviation of any of the maps, ensuring more equal representation for all San Joseans. Thank you very much.
Jonathan Liebman.
Hi, I am a resident of South San Jose. I've lived here for some time. I'd like to talk about how the unity map is best for South San Jose. The D4 and community map strategically chooses to suppress the voices of renters and communities of color in South San Jose, continuing the practice of cracking diverse multifamily neighborhoods along Blossom Hill Road and I-85 in places like Oak Grove, McQuinn, Hoffman Viamonte in favor of spreading these communities across 3 districts dominated by white homeowners in places like the Santa Teresa Foothill and Elmadon Valley. The unity map ensures these more diverse renter-dense neighborhoods come together with neighboring communities that share more in common with them in terms of cultural, economic, and social interests like Edenval and the Woods. The unity map ensures communities of interest with a history of working together, like the VEP communities in District 2 and the Four Corners neighborhood in District 9 keep together in districts. Please support the unity map. It's the best choice.
Linda Nguyen, followed by Nancy.
Hello, my name is Linda Nguyen, and I'm a board member of the Vietnamese American Roundtable. I've lived in D7 for almost 20 years. As a Vietnamese American, I'm concerned about ensuring that our voice is heard and population preserved. Using the Vietnamese community as a wedge is wrong. We stand in solidarity with other communities of color seeking equity. Therefore, I support the unity map that addresses the impacts of redlining and historical disenfranchisement with preserving District 7 boundaries because we have the densest Vietnamese population. Thank you so much.
Nancy, followed by Rosie Zepeda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Please choose the community map. I have lived in District 3 my entire life. In the unity map, if the unity map is chosen, the cord connecting to all the downtown neighborhoods will be severed. I thought the key for downtown growth and vibrancy was the connection and history of all the surrounding downtown neighborhoods. The community map achieves what the unity map is trying to do, but without the destruction. The unity map is chaotic and will confuse most everyone. It serves no real purpose. The unity map is for political outside special interest groups and not about community and neighborhoods that have built healthy relationships right here in District 3. The community map uses legal boundaries. The unity map does not. I truly believe that without the community map, D3 will fall apart, which seems to be the goal of the unity map. The community map represents everyone and keeps us cohesive.
Rosie Zepeda, followed by Sissy.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a 46-year resident of San Jose, and I'm speaking today in favor of the Unity Map, which is the only equitable map. The Unity Map brings together communities of interest of working people, renters, and communities with shared cultural, economic, and social interests. As a result, it increases the voice of Latinx voters by an average of 1% in our most diverse districts, D2 through D8, while also increasing the voice of renters, Black and Asian voters, compared to the community map in map D4. Also, I want to showcase that as far as renters and multi-family residents, the San Jose Unity Map bonds multi-family neighborhoods along Blossom Hill Road corridor like McEwen, Oak Grove, Hoffman, Viamonte that have been split up and at times last represented in the past. We're giving working families and community.
Sissy, followed by Victoria Pardita. Sissy. Okay, I'm going to move on to Victoria Pardita, followed by caller 6979.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Victoria Partida. I live in the Tropicana Lanai neighborhood in District 7. I want our decision makers and our electoral maps to reflect our communities of interest, which is why I'm supporting the Unity map today, which I believe best supports my community. Since the very beginning, the Unity map has prioritized the needs of my community, bringing together communities of interest in a way that uplifts the voices of workers, renters, communities of color, and the LGBTQI plus neighbors in a way that actively fights against the suppression of dilution of our people's votes. San Jose is a changing city. We can't simply defend the status quo and history of decisions that have undermined certain voices while benefiting others. We need redistricting lines that respect every member of our community and reflect the cultural, economic, and social needs of our families and neighborhoods. Thank you.
Caller 6979, followed by Tim Clausen. Go ahead. I see you're unmuted, caller, but I'm not hearing you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. This is Lenny Gutierrez, Chair of the Latino Leadership Alliance. I wanted to join other organizations that you've already heard from, including the Somos Mayfair, La Raza Roundtable, Asian Law Alliance, and others. I just wanted to really, we support the Unity Map. We've been working at this for a few months now. We've been at this actually even 10 years ago regarding Latino representation and communities of color. And the ultimate goal is to ensure communities of color have a more equal voice in the city's future. And the concern is that some of the maps that have come out, even recently decreased the Latino population in the largest Latino district. So LLA continues to support the Unity Map. Thank you so much for your time.
Tim Clausen, followed by Jeffrey Buchanan.
Hi, my name is Tim Clausen. I'm a Vendome resident and president of the Neighborhood Association. I've lived in San Jose for 21 years. Please support the community map. It was developed by San Jose residents, not special interest groups, unions, and civic activists. Any map you choose should keep the downtown core in D3. If natural borders truly mean something in this process, please note that the 87 freeway, Guadalupe Park, railroad tracks all divide us on the west and 880 up on the north end. Keep Hyde Park, Japantown, and the Vendome whole and together as we move forward in our community engagement with interests such as the future North Street, the Transit Village, the Civic Center, development, homelessness, and historic preservation of our neighborhoods. Please look at all the layers of the data, the maps, and if you use Cohen's map, please take in account the natural borders and keep us whole in downtown.
Jeffrey Buchanan, followed by Roland.
Good evening, council members. First, I'd like to just say math matters. There's been a number of claims, including by Mr. Biandone, about what the Unity Map does. It's important to note the Unity Map has 2.5% more Asian voters than the community map in District 6. So I don't know why he's attacking us. In fact, in Districts 2 through 8, there's almost 0.7% more Vietnamese voters in each of those districts in the Unity Map than the community map. I'd encourage you to consider going forward the Unity Map, and I would like to thank Councilmember Cohen. I think the map that he presented late, while there are some pieces that I believe we would like to see change, I think it does present a good starting point in a conversation about how do we move forward in this discussion. So I would encourage the council to consider looking at both the Unity Map and the council map presented by Councilmember Cohen.
Roland, followed by Laura.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I live in District 2. I would like to register strong opposition to Council Member Cohen's map, which splits us from our neighboring communities more than Highway 85 ever did. This map completely ignores the fact that Bernal Road is a private county road, which leaves us without any connection whatsoever to D10 residents in Almaden Valley, other than Almaden Expressway in the 4 miles to the north of us, and Bailey Avenue 4 miles to the south of us. Please keep our diverse communities together and support the community map or the commission map. Thank you.
Laura, followed by Gabriela Garzon Gupta.
Good evening. My name is Laura Rechica from the Welch Park neighborhood in District 8. Our neighborhood has been the subject of redistricting for many years, and it is important to me and the Welch community that we stay in District 8 because we have kept our neighborhood association intact despite city budget and redevelopment agency cuts, layoffs. We have kept our neighborhood association sustainable during these times and developed strong relationships with the DA Council office for the past 12 years. In the past 4 years, we have received tremendous support from Councilmember Arenas and an investment of city resources that our community was deprived of for so long. We have currently benefited from speed bumps and a dog park that families have benefited from. Our schools are in the Evergreen School District, which would not make any sense disconnecting our children. And we
Gabriela Garzon Gupta, followed by Blair Beekman.
Hello, my name is Gabriela and I was born and raised in San Jose. I'm calling in support of the Unity Map today, which I believe best supports everybody, our API groups, Black, Latinx, renters, and LGBTQ people. Since the very beginning, the Unity Map has worked directly with community members and organizations that are actively on the front lines to fight against suppression and dilution of our people's votes. I really like how the Unity Map took into account many of communities and interests that people expressed during the public hearing process in historic neighborhoods such as Berryessa, and also how it takes into account renters along 85 and not continuing to prioritize homeowners in places like Almaden Valley, where I was born and raised. San Jose is a changing city, and we cannot simply defend the status quo and the history of decisions that have undermined certain voices while benefiting others. We need redistricting lines that represent every member of our community and reflect not only the past, cultural, economic, and social needs of our families and neighborhoods, but also the future. And the Unity Map takes into account growth that makes sense. For example, in the Berryessa and North San Jose area. Thank you.
Blair Beekman, followed by Tammy Denoda.
Hi, thank you, Tony. I think I fixed my problem. To try to start again here. I think I'm for the community map ideas and how good unity map ideas can help the community map process. With that said, I really hope, all sides will want to work together towards the ideas of what can be unity for our community. Basically, so thank you for this item, for our work on this item. With that said, I feel it's important to better consider the future of District 7 and how that can be closer to Google Village. And that means being a part of the Vine Street area and the Willow Street area and just moving up northward a little bit, even past into, the Williams Reed area and downtown area to San Jose State. To that level, and that there can be forgiveness of people of District 3 who have, a ton of things already. They have, the BART, Google Village.
Tammy Denoda, followed by Forrest Peterson.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Denoda. I'm a lifelong resident of District 8 and a homeowner who fully supports the Unity Map. As a 50-year resident of the Evergreen area, I urge you to support the Unity Map. The updated Unity Map gives communities of interest who testified during the Redistricting Commission in San Jose, including the Downtown Place-based Improvement District, Mount Pleasant, Penitencia, Alum Rock, Berryessa, Evergreen, the Four Corners neighborhood, SOFA, the VEP neighborhoods, Negley Park, the University neighborhood, Coalition, the Deer Dawn area, Little Saigon, Communication Hill, and Seven Trees. It was drawn with each of these communities of interest in mind. The other maps under consideration would water down the voters across certain districts, creating an unnecessarily high deviation within the districts. The Unity Map has the lowest deviation of any of the maps, ensuring more equal representation for all San Joseans. Please support the Unity Map. Thank you very much.
Forrest Peterson, followed by Isabella Long.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Dr. Forrest Peterson. I support the Unity Map. I am a research associate at the Center for Integrated Facilities Engineering at Stanford University. As part of my research, I host a dual enrollment construction technology program at Eastside Union High Schools through my role as associate faculty at Evergreen Valley College. In that program, my students learn about historical topics of redlining and the purposeful oppression of populations that was apparently an objective of past generations of policymakers. My students can explain to the guest lecturer, one that I asked to speak each year on the topic for the past 5 years, where the redline communities are. It is openly visible, even to teenagers that just learned the concept of redlining. Please create a just San Jose that represents the people of the communities.
Isabella, followed by Ingrid Granados.
Hi, my name is Isabella Luong, and I'm a resident of D6. I'm also a board member of VAR, the Vietnamese American Roundtable. I'm asking council to keep the Unity Map in consideration and to preserve D7 boundaries. The Unity Map is supported by VAR, the NAACP, Asian Law Alliance, Working Partnerships USA, and other CBOs who have been on the front lines fighting misinformation, sharing COVID resources, and pushing for census participation. Not to mention, many of us are San Jose residents too. The Unity Map was rooted in census data and shaped by our direct advocacy experience and intimate familiarity with marginalized communities. So to label these organizations as special interest groups is misleading and irresponsible. VAR's dual objective is to ensure that the Vietnamese voice does not become diluted and to stand in solidarity with other communities of color. For these reasons, we ask you to preserve the East Side boundaries, including the current boundary of D7, since it has the highest density of Vietnamese households. And again, please support the Unity Map.
Ingrid Granados, followed by Jill Borders.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ingrid Granados, and I currently live in District 3. I'm a lifelong resident of San Jose, and I'm calling in support of the Unity Map. Last time I called in, I got straight to the point, and I'm going to do it again today. First, I want to say that the information spread about the Unity Map is just frankly untrue. I find it quite hypocritical that so many groups, such as the Real Estate and Renters Association, call supporters of the Unity Map special interest groups. I can tell you as a lifelong resident and as a previous service provider that the organizations and the community members involved in the Unity Map are those who have worked closely with the populations that have been historically affected by gerrymandering and by San Jose's racist redlining history. They are the organizations that deal with the negative ramifications done to marginalized communities when the boundaries remain unchanged, just as they have in San Jose for decades. The only special interest that supporters of the Unity Map have is a vested interest in correcting the mistakes of the past and moving into a future that is equitable and representative of all of the residents of San Jose. Because of this, I urge you to once again support the Unity Map and create a San Jose where all of its constituents have.
Jill Borders, followed by Philip Nguyen.
Hi, thank you. I am in support of the community map, and I want to just reiterate a little bit why. I've called in before, and my concern is that I keep hearing over and over again people talking about how the unity map is going to bring working people together that have common interests, that are culturally alike, that will not dilute the LGBTQ vote, things like this, and most importantly, that it will bring all the renters together to have a voice. And I just think that that is flat out wrong. Every single district has renters within it, and each council member that represents those renters has an obligation to understand their unique needs. And I think that that is what needs to be done. You need to go to your representative and have that conversation. So to think that you can scoop up all the rentals and all the multifamily properties all along Blossom Hill Road to gather together renters for a vote is just flat out wrong. Community map.
Philip Nguyen, followed by Tammy S.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and the San Jose City Council. My name is Philip Nguyen, and I am the Executive Director for the Vietnamese American Roundtable. I'm here to speak in support of the Unity Map as it serves two goals. The first, to protect the voice of the Vietnamese community by ensuring that our neighborhoods are not divided, which would dilute our power and ability to advocate for our needs. And the second, to stand in solidarity with other communities of color and support efforts that strengthen our collective voice and move forward our ability to address the impacts of redlining and historical disenfranchisement that would have presented structural barriers to advancement for our future generations. The Unity Map best serves both of these objectives for the city of San Jose, for all communities of color, including the Vietnamese American community. I also urge the council to preserve the current boundaries of District 7, since it retains the highest density of Vietnamese households in San Jose, and again, affirm our support for the Unity Map alongside my fellow advocates as a part of the nonprofit Racial Equity Action Leadership Coalition, who have long stood on the side of social justice and equity in their advocacy for Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and Asian American residents. Thank you.
Tammy S., followed by Alex Nguyen.
Hello, I am a resident and voter in San Jose. Please vote yes for the community map. I agree with Brenda's comments about the diversity of the current city council and don't like their relationship with the labor and unions and special interests. And discussing redlining, it is deceptive. Redlining was outlawed in 1968. Much of the housing and many entire neighborhoods were built after 1968. So the overall layout and character of San Jose are not defined by red lines. We have entirely new ethnic neighborhoods that developed since 1968. The majority of people in San Jose were born after 1968. So redlining does not define who we are. The redlining argument is a rallying cry to divide San Jose residents by race and elect those who exploit racial resentment. Please vote for the community map, and that has also the lowest deviation. Thank you.
Alex Nguyen, followed by Andreas Quintero.
Hi, I'm Alex Nguyen, small business owner and graduate student at Santa Clara University. I'm a current resident of Evergreen, but I was raised in District 7. D7 is part of my identity. I've worked with Asian Law Alliance in DC when public charge was being pushed, making Vietnamese folks at high risk of being deported. ALA used every ounce of their resources to help those in need, just like how they're trying to help those who would be deeply affected by the community map if it moves forward. This narrative of the unity map being drawn by special interests and accusing their organizations in support of racism is completely absurd to me when they have spent so much of their resources to fight misinformation, pushing for census participation, and educating their respective communities on COVID in their native languages. The unity map was drawn based on census data, which is collected every 10 years and offers a high level of robust data for research. I studied economics during my undergrad, and we were instructed to use census data as it allows us to learn and understand what public policies are needed for our communities. If we are drawing maps based on personal belief rather than empirical data, then we are giving enormous amounts of room for bias for certain groups of people to be misrepresented. Thank you.
Andreas Quintero, followed by Hui Tran.
Hi, everyone.
Andres Quintero. I'm here to speak in support of the Unity Map. The Unity Map is a product of a broad-based coalition of groups such as the NAACP, groups that have gone ahead and put forward some of the most progressive policies that have allowed us to see significant change in our society. I am reaching out and imploring that you take some action and you move forward with the Unity Map. The proposals that have been put out lately are very concerning. We've seen some of the most drastic cuts, in particular to the Latino community in East San Jose, coming out in some of the most recent proposals. I would encourage all of you to review that and really take that into consideration. Some of those recent proposals go even below the community map, and that was pretty extreme in my opinion. So with that said, I would encourage you all to take a look and take a very, very serious look at your values, your beliefs, and go ahead and support the organizations that have been moving forward progressive policies for decades. Thank you very much.
Lee Tran, followed by Ted Earl.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lee Tran. I want to hit a couple of points. The first is I just want to make it very clear here that any claims that Vietnamese voice is somehow being suppressed or silenced is just not true. There's really been no evidence to support this at all. I would say that in terms of the development of the Unity Map, it has been consistent throughout every iteration to preserve the east side boundaries, which is actually where the vast majority of Vietnamese households live. And so there's really no indication or proof of that whatsoever. I also do want to address this comment earlier that I heard that we don't really feel or live under the impact of redlining anymore. And I think that there's some evidence showing that where people move or maybe have houses, there's some diversity that has grown since, but over the past, 40, 50 years. However, the impacts of redlining are still very apparent because it's also about where people want to live and where people want to invest. And that is the historical impact we still have to address. That's why it is important to update our boundaries to ensure that communities that have traditionally been left out get connected together. Thank you.
Ted Earl, followed by Min Chin Huang.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ted Earl. I'm president of the Thousand Oaks Neighborhood Association in District 9 and a lifetime resident of San Jose. I'm once again speaking this evening in support of the community map for the council tonight. One of the many problems with the so-called Unity Map is that it breaks up both Almaden Expressway, Guadalupe River, and Monterey Highway and Coyote Creek corridors. The Unity Map has districts 2 and 10 running east-west between them instead of north-south along them. These corridors have unique challenges that will be harder to address if they're divided up by the Unity Map. I will again highlight the fact that the community map was developed by a group of volunteer neighborhood leaders, as opposed to the well-financed, professional, partisan special interest groups you're hearing from tonight. The community map adheres to redistricting laws and best practices to create fair and manageable boundaries that give all residents an equal voice. Please approve the community map and reject the Unity Map. Thank you very much.
Min, followed by Sissy. Min. Okay, Sissy, go ahead.
Hi. I'm here to support the community map, and I would like to, mention about please keep the Dove Hill in the District 7. And I also would like to mention that David Cohen have proposed a map this morning that is give labor 2/3 of what they want. David give 5.5 Latino white swing in District 2. 6.5 swing in District 6. Labor unions propose 5.5 in District 2 and 11.5 in District 6. Magdalena proposed an hours or two ago that map tries to swing District 18 points more than Latino at the expenses of the Asians. So please keep in mind about, voting for community map and keep the Dove Hill in District 7.
Tina Morrill.
Hi, this is Tina Morrill. I live in the Vendome neighborhood in District 3. I want to voice my support for the community map. Again, I like what previous speakers have said about it adhering to the redistricting laws, and also I can't stress enough how important it is for neighbors who are impacted by similar things to be able to continue to work together and give voice to some of the challenges that we have. It's really a quality of life issue. So please vote for the community map. Thank you.
Min. Min, hold on a second. We're having a hard time enabling you. Yeah, we've actually given you permission to talk, but your microphone looks like it's disconnected. Okay, we're going to move on. That was our final speaker. Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. And thank you to all the many members of our community for participating in this process, including tonight. And we appreciate that there are many strong feelings, but I hope that through this conversation tonight and next week, when I hope we'll conclude, we'll be able to do so without some of the antagonism that unfortunately we've been hearing. There is, I know, a lot of concern about the risk of people manipulating lines in various ways for political advantage. And it's my great hope that through honest conversation and focus on our common endeavor, we can get through this and continue to be one city. I wanted to just start the conversation with one sentence that comes from our charter, because that gives us the mandate for what we're supposed to be doing here. And I think that's a helpful place to start whenever you're looking for direction. Section 403 says, in any redistricting, the council shall make the districts as nearly equal in population as may be practicable, and may, in establishing the boundaries of the districts, give consideration to A, natural boundaries, street lines and or city boundaries, B, geography, C, cohesiveness, contiguity, integrity, and compactness of territory, and D, community of interest within each district. So that is what our charter instructs. Let's begin our discussion. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all the members of the community that came out and spoke on this topic, especially the speaker who told us that we had a very tough job. I especially want to recognize and thank the members of the Redistricting Commission who, it's been calculated, they spent 42 hours and 44 minutes working on developing a map, including time over weekends. So as you could tell by that amount of time and effort that these commissioners put in, that there should be, and I have the expectation that the product that they created in terms of their commission map should be strongly considered as an option, or at least as a baseline to move forward in this process. So my preference would be for us to use the commission map as a baseline and then do an overlay of other individuals. I know Councilmember Cohen has a map and he's earned a PhD in map making because of all the effort and hard work that he's put into it. That we could overlay a map like his or other maps and then make decisions on changes or adjustments to the boundaries. So I want to make that in the form of a motion.
I'll second that. And can you just repeat the primary part of the motion there?
Primary part of the motion is that we're going to use the commission map as the baseline map.
I'll second that.
Okay. So we've got a baseline map and it's a good place to start. where
That's
the
it, Mayor.
commission ended.
Thank
All
you.
right. Anything further, Vice Mayor?
That's it.
Councilman Cohen.
Yes, thank you. I'm actually going to, while I talk, share my screen just to show a map up on the screen. I can figure out how to do this. I think this is the one. Okay. All right. So first of all, let me just start by thanking everybody who's been commenting and the interest on this. This is a topic that has drawn a lot of interest, obviously, amongst our community. It's one of the hardest things to do, one of the hardest things the council has to do, but obviously also a really hard thing for the commission to do. And I want to thank, as the Vice Mayor said, thank the members of the commission who put a lot of time in a very difficult task and really a thankless task to try to figure out how to readjust the district. You know, one of the starting points here is that the district that I represent, District 4, is a huge district compared to every other district in the city because of the growth in North San Jose. We currently have 118,000 residents in District 4, and that means that we have to drop 11,000 to 12,000 people out of District 4 as part of this process, which creates a ripple effect across the city, of course, as other districts need to include those people. And it's also sad for me because there's neighborhoods, obviously, that are important to the cohesiveness of elements at the south part of District 4. And, you know, there's been a lot of talk about keeping communities of interest together. There's discussion even in District 4 about, you know, how do we keep Berryessa together given that we have to drop, you know, lose 11,000, 12,000, and we can't. We have a section of it that has to move out. There's just no way to keep it all. There's also the Orchard School District, which on every map that's out there is divided pretty much in half as a result of redistricting because there's no way to keep it together. And in an ideal world, we'd keep all those communities of interest together. But given the nature of the geography of our city, doing that everywhere is exceedingly difficult. So just want to preface it with that. So we come down to a few maps recommended by the commission, and it's been clear since we started this conversation in the last couple of weeks that there's a large amount of division amongst the public about which direction is the right direction to go. So it became clear to me that a starting point would have to be somewhere in between the maps that are being discussed and haggled about in order to try to make a place that will bring our city to some kind of, if not consensus, then at least a place that we can maybe somewhat agree is a decent starting point. So starting with the commission map and looking at the elements of the other maps and figuring out where some of the issues were that we'd heard about the other maps, we have proposed in our memo a map that's up on the screen. At least part of it is up on the screen. The overlay here is the commission map in blue and the map in my memo in brown. And this was meant as a starting point for conversation, not as a final product that would necessarily be adopted as is, as a way of saying we've solved some of the issues. Issues somewhat smaller and somewhat larger. For example, ensuring that Santana Row is back with District 1, where I think it more appropriately belongs. Making sure that downtown's integrity is intact. So making sure that we use a border to bring everything east in the downtown area, everything east of 87 together. Also, trying to figure out where the right place for that D69 boundary in Willow Glen is. The current districts we have in the city actually divide Willow Glen, and I've heard a lot of comments today about don't divide Willow Glen, but Willow Glen is currently divided between two districts. So the discussion really today is about where to divide Willow Glen. I think not whether to divide Willow Glen, because I think would be very hard to somehow reunite all of Willow Glen and put it into one district. But that's a question for this council to try to figure out. So having heard comments today about Willow Glen, obviously where exactly that line is something that we should discuss as a council. In addition, we heard a lot of comments today about this, area up in the north part of downtown, north of Japantown, and honestly, my intention was never to say this is a hard and fast line, but to try to create lines that bring the district numbers reasonably close together. But if there's a sentiment amongst the council to move those neighborhoods and bring the line up to 880, then I'm not wedded to any specific line. Same thing could be true over on the east side. There's a little bit of a discrepancy between the maps from the commission and the map that I propose about exactly where the D5, D3 boundary is, and that also something that we can discuss. So what I want to do is make a substitute motion to move my memo, which uses this amended map as a starting point. The other thing this did compared to the commission map is reunite the neighborhoods in the south part of downtown together, as we've heard from a lot of people, was really important to them. I'd like to move my memo to use this map as a starting point and then allow council to discuss how to adjust some of the lines and make recommendations about areas that we should consider changing.
Second. All right, there's a motion, a substitute motion, and a second. Councilmember Cohen, I noticed the link in your memorandum doesn't quite get us to a map online that matches what I think your map is. Is there an alternative?
Chris, do you have that map?
If I'm guessing right, I think the link actually goes to the current lines. Is that right?
Redistricting Partners, I sent them the link to the District R, so he has that map.
Okay.
I'd like Redistricting Partners to pull it up.
So what are we calling Councilmember Cohen's map for?
Cohen's map?
Councilmember Cohen's map. That's what it's called.
If we accept my motion, I prefer to call it council map. I don't necessarily think it's appropriate to name it after an individual council member, but I think it should be adopted as a council map version 1, and then.
All right, we'll call it version 1. Here we go. Council map version 1. All right, so that is a substitute motion.
Mayor, can I ask a process question?
Yes.
So is it, I appreciate the discussion, but is it our goal to leave tonight with a map that we can then work with at the next meeting? Or what do we hope to accomplish today?
I think that we're going to need to have the major decisions nailed down, if I'm not mistaken, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I'm guessing between now and next week to ensure all the numbers are fully vetted, and so that attorneys and consultants can look at them and ensure that what we have is a legal constitutional map. I expect there may well be a small line here or there that might get worked out, I'm guessing next week. My understanding, and please correct me here, Nora or Tony, but I think we've got to get most of the work done tonight.
Okay.
And Tony's nodding her head.
Okay, that helps me. Thank you.
Okay. So we have right now a substitute motion on the floor. Would anyone like to speak on that substitute, which is merely to start with this map that Councilmember Cohen has presented? I'm going to go online now to check to see if any colleagues are raising their hands. Councilmember Davis.
I support the underlying motion to start with the commission map. Fewer changes from, at least from my perspective, that need to be done with that map to make it conform to what I think are the requirements and also the spirit of the commission. So I'm not going to be supporting this substitute motion.
Okay. Other comments on this substitute motion? And again, this is just on agreement about where to start. This is not approval of any map. This is just where we're going to start the discussion. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for clarifying that. I was going to make a comment that maybe would be better saved for later. I guess my preference for starting with the with the commission map is the same point the Vice Mayor made, which is it got the most support from the commission, who spent 40+ hours on it, and it seems to have the fewest moves that seem to that are kind of odd in shape or seem to be going after a particular political outcome. And so I would prefer that. I guess my concern, I appreciate the work Councilmember Cohen's done, and I I know it's been done and clearly in good faith. It's very thoughtful. I at least just feel the need, and this would be maybe part of the sausage making down the road, to note that of the residents in the upper third of the district that would be changed under your version of the map, I've pretty universally heard from folks who want to stay in District 10. So I will feel the need to voice that later, but as a starting place, it's not a terrible one from my perspective. So I just wanted to voice that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Prowse?
I was going to say, I think either way, I would be comfortable starting with either one. And I think maybe then have some comments that would be different depending on each one. So I'm comfortable with the current motion.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza?
Comfortable with the substitute motion or the current motion?
Substitute motion's on the floor.
The substitute, okay, the current one on the floor.
Yeah.
So I have some questions for Councilmember Cohen on the map. So on and also for staff, you know, we got this map so late. I am trying to understand it. And so this is a question for David Cohen, because this is the motion on the floor, but also for staff. There was a motion made on the commission, and I believe I heard there was a lot of discussion about how to keep Goodyear, Mastic, Alma, which Alma is already divided. Council members Perales and Davis and I usually go out together to meet with 3 neighborhood associations at one time. But to keep Alma, Goodyear, Mastic, Washington, and Spartan Keys together, this map does not accomplish that. And I'm interested in how that was addressed.
My intention was to keep them together. I admit a slight bit of ignorance in exactly where that edge of that is. I was using, I think both the community map and the unity map both had them together. So I think I was trying to follow the lines they had on their map just because I thought they had accomplished putting them together, not because I was particularly knowledgeable in exactly which street the boundary would be.
Could I perhaps try to alleviate some confusion that might exist? I believe Councilmember Cohen is referring to the other 2 maps, which pick the historic line. The historic line has always kept Alma neighborhood in District 7 and the other neighborhoods in District 3. Do I have that right, Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, it's currently split.
Yeah, that's why it's been at least for the last 2 cycles, I guess.
Okay. All right, so I wanted to understand that. I just wanted to also convey my frustration. I appreciate, I do want to actually publicly thank our commissioners and our staff, city clerk team, who spent a huge amount of time. I got messages because from the community because they were frustrated at having to wait hours and hours and hours for the opportunity to speak. And so, and I understand that these meetings were so onerous and so difficult, not just on the challenge that was put before them, but the sheer length of these meetings. That there was some discussion about stipends because our commissioners felt like they sacrificed a lot for their service to the city. And I will, so I'd actually really like to publicly thank my District 7 Commissioner, Mr. Fred Sidbury, for his service to the city, and thank all of them for their service to the city. And so I was a little puzzled and frustrated why 3 maps were put forward when we asked to have 1 map. Can somebody answer that? I didn't sit through all the meetings myself.
That was a point of discussion with the commission. There were several commissioners who wanted to put forward just one map because they felt that was what they were tasked to do. But there were more commissioners who wanted to put forth all 3 because there were so many public comments on Unity and Community Map. They felt that you should have a copy of it. And that you guys should make the ultimate decision. The commission map was the one that received unanimous votes for that reason, the people who, they wanted one map, but that was the reasoning they gave.
Okay, thank you. You know, my personal opinion is that the commission map is the map that the commission created after all the meetings that they did. And I appreciate all the organizations, the Vietnamese American Roundtable, the NAACP, La Raza Roundtable, and all the Asian Law Alliance, and all the groups that worked so diligently on this, on the Unity map. And I do feel also the Unity map was unfairly a lightning rod, although I understand that some districts were cut and divided, and we're going to have to fix whatever map we put forward today needs to be adjusted and fixed. And thank you, Mayor, for pointing that out to all of us. One of the things, but I also think the Unity map and the community map became lightning rods for the community overall, and I think that there were a lot of really good points that were misused, and it was interesting to hear folks who have never been redlined talk about being redlined, and so you know, completely missing the point of what redlining means and what folks have historically gone through in our city. So I really struggled with this, with having 5 maps, 2 of them at the last day for us to put forward today, and then start tweaking. And I will reluctantly vote for the substitute motion today because I'm unhappy. I expect that it needs to be tweaked. I am not happy with the fact that out of the maps, it actually lowers the Latino vote the most out of the maps that have put forward. And I expect those to be corrected in the tweaks moving forward. So I will support the substitute motion. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to ask, in terms of process, is there a reason why I've tried 2 different districtr.org numbers to try to get to the map? I'm unsuccessful. Is it possible we could all agree what the right URL is so we could get it on our own screens?
I did discover that it doesn't work on Internet Explorer for some reason.
Oh, it doesn't?
So I had to go to Firefox or some other browser to get it to work. So maybe that's your issue.
Can we get that I'm sorry. Can we get that transferred in a way that we can all read in our work iPads and our work tools?
I'm using Chrome and it's not showing up. It's just sticking me back in the original district maps.
Could redistricting partners, if I said that right, do that?
I think Chris has it ready. Let me see if I can send you the link.
Okay.
So if you type in the URL districtor.org/plan/90644, you should be taken directly to the map.
Which map?
The Cohen map.
Okay. Just did it.
I'm gonna.
Nope.
Okay.
It should be HTTPS.
What it shows up on my screen is the original, the current lines.
So I typed in districtr.org/plan/90644. There's no HTTPS before it. It just starts with district R. And this is in Chrome.
I could be wrong, actually. Maybe, Councilor Cohen, you just want to confirm, is that the right map? Just so we're all looking at the right map. I think that's the most important thing. All right. Okay. I may have been mistaken then. Okay. Thank you for that. All right. So additional comment on where we start. I'm looking online here. Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank, of course, all of the folks that have been so engaged in this process. It's about the most important moment for our city and it only happens once every 10 years. And so I'm very grateful for everyone's participation, especially our commissioners who have been there doing the work. And of course, we're seeing that this is not an easy job. It's very complicated. It's very difficult. And we have a city of over 1 million folks who are either very happy or who are very discontent. And so it's impossible to make everybody happy, including the council members who represent their own districts. And we're trying to make sure that for the next 10 years, we're going to have the kind of representation that is going to truly represent the residents in the city of San Jose. That's a very diverse city and a city that is growing and becoming increasingly more diverse. I just want to say, I think, a couple of things, and I just want to take us down very quickly down memory lane, because there was some council members that weren't part of this process and some council members that were, and I think it deserves to have our memory jogged a little. But when we were doing the census count, what was that, council member, as far as I can't see you, but was that a year ago or 2 years ago?
September.
Last year. You know, we saw how funding was doled out. And what was very clear at that time was that there were some organizations that really needed to be tapped into and needed to receive some funding, significant funding, that did not receive the funding that needed in order to reach our most vulnerable communities so that they could be counted. And so connecting the dots is really simple now. Now we see why the census was so important, because the census tells us where people live, the census tells us where they vote, and the census tells us now how we're going to draw these maps. And so as a result, council member Esparza and myself had to pull our teams off of very important projects and constituency work in order to pull out these numbers, because our districts were underperforming and were the lowest count in the entire city. Now we get to boast and we get to brag and we get to go out and do presentations of a county that has outperformed many other counties in the country that are similar to ours. But that work was not easy work. And that work had to be done because we knew that, especially for brown residents, poor people, vulnerable people, and especially Latinos, we were going to be erased off the face of San Jose. And as a result, many of those families still were not counted. And I know that they weren't counted. They were in fear of what the Trump administration was doing. They were in fear of what was happening with the pandemic. They were in fear of so many other issues that were happening, including the fear of evictions, even though we had a rent moratorium. And so now we're faced with these very important decisions. And we saw the numbers. Our Asian residents are among the highest or the largest population in the city of San Jose. Latino is the second, but we're neck and neck. And I'm really, really just shocked when I look at all of the maps and I see that in some of the versions, we get one Latino representation. Now, I've heard loud and clear from some of the speakers who have voiced that this is not a racial issue. This should not be an issue based on ethnicity, but it absolutely is when it comes to representation. And that's why these lines are drawn. Otherwise, why are we wasting our time? Why are we talking about communities of interest or keeping renters together or individuals who have been working so hard over the past several years to accomplish whatever it is that their common goals and commonalities have been? Because it matters. It absolutely matters. And what we saw over the last 18 months during the worst public health crisis is that representation did make a difference. You know, I am very, very grateful to this council and to our mayor for absolutely allocating the kinds of resources and funds that were needed to be able to support the most vulnerable among us in the most dire of needs. But sometimes it's incredibly difficult to understand truly the needs of those who we don't relate to. And that's just a fact of life. I don't relate to golfers necessarily. You know, some people don't relate to poor people. And so, so representation makes all of the difference in the world. And so I want to ask a question of Mr. Chris Shaffe. I'm so sorry, sir. But if I could get you back on video and just ask a quick
Yeah,
question.
Chafee is fine.
Chafee, sir. So when you were first mentioning the representation in each of the district, you mentioned three districts that for me are of utmost importance. Of course, the entire city to me is incredibly important. But when we talk about what we need to do as elected officials, in my opinion, one of the highest of priorities is to make sure that our residents are safe, that they're well taken care of, that they have a roof over their head, that they have food in their mouths, and that they can feed their children. And of course, what comes to mind is District 3, 5, and 7. You mentioned 3, 5, and 7 in the different versions of the maps, and you said that there was representation as they were redistricted. I don't see that, and maybe I'm not reading it correctly. Could you just guide me through that as I'm about to vote on either the current motion, the substitute motion, or the underlying motion? Because this is going to make all the difference in the world for me.
Sure. So one thing that are in the Atlas packets for each of these maps, where there's like an overview page and then a data page. The citizen voting age population is a good proxy to think about because it's citizen voting age population. So these should be they could be registered voters basically if they all registered. So looking at that number, that percentage is what kind of guides both Section 2 compliance of the Federal Voting Rights Act. So it's what we look to define majority minority districts. There's also this idea of influence districts with representation or a CVAP number above 30%. And so what I was identifying is that in all three maps that the commission recommended, D3, D5, and D7 all have Latino citizen voting age populations over 30%, but they're not all the same.
Yeah.
So, so the commission map in D3, the Latino CVAP is 33.3%. In the Unity map, it's 35.9%. In the community map, it's 35.4%. D5 has in the commission map is 46.7%. The Unity map is 47.9%, and the community map is 46.1%. And then finally, in the commission map in D7, it's 36.6%. In the Unity map, it's 35.2%, and in the community map, it's 35.2%.
Yeah.
So for D3 and D5, the high water marks are both in the Unity map. The high water mark for D7.
And high water marks means over 30%.
Means the highest, no, the highest of all the plans.
But what percentage is that?
So the D3 map, or sorry, the Unity map in D3 is 35.9. So that's the highest of the Latino CVAP of all the plans.
For
D3. Of District 3. And then for District 5, the high number is also the Unity map at 47.9%. And then the highest Latino CVAP for District 7 is in the commission map at 36.6.
So thank you so much. I appreciate that. And so, and thank you for that clarification, because what I wanted my council members to hear, as well as the audience that was present and is talking about representation, or whether it matters or it doesn't matter, and wherever it is that you land on whichever version you are supporting, I want you to hear that percentage. So over 30% is considered influence, but it's not considered a solid whatever seat, what have you. I would say that the only Latino seat, and some people are going to disagree with me, they're going to say it shouldn't be based on ethnic lines. I disagree with that. I think that that's one of the reasons why the entire state of California, the entire country, but we're all looking to see how we're going to make sure that The Asian voice is heard. We heard our Asian residents come out today and say Asian voices matter. And I couldn't agree with them more. And I heard Latinos talk about they want their histories to be heard. And I couldn't agree with them more, especially after what we've been through over the last 18 months or so. And especially understanding the ramifications of COVID, and not because of COVID being COVID, but because of the previous administration and their decisions not to invest in the core of San Jose, which is where the bulk of the Latinos live. This is why COVID attacked us, infected us, and killed us. And by the way, when it comes to recovery, we will be the last to recover from this. I want my council members to hear that. We will be the last ones to recover from this. And so we've been down this road before, council colleagues. We've been down it before when we talked about the census and we talked about the inequities of where that budget went and the lack of funding that went into Latino organizations in order to reach to Latino families in order to be counted. As a result, we weren't all counted. We went down this road before when we talked about representation from the East Side, when we had no representation on the Planning Commission, and the majority of the representatives on the Planning Commission making incredibly important decisions in terms of how our city grew, where our city grew, how the city grew. We're coming from District 6, a very well-to-do neighborhood, very well-resourced neighborhood. And of course, some of the other decisions that we've made based on equity, the Latino voice and the brown voice and the voice of poor people have not been present, or we've had to sit there for 5 hours or 18 hours fighting it out because finally the half of the council has representation, and we've had to actually fight over things that I thought were logical, sensical. And so when I look at these maps, Latino influence doesn't mean that it's a heavy Latino seat, nor does it mean that it's a majority Latino seat other than D5. And so when I look at those influenced seats, there's no chance in heck that a Latino is going to win that seat. It would make it extremely, extremely difficult. Would you agree with me, Mr. Shafee?
I mean, I think
when you compare it to the other percentages of the other, for instance, District 7, in every single version, even though it's Latino influence, it's an Asian seat.
No, it's an Asian seat, but it's not currently represented by an Asian council member.
But we had an Asian representative.
No, I'm just saying that the CVAP is a good is there to it was developed by the Department of Justice, put out by the Census Bureau as part of the American Community Survey, and it's there really to make sure that the minority groups have districts where their voices can be heard and they have the opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice. But Absolutely. It doesn't necessarily guarantee, an outcome.
Sure.
It just creates the fairest, I guess, from a voting rights perspective, district.
Right. Well, I don't know how fair it is to have a seat that is only 30% Latino when we're the second majority in the district. I mean, in the city, actually, second majority only by 1 or 2% points. And so I don't know how fair it is to keep us at 30% in almost I think it's in like 3 other districts. So as we move forward, I'm hoping that we won't forget the lessons learned, unless, the lessons that we learned really don't matter. But this was a council that went through some very difficult moments, and we went through them together. I hope that we learned together. And they weren't that long ago. We went through them just in the last 12 to 24 months, where we had marathons discussing really issues that revolved around equity. When you got down to the root of it, it had to do with equity. So as we vote on these maps, my hope is that we will keep in mind how we will plan ahead over the next 10 years and be able to give voice to those districts and permit residents to have representation on this council. It's a good thing. It's a really great thing to share power. It should not be a place of intimidation or feel in any way the fear of having a person of color up here on this mic. It's a really great thing to have a person of color representing their community and the needs and educating the rest of us. So with that, thank you so much, Mayor. Look forward to the vote and look forward to making this map even a better map.
Okay, speaking of maps, Tony, I'm not sure exactly what the viewers at home can see, but I assume right now they're just looking at a overhead video of us. And I'm concerned that they're not seeing the map.
Okay.
And so I want to make sure as much as possible, the public can see what we're doing. Although we all have beautiful faces, I'm guessing.
They don't even see your faces. They just
No, they don't. That's a good point. They don't even get to see our beautiful faces. So we'll just look at the map. So this is the current subject of the substitute motion. So everybody's clear about what's going on. Councilmember Crosco raised important issues of race. I wanted to ask Nora if she could give us some basic guidelines about what the law, what the Constitution, and the Voting Rights Act either requires or enables consideration of.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. The council is to follow the charter criteria and the Fair Maps Act criteria. In addition, in this instance in San Jose, the council can consider race and ethnicity, but race and ethnicity cannot be a predominant factor in redistricting over traditional criteria, according to the case law and the Voting Rights Act. So that's the cases don't provide the clearest direction, but the issues of race and ethnicity, or the goals of race and ethnicity that the council may have, can't predominate over the other criteria in the charter and under California law.
Okay, thank you. We may come back as issues come up. Now, for the viewers who are watching, you should hopefully be able to see the URL that appears there. That's districtr.org/plan/90644. That's how folks can be able to get this on their screen to watch. Okay, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. I'll be quick. I think I had one question about sort of allegations about 10 and 9. Who could answer that? Tony, Nora? I don't know who.
You
Or
mean
just some of the
legal
comments
questions
made.
or?
Yeah, and about following up on what you just asked about race and what it would mean to add, to move Caucasians to D9 or D10. Right, because that has been an allegation that's been discussed. Is there someone that can give a legal opinion on the on doing that?
Nora, Mark.
Mark, do you have since I'm not sure of the context, council member?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind repeating the question, I'm not following.
Okay, so I think I would like to make, because there have been quite a few comments made about moving populations and gerrymandering and all that kind of stuff and packing. I wanted to ask the question about what it means to pack voters into D9 and D10, because it has come up.
Well, the term
I know
pack,
UCLA had an opinion on this. That's where I'm going with that.
yeah, the term.
So could you answer that?
Sure. I mean, I can define what the term packing is. I mean, putting voters of a particular group into one district so that their numbers are so overwhelming that it leads to minority or it leads to vote dilution because they have more than they need or more influence than they need in that particular district. But as Nora mentioned, race can't be a predominant factor in redistricting above all other criteria, but it can be considered for the narrow purpose of complying with the Voting Rights Act. And also race can be considered in the context of communities of interest as well. And race and ethnicity could be. So to the extent that there's a compelling reason to keep certain groups together or move certain groups into a different district for representation purposes, and that would be permissible.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to just bring that out in the open because we've heard a lot of allegations about redlining and gerrymandering, and that we are, certain maps proposed would in some way, target or hurt the residents of District 9 and 10. And with all due respect to my colleagues, I just wanted to put that out there, that it's because certain populations have an outsized influence, that is where that's a possibility.
Correct. Yes. I mean, you want to consider proportionality of the entire city as well as where people live. And the only gerrymandering that's expressly prohibited is a racial gerrymander, and that's where race is the predominant factor above all other criteria. But other types of interests, which may be characterized as gerrymandering, are not otherwise illegal.
Okay, thank you. And I had two more points that I will quickly make. And that is, there's another one that folks are concerned about boundaries being moved and changed. With regards to that, number one, we have no choice. We have an overpopulation in some districts and an underpopulation in other districts. And the reality is they just cannot stay the same everywhere. And that's where we're sitting at right now. And the third thing that I wanted to bring up was, folks are upset that their neighborhoods are being unfairly impacted, or they've been unfairly, whether it's true or not, they've been unfairly targeted for elections. Well, guess what? That has been going on for a long time. 94% of San Jose is single family zoning, and that's predominantly in the west side. The east side has the most of a lot of things. The east side has been underinvested for decades. We didn't get sidewalks, we didn't get streetlights on the east side until the 2000s, until we had minority representation in council elections in San Jose. So that's been the reality in the city this whole time. So guess what? You've had a privilege for a very long time and a different reality from the rest of the city. And we have to take a lot of things into consideration. And that's why equity, that's why, we fought so hard for equity, and that's why we need equity in the city. And thank you, Councilmember Carrasco, for reminding us of the census. I had kind of like PTSD, I had blocked it out. But, the two of the poorest districts in the city that had been hit hardest by COVID, we had the most cases, the most deaths, most economic impacts. My residents were waiting for hours for 2 boxes of food. And one of those boxes, because I was out there, would have a cabbage in it. That would be in a box, a cabbage with a lemon or something like that. And people were supposed to feed their family on that for at least a week. And so, and then violence, all sorts of other things. It's been a wild ride with COVID. And Councilmember Carrasco and I had to stop everything. And personally, we went out there with our teams, and thank you to the mayor and this council for supporting the efforts, for sending out our own city staff, because things were so dire with the census and representation that the city had to mobilize its staff to go out to District 5 and District 7, door to door for a month, like 5 weeks straight. So that's the other thing with these numbers. We know that in certain districts of the city, districts where we have 20 people living to a home, whether that's an apartment or a single family home, that there are people that aren't counted. There are people who are afraid. There were people who were afraid to be counted in the census. They were afraid to get food. They were afraid to do all of these things. And so, yes, we have an unequal city, and it's our job to ensure that there's representation for the whole city. And I'll be quick. Lastly, Councilmember Cohen, I do consider this map as a starting point. I do expect some changes. There need to be changes to this map moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, I want to interject right now with much less enlightened discussion for just a moment. We have 129 minutes left until this day becomes the next day. And we're not going to land this plane at this point because we haven't actually started yet. We haven't even picked a map to start with. I am certainly open to calling the question on this first motion, but just before I say that, I wanted to suggest a way in which we can proceed, which hopefully retains everyone's ability to very clearly and emphatically speak to their values. And I'm hoping that what we can do is between now and the rest of this 129 minutes, focus as much as possible on specific changes that need to be made to whatever map gets approved as the starting point. And there won't be any final votes tonight. We know that. There's going to be a final vote next week. And that's when we're going to be able to see how it all shakes out in terms of the numbers. And yes, race will absolutely be a consideration, I know. And it seems to me that's when the arguments really should come out. In the meantime, I'd like to see us focusing, if we can, if people are willing, to identify perhaps neighborhoods are being split or where lines need to be changed, a very simple and straightforward justification that's very succinct about why the line should be where it is, a willingness or not to take that friendly amendment from whoever is the maker of the motion, or simply a vote on that change. And so that way we can move fairly quickly, sort of at least understand where everyone is at. And obviously we'll have time for a very active debate next week. If folks are willing to proceed, I think that might be the only way we're going to get there. Is that fair? Councilmember Esparza?
Wrong button. So if from 10 to 12, you want us to throw out ideas and then have redistricting partners come up and draw it? Or do you want us to submit things in writing to the city clerk?
No, what I'm expecting is we're going to actually have a flurry of friendly amendments and motions to change this map as much as we can for the next 120 minutes. I guess longer if the council so determines. And where we stop is where we're going to have to start.
So there'll be amendments to the motion, and it could have like 100 amendments.
We're first going to have just a motion about where to start, and then we will have
motions to change that or amendments.
Yes, we'll have changes made by motion.
Okay.
And there may be friendly amendments to those motions. So we're just asking folks to be as fairly succinct about how we describe the changes we want and the simple justification for it.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay, because we know that look, voting rights run deep. It touches all of our values, all of our hot buttons, all of the really important things we care about, and we just won't get there unless we can start with a real focus. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. That's exactly where I'd like to start with a little recommendation on the D9 map, but well, the Cohen map as it relates to District 9. But first, I want to truly thank the commissioners, and in particular, my commissioner, BJ Fadum, for his tremendous efforts in being involved in this. I really appreciate all that the commissioners have done. And I appreciate the comments from the community as well, who've come here and spoken succinctly to us. So, but we're here to do some work on redistricting, and really none of us want to, I think, see, we've developed relationships in our neighborhoods, and we've developed relationships with our neighborhood leaders, and we kind of want them to stay the same, but that isn't what's going to happen. We are required to change things, and in looking at these maps, I look at all of them, and all of them need tweaking, so I'm going to throw out some suggestions, starting with the Willow Glen area of District 6 and District 9. First, I want to say to the Willow Glen community.
Pam, if you don't mind, just a point of order, I think we should vote first on the first motion before we start manipulating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, and I'm sorry
Didn't know
again to
that's
try to
where we
reel
were
it in.
going. I thought you wanted specifics.
No, we're going to get this fixed as soon as we can agree where we're starting.
Call the
So
question,
just-
Mayor.
Just on, okay, Councilmember.
Don't even have to vote
Jimenez,
for that.
It's called the question.
To call the question, that takes 8 votes, right?
Oh, yeah, do we got enough votes to get to 8? Well, you only got 2 more people with their hands up. It's Councilmember Peralez and Cohen. You guys agree to pull back so we can just vote?
I'd like to just make a point for our viewers, if you could.
If it's really succinct.
It is super succinct. We haven't said this yet. We were talking about it ourselves, but our viewers can go to what they see up on the top of the screen there at district.org/plan/90644. So that if on their own computer, they want to manipulate the map as we're talking about manipulating it, they can do that as well. So I just wanted to make sure that's very clear to those that are viewing. They don't just have to watch the Zoom screen.
Yeah.
They can go to that link as well and manipulate the map as we go along with it. So I just felt that was important to add.
Okay.
I'm doing a quick demo on where to go to manipulate the map if you guys are watching. You guys don't need to watch, but if the viewers watch my cursor.
Okay. Viewers will watch Tony's cursor to see how to manipulate the map for themselves. But as was earlier described, that is the URL. Okay. Councilmember Cohen, anything further? Okay. So Councilmember Cohen's motion is on the floor. At this point, I'm just eager to get started. So let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Yes.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
No.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay. So we're starting with Councilmember Cohen's map. And since I don't get to make motions, I'm just going to say at the up front, I think we need to start somewhere. And I am very concerned about the views that were expressed by members of the Japantown and Hyde Park community that their neighborhoods, in the case of Japantown, are being divided. Those are neighborhoods that work very closely with other downtown neighborhoods like Vendome, because they all deal with very similar issues around the Civic Center, the jail, the airport, and a whole host of other light rail and a whole host of other major issues that are in our downtown. Obviously, I know that well as a former council member there. So I would certainly like to see how we can make those neighborhoods whole within the map that Councilmember Cohen has proposed. All right, let's go to now individual recommendations, motions, et cetera.
Okay,
Councilmember Foley, you have, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask Chris to get ready. He's the one that can do the live line drawing.
Okay,
He has a different program than District R that allows sort of more fine tuning.
okay,
So
all right.
just want to make sure he's prepared.
Okay, Councilmember Foley, you have your name at the top.
Okay, I'm going to start then. I'm going to start with District 9, the boundaries related to Willow Glen South. First, I would like to say that to those folks who live in Willow Glen, I have represented Willow Glen as a school board member for 14 years. So I'm very familiar with the majority of Willow Glen, having served there and having had kids a daughter who goes to Willow Glen High School, et cetera. Having said that, Willow Glen also benefits from 2 council members who are very active in their neighborhoods and their communities. So when I hear comments of uniting Willow Glen, that's great, but then you lose a council member in return for that. So what I'd like to suggest is maybe, Chris, you could move the map from the northern boundary in Willow Glen down to Kirtner.
Tony, can I share my screen?
Yeah, you should have permission to do that.
Okay. And just bear with me. I'm just fixing the map real quick. Sorry, I was loading a different map.
Chris, we'll rely on your nimble fingers here.
Bear with me just 1 second. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Moving.
Let me share.
Moving District 9's Kirtner South.
That's not what I wanted to share. Here, let me share just Maptitude. Sorry. So
And
this is
a starting spot.
yeah. So this is the 90644 map. I've imported into Maptitude, which is what we use to draw these districts. It's a little bit more robust a program than Districtor, but much more complicated.
Chris, I'm a little concerned though, we're going to be seeing different lines and we could get quite confused. Why don't you just show what you can so we can understand visually?
What I'm projecting right now is the current line or the lines of the proposed draft maps in black, and then the neighborhood lines are in red with the labels. So you're saying you'd like to move the district line down to Kirtner?
Down
Here?
to Kirtner.
So
Kirtner and Lincoln as one, this is the starting point. Kirtner and Lincoln as the east boundary, all the way to Meridian.
Okay, all the way to Meridian. Okay, so then moving District 6 into 9, right?
That's right.
Correct.
Okay.
The proposed. That's
So
correct.
I'm sorry. I just
the
want
proposed
to.
District 9, moving it into.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So
That results in a net loss to District 9 of population.
right.
So I'd like you to look at the southern boundary then.
So that moves about 3,500 people.
Okay.
So this square or this shape. Is that right?
Yeah.
Here's Meridian and this is Kirtner. Okay.
Yeah, that's, as I said, that's the starting point.
Okay.
Moving then, because I need to add in territory in District 9, moving the southern boundary down to Blossom Hill Road. You can see where it ends. I can't tell what little street that is right there, but Blossom Hill to, I don't know, is that Almaden Expressway maybe?
So you want to move it south to take in Fox Chase?
Yes, exactly. That's
Okay.
exactly what I want.
Okay, that's an 8. So
But you need to go south of Blossom Hill. You've got Coosier, and so see where Dartmouth is?
Dartmouth.
Move your cursor to the
Blossom
left.
Hill over here.
No,
Move
keep
to the
going
left.
west.
Move your cursor to the left.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go. You're right on
Oh,
Dartmouth.
Dartmouth. Oh, you want
And
this
that
as well.
street-
Got it.
That street
This
right
major
there,
street
that's
here?
Blossom Hill. Yes.
Okay. So you want me to use that line all the way
Yes.
through? Okay.
And can you tell me then, and also, I don't know, does your map have Canoas in District 9 too?
Nois. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Canoas is, let's see, you go north on, well, you know what, let's start there. Can you tell me what that does to the
Sure.
population and the demographics?
So this would make basically 9 is very close to deviation. It's only under by 933 people. And District 6 is almost at ideal. So those changes work. And I think your total deviation of this plan at this point is let's see, 7.24. So you're within the 10% deviations. And I apologize. I've been importing this plan in. Let me just add the CVAP numbers real quick so you can know exactly what they are. Come on.
And then I'd like you to take a look at adding in Canoas, because I think that will change the demographics a little bit, which is important. If I can only tell you how to get to Canoas.
Yeah, sorry.
On the map.
I don't know it. I don't know your district as well.
I know.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We just direct them right, left, or up or down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Please.
Yeah. So, right. So, is that GA? I can't read it. So see where it says, let me see, I'm looking for Almaden Expressway. Here we go, Almaden Expressway. Almaden Expressway, it says Westfield.
Yeah, right
To
here.
the right, there you go. Go
Yeah.
north.
Okay.
Go north, keep going north. Keep going north, there you go.
Canoas Garden over here.
see,
Sorry.
There's Canoas right there.
Right.
Add that
Then
in and
Do you want
see
to
what-
extend along Kirtner and then go up and I think if these are railroad tracks?
Yeah, I
Or-
think that's probably too much, but we can
Yeah, it's pretty
start there
dense.
and then just
Yeah.
just add in Canoas Gardens, not the whole section.
Okay. So I think we'd have to do not that.
Not actually not that. Just go to
Not
the
there.
right. Not
Just
yeah,
down
just
here.
keep going to the right, just Canoas Gardens. There you
Okay.
go. And then up a little bit.
To Kirtner
Yeah.
Avenue. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's 1,800 people. So I think you're gonna, but you're all are gonna have this like kind of finger down in, but that's okay. You basically you're overpopulating 9 by 1% and you're underpopulating 6 by 1 and 1.4. So you're within. It's fine. I mean, on a deviation standpoint.
Okay. And as I said, this is I want to repeat this several times. This is just a starting point. So someone has put some lines on the map and we start working from there.
Okay.
All right, so is that a motion, Councilmember Foley?
Sure. Okay.
Mayor, can I just
And is it-
ask a clarifying question?
Hey,
Sorry.
Yeah, Councilmember Mahan.
Councilmember Foley, I
Yes,
support
sir.
I support your suggestions there along the Blossom Hill Road corridor that we share. I noticed on the map though, as it was being manipulated, that the line that currently is at Winfield jumped over to the other side to Santa Teresa. Looks like it now includes Oak Ridge Mall.
Oh, yeah, I don't need to do that.
So can we restore that to where it currently is?
Oh,
It shouldn't change population.
Could you describe specifically?
So
Right
specifically
there, the
there,
cursor,
yeah,
right.
currently the boundary is right there on Winfield. It just jumped over to Santa Teresa.
So here you want this back into 10.
Yeah, it shouldn't even
Right here.
change
Just
population,
where it
just to
says Oak
85.
Ridge.
Got it.
No
Got it.
lives there, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just our entire tax base in D10.
Right here, right?
That's why I'm looking at Good
That's correct.
Samaritan and Xilinx over here.
Yeah, that's 0 people. You're right.
0 people.
Okay,
0.
Thank you.
all
Sure.
right.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the Canoas? Because I don't think you got the entire neighborhood. This is Councilmember Davis.
Councilmember Davis?
I may not, so help us out,
I did.
Councilmember Davis.
I don't think I did.
Yeah, if you can go back north to where you did Canoas.
Yeah. So I just took in this side along the 87.
Right.
There's also this portion here.
Yes, that's the portion. So they're all in one school, one
Okay.
elementary school. So they need to stay together.
Wait, let's just check in with Councilmember Foley. Is that your motion?
That's
Councilmember
fine.
Foley? Okay, because want to make sure the maker of the motion. Okay, so I'm going to take that as a friendly amendment. We don't have a second yet. So why don't we get?
I'll
first, is there a-
second it.
Okay, there's a second from Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
So like that, I think I need
Yeah,
to,
that's right.
to take in this part too. So it's the street or
Yeah,
expressway.
that makes sense.
So it's it creates so it's the Almaden Expressway is kind of
Yeah,
here
yeah.
and then Lincoln.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's it for my suggestions at the moment.
Okay, that is a motion from Councilmember Foley. So what I want to entertain now are either friendly amendments or questions about this motion. So we'll go down first for those members who are present. Councilmember Frost.
Well,
All right, I
this is
can,
going to be interesting. So, I have a couple concerns for my within my district, and then I'm imagining, it could look like a lot of friendly amendments. I'm not totally convinced, I guess, on all the changes that we just went through, but I might not be the only one. So I'll stick right now with some changes to the District 3 boundaries. It is not, it wasn't demonstrated or shown in the maps that were on the city's website. I think even when the commission was manipulating the maps on the Japantown borders, mainly it's just because some of these neighborhoods have been around for a really long time, and the boundaries have kind of changed, right? They've morphed over time. And so Japantown does include 5th, 6th, 7th, and then a little bit of 8th, but they go up to essentially the freeway. There's not many homes as you go back beyond Younger and by Commercial, but but there are on the north side of Mission. And so I think that, at a bare minimum, I would like to include, there is only one other neighborhood that, excuse me, sorry, water. There's only one other neighborhood, which is Hyde Park, and that's essentially from 1st over to 4th Street. And so it would make most sense in my mind to include both of those neighborhoods, the northern part of Japantown and Hyde Park. So at a bare minimum, I'd like to include those, which would be a border at 1st Street as the.
You want 1st or 4th? Because
first,
okay.
Yeah.
So to the board and to 880.
To 880, yeah. And so, and only because there's really no population at the moment.
Yeah.
Right, and what you're looking at and what's left.
Right.
The
Okay.
natural borders of 87 and 880 makes sense to utilize. And so, but I'm not, I'm kind of indifferent. I don't know what it changes and how much that, that
Well, going
affects things.
to First Avenue, you're moving around 2019 people. So District 3 will be overpopulated by 3%, and District 6 will be underpopulated by over 4.5%.
And what happens if you include the remainder of that?
Yeah.
That whole section there.
I mean,
Probably won't move.
it goes up a little bit, but it goes to 26. Oops, that's an error. Sorry. Just trying to take in the freeway. So if you basically use the 87 and the 880 and then the 101, that's 2647. So District 5 or District 6 is now under by 5%, and District 3 is over by almost 4%. And I think one thing you have to realize is the overall deviation of this plan now is testing the upper bound. So you've got, and I think technically it's now over. So this this makes District 6 at -5.19, and and District 4 actually has the high number of 4.84%. So that's 10.05%. So we're going to have to give population to 6 or take population from 4 to make this work.
Got it.
Which we can do because we haven't touched those. We haven't touched 4 yet at all. And we've taken a lot from District 6. So we have to show District 6 some love.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be where I don't want to necessarily go through and change all these lines, but that would be where maybe I would want to include some more back on the District 6 boundary there at the southern end. I don't know how much more we could do to the north. Maybe a little bit, but I don't know. There's not much population up there either.
Yeah.
When you go north of 101, the Brokaw or North First Street, those are all, it's really business corridor. So, so here, Mayor, this is my dilemma.
I mean,
if essentially based on the way that we've pressed our button and gotten in line, like if I wanted to, I could ask him to go and start undoing some changes that you know Pam has put forward and call it a separate motion or something.
Actually, you can't. Right now, you're going to ask for a friendly motion.
I could if I did a
Or you
substitute.
can make a substitute.
I could if I did a substitute.
right.
Yeah, and so that's where, but I think it just, in my mind, I don't know if that's the best way, right, to sort of go about it.
Mayor?
And so,
Point of clarification.
Let's
I'm
allow
confused.
Councilmember Kraus just to finish this thought so we can be sequential.
so I'm willing to do that, right? But I don't know if that's the best and most fair way to go about it is simply to just say, hey, I'm going to make the substitute motion and I'm going to start to manipulate that. And then I guess that might make one thing easier is that we're now stuck with that motion and we're all dealing with that one, right? So maybe that makes it easier, but I think I was hoping for maybe a way that people could chime in and it's a little bit more of a back and forth versus, you know, this is it. Sorry, I'm going to make the substitute and I'm going to start manipulating and then we're done. So if that's how you'd like to go with it, Mayor, I'm fine.
The hope was that we could proceed more quickly if we could focus on those items which are either comment on the existing motion or a friendly amendment to that motion. Knowing that.
But as you've seen now, Mayor, as I'm making some suggestions.
Allow me to finish. If we don't like the motion that's out there, then we can vote it down and speak to saying, hey, this is why it's a bad idea. But if we're just going to try to make constant substitute motions, I don't think we'll get any traction.
It's
Mayor, that's
my
the
concern,
question.
just a sec, sorry, Mayor, my concern is that it's a domino effect, right? So
yeah,
the changes that I've just asked for, right? Now the dilemma that we have is D6 is too underpopulated. So we're sort of going backwards on, well, I'm going to go back and try to see if we can add some more back into D6.
Right.
And so that's just, anyway, that was my concern, but I'm happy to do it and I'll make a substitute motion if that's the direction that you know, that
you
we're
may
going to
not
go with it.
have to. You might get a friendly amendment with a requirement that we got to figure out how to get District 6 more population, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, thank you. So that's my point of order, which is the process, right? That was the question that I asked earlier. So we're going to have one giant motion, and let's say each one of us has 4 amendments, right? Let me finish. So that's my question is each one of us have 4 amendments. We could have a motion with 40 amendments and one, which is, I don't know how you're going to do that, but, or Tony's going to do that. But the other part of it is in the redistricting commission, because they sat through 5 hours at a time.
Yeah,
of
we
what
just
we're
don't have
doing
the
now.
luxury of that. Yeah.
And one of the issues that they ran into was they would offer suggestions like Councilmember Foley just did and Councilmember Peralez just did, and it would moves the whole thing up or down, and we can't even on this map see the whole city and what moving D6 does to D3, which does to D4, right?
Yeah.
That's my point. So we might want to, I'm just throwing this out as an idea. We might offer this for tonight to have the city clerk write it down.
Yeah.
And then this week, get us maps
Right.
of what this does. So each one of us offers these amendments, and then we all get a map, which will go into the packet and it'll be public,
Right.
that sees what it does to the total map. Because the redistricting commission had hours and hours, oh, well, if I
Yeah.
move this because it makes sense, well, it messes up 2 other council districts, and so I can just see this going on. So that's
Yeah.
a suggestion.
Now, the point's well taken, and so I'm going to 2 things. First, let me just say, we don't need to have one mega motion, right? I expect there'll be a series of motions. Tony, I know, had an alternative that she wanted to propose, so I want to get to that in a moment. But before I do, I can't help but think if we were all using a District R map to be able to do this, then we could all also be seeing what's going on with the balance of the population across the districts more easily. I could be wrong on that. So tell me if I'm wrong on that,
You mean
Chris.
the software?
I
or the
won't.
website?
Yes.
It's very hard to move population and know.
All right.
I have to balance. It's very, very difficult. It doesn't
Okay.
have a pending changes option, and it
All
doesn't
right.
have a data table.
Okay.
I'm just.
I understand. So I'll
Sorry.
abandon that suggestion. Tony, you have a suggestion about how to move more efficiently?
Well, 2 things. One, I can't write a list of all of your motions down.
Yeah, it
I'm
won't.
not going to get it right.
Right.
So, one thing to do is to just everybody move their lines the way they want to move them without looking at the numbers, and then at the very end we see if it works. That's what we were doing at the redistricting thing, and then at the end they were like, okay, you're right, we can't move these things.
Yeah, I think, Tony, the reality is, I think it was, Vice Mayor Jones said it was 42 hours. We don't have 42 hours. And the good news is we have a lot more familiarity, I think, with district lines than most citizens, certainly. So I'd like to believe we'll have some great amount of familiarity. What I'd like to do is to proceed with these motions. And hopefully, if we're able to work collaboratively here, we'll have multiple motions that will be changing this map. And along the way, Chris is going to give us yellow flags where he thinks population's out of whack. And it's going to indicate to us, hey, we're going to have to pivot left or right. And I think that's the only way we're going to get to somewhere. Because I appreciate your point, Tony. I just don't think all of us drawing lines on a map is going to get us anything but a lot of lines on a map.
That there's a miscommunication. That's very similar to what we did. We just didn't vote on every motion.
Okay.
But I think what we did was very similar to what you're proposing. They just didn't make it in motion.
They didn't make it into motion.
Yeah.
And sorry, just coming back because I did have the floor. So
yeah,
that's kind of what I was saying, and I think that's what Councilmember Esparza was saying. Is I think if we had distinguished that as the process initially, that hey, we're not actually making a motion right now that then I'd have to substitute or make friendly amendment. That we're sort of right. We're manipulating the lines, and we're and then taking that as feedback at the moment to try and get to the point where maybe we can get a motion.
Okay.
Right.
All right. I'm going to proceed then without motions. We're going to go along with suggestions. My great concern is that we're not going to have any sense about what changes are supported or not by a majority of this council. And that's going to make it very difficult for us when we get to an end point, that when we look back 13 moves before, I can't imagine we're going to get consensus.
And Mayor, I think we're going to need to see the map of the city in total after tonight's meeting.
Yes.
Because every tweak we make to one boundary is going to affect boundaries to possibly multiple other council districts. And that's exactly what the redistricting commission ran into.
Right. Right. This is not easy to do on the fly.
And this is the same program that we used in the redistricting commission. It's just zoomed in really far here. So this is the same software.
Mayor, can I ask just
a
question?
Hernandez.
Sorry, because or else I'm not going to, and this is just to clarify, I suspect that some of us are more concerned about the lines than others. And so, for example, if each of us that had particular concerns in our respective district could develop our own map and bring that for submission, if you will, next meeting, and then we vote on them. I mean, it seems to me that that may be an appropriate thing to do as well.
But we could all approve each of those individual maps, and we will not have anything that resembles an actual map, right?
Well, if there's 5 submissions next meeting, we those are all before us, and we vote on which one we want, and then the process of elimination, we would get to the map that we eventually decide upon. Anyway, it's just an
Yeah.
idea. I don't, all these are all half-baked ideas that we're trying to.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is hard, you guys, and I appreciate the suggestions. And I'm open to something that will not take 44 hours because we just don't have that.
Could do a straw poll voting instead of like formal motions.
We certainly can.
Does anybody object to that? That kind of thing. That way you know ahead of time
Okay.
how people are feeling, but it's not formalized.
Okay, so, well, I don't know how we vote without it being formalized, but we could certainly just do it by pushing a button on our screen. Well, actually, no, we can't do that. We've got people
Yeah,
remote.
raise your hand if you have an objection.
So so we're talking about voting specifically on just this part and then.
Yes,
Okay.
Councilmember Foley had a motion.
Okay.
And the question is whether she accepts, I think initially, the question is whether she accepts a friendly amendment, which I think she recognizes will require some additional adjustment to deal with population incongruities.
Yeah, I'm fine with friendly amendments. I just think it's, this whole thing is a confusing process. And there are, like, while I know my district really well and the bordering districts really well, to me, I don't know District 3 as well or District 2 as well. So it's hard for me to say, oh yeah, that makes really perfect sense. So when a council member says, let's do this, I'm inclined to say yes, because they're saying it and they know more about their district than I do. So I'm not sure that's going to get us where we need to be, but I'm happy to just say, heck, everybody has a friendly amendment.
Why then don't we vote on the clean motion and then we'll come back to Councilmember Peralez to make a clean motion on his.
Sounds good.
Would that be acceptable?
That works for me.
Okay, so let's just raise issues about a simple motion. And if there are any modifications to the lines that Councilmember Foley has just drawn, we'll take those now. But otherwise, other changes on the map we'll take in separate motions.
Could
Quick
you
question.
describe that? Are you saying we're just going to take a vote on Councilmember Foley's amendments?
I
Right now?
think Councilmember Foley at least has expressed the view that she'd prefer not to be put in the position where she's given a lot of friendly amendments in other districts that she isn't going to be as familiar with. And I understand that makes sense. So I think she'd prefer a clean motion. And then we can come back to you to make another motion. Is that fair?
I think it's kind of hard to vote on Councilmember Foley's amendments before we've done any other amendments. As you can tell, based on simply me making a couple amendments already, it would be like, oh, well, we can't exactly accept Councilmember Foley's amendments because.
Let me give you this assurance. We're not just going to take the map that we end up with at 11:59. I mean, I think we recognize if there's still a strong desire to make a lot of amendments, there's going to be a lot of strong desire to make those amendments, and this thing's going to change, and we're probably going to need another meeting. So I think that's what I'm saying at this point. We're going to need another meeting. But we agreed to start with Councilmember Cohen's map. And the only way to get from A to Z, I think, is to go to B and C. And I think that means we got to consider individual changes. I don't know how we consider an omnibus set of changes of 13 different modifications at once, because I think we all recognize that's a lot to process.
I just feel like it's pointless to take a vote right now on Councilmember Foley's changes and then go through the cycle of all of us. And then we'll come back to a point where it's like, well, shit, we have to go back to Councilmember Foley and then everybody else again, because everybody's changes are going to have implications on others.
That is absolutely true. There's a risk that we're absolutely going to have to go back. We're going to have to correct what we may have overdrawn. I don't know any other way. And I'm happy to take suggestions for the next meeting about a process that'll enable us to make a 42-hour process a 4-hour process. But until then, I think the best path we have is to hear individual motions of council members, vet them clearly, and try to do this in a fairly efficient way.
Mayor,
Okay, Councilor Esparza?
I agree. I don't want to put Councilmember Foley in the position of having 5 million amendments. And so, I fully support that. And I want to support her boundaries. I just am not comfortable moving forward when we don't know the ripple effects of everything. could we do the straw poll idea that the city clerk offered us, but agree tonight to come out with the map based on those straw polls, and then
Help me understand the difference between a straw poll and a vote, because I understand either way we have to vote, right?
well, I think what the city clerk mentioned was that if anybody has an objection, it can be hashed out, but we're not making formal motions and amendments that it's cast in stone, that we need a map at the end of the night that we know is not going to be the final map.
Yeah.
And I would hate for there to be an issue with, and I don't know this, I'm just saying, because the commission ran into this, if there was an issue with District 3 and District 4, if the ripples effects, we wouldn't know that tonight.
That's right.
And so,
And that's why I think we're going to need another meeting, because we're going to see their effects upon effects upon effects. And we're all going to agree that nothing is set in stone until we make the final vote. But look, I'm happy to call it a straw poll or whatever you want to call it. But I think one way or another, we need to vote to determine whether or not council has support for making any one of these individual changes, or else there's no chance we're going to make progress toward a map.
yeah, I'd rather just do like, hey, does anybody have objection to this? Because I want to support her. I just don't want to cast it in stone until I know what the final city
Okay.
map is
I
going
think
to
there's a
be.
high probability someone's going to have an objection to some changes. And if that means, if there's any, I mean, are you suggesting there needs to be unanimity?
No, that just the redistricting partner tracks each changes. By the end of tonight, we have a map. We know it's not going to work. Like we know what the result from tonight is not going to be final, because we're going to run into deviations or who knows what, or the ripple effects. So I'm, I'd be more comfortable with like, who has an objection to this? We tweak it. We know that we're going to have an imperfect map at the end of the night that is going to require us to be more thoughtful after tonight.
Can I make one
Council would
suggestion?
prefer to proceed without votes? I'm sorry, I'm just standing to alleviate my back. If the council would prefer to proceed without votes, we can certainly do that and label each one of the changes. I don't know that's going to get us to a map any faster, but we can certainly try it if that's how we'd like to proceed.
Mayor,
I'm interested in hearing David Cohen's suggestion as well.
I just want to,
Mayor, I've had my hand up for a while. I just want to make sure you know that.
Yes, I appreciate that, Councilor Davis. I haven't even gotten through all the names that are on the list of council members who are present. And we typically go through the council members who are present, and then we go to the folks on.
Got it.
Zoom.
I just, since we were talking about a border between my district and District 9, I just wanted to kind of weigh in on the order of speaking.
I'm praying we're going to actually get to the merits of this so we can stop talking about process. So I'm going to ask for one more comment on process, and then we've got to get to the merits. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense to have council members who are affected by whatever change first make their comment, just like Councilmember Mahan did in the southern part, Councilmember Davis on the northern part. Let me just make another suggestion, which is since D6 is locked on the left and the changes to D9 and D3 affect it, D6 also touches D4. It seems to me that we should collectively, just as Councilmember Peralta said, we get there sooner by collectively looking at that area and see if we can make suggestions that might solve the problem right now, and do that all together. And I have a suggestion that affects D6 and D4, D3 that might help bring D6 back up and balance for what the other two council members just did. And that's what I wanted to offer, but I
understand, Councilmember. Everyone's got a suggestion right now.
Yeah.
So we're going to try to do this in as orderly as way we can. All right, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I do think when a council member makes changes that affect the district, I'd just like to point out, I think we should give that council member whose district is affected the ability to speak about those possible changes. So that is what I'm going to talk about now on the southern border. I would prefer that the southern border, where it currently goes to Kirtner to Meridian, and then it doesn't go all the way. It sort of jogs way north. That has historically been District 6.
Right.
So I would like to ask for a friendly amendment to the motion for that area of Hamilton and Dry Creek.
Extending Kirtner all the way over to here.
Well, I think Councilmember Foley would probably have an issue with that.
Okay. To here to Lee.
No.
I'd like to hear Councilmember Foley's. I can't remember the exact. I'm trying to look for where our border actually is now. It's not Lee
I can do that.
because
That's your
I don't have
current lines.
Bagby.
Okay.
This is your current lines. This is in pink.
Yeah. So if we
All right.
could extend it to that.
Okay, Councilmember Foley, that does restore population in District 6.
So moving just that pink border is
This
what
you-
you're suggesting? Yes,
Back
that's
to the
okay.
original line. Okay, she's indicated her assent. Councilmember Davis, anything more?
So then the next question, the next part would be the area to the right where between Kirtner and Houston. That is our current border.
So that would almost balance the two districts together. That this change to take in Kirtner over to Lee.
Okay.
And then what was, you want to, sorry. can you
It's
repeat?
that area right there, yes.
Here?
The entire part that's pink, the current border.
Oh, the current border?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, so that would take it down to Houston,
Yes.
like you said. Sorry.
Okay, so you're restoring it to the previous line that currently
Correct.
exists.
Correct.
All right, and Councilmember Foley?
I don't love it, but for the purposes of a discussion, I'll accept it.
Okay, so restoring the original border there.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. So,
I just want to point out one thing though, that with this change in the south, it moved District 10 to -5.44. So you are going to want to increase the population of 10 in some way.
right, understood. Okay, so there's the yellow flag that we're going to increase.
But one area, and I don't know if this makes sense at all, you could, the line dips down under the 85. And if you move move 10's border up, you probably would gain, you would gain population to get it under 5%.
Councilmember Foley? What Chris suggested was moving the line even to the freeway.
Yeah.
So that way, District 10 would regain some population because they've got a bit of a hole.
Sorry, can you show what you just
Sure.
did, Chris?
Sure. Let me zoom in and show what I'm talking about. It would be a swap between District 2 and 10.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I don't.
So, and I'm sorry.
I should
know
ask District 10 and District 2 how they feel about that.
Well, so we're starting with you and then we'll go to 2 and 10.
Okay.
But I don't know if that makes sense. We could revisit this later and we can just vote on this motion first. I'm sorry.
Councilor Foley, if you'd rather just hold up with what you have, that's fine. If you want to make changes to adjust, you certainly can. I just want to make sure we're clear about what you are proposing.
He's proposing and.
Yeah.
I'm proposing, I'm sorry.
You're free to go along or not.
I'll say yes for now until I hear from Councilmember Mahan and Councilmember Jimenez.
All right, so I'm going to go out of order and go to those two council members since the proverbial ox is getting gored. So first, Councilmember Jimenez, would you like to go first or should I go to Councilor Mahan? All right, Councilor Mahan.
Well, I was just playing around with the map and wanted to suggest an alignment that restores most of our north-south, but balances out the boundary by making a couple of changes down by the ridge line. I'm wondering if,
Okay, now it feels like we're getting further and further away from this District 9 line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
So-
for purposes of Councilmember Foley's, for this step in the process, before I propose a larger change, I think we should just move forward with it.
Okay,
And then I have a different proposal
All
to
right.
make later.
okay. And Councilor Manis, do you want to be heard on this issue about when that the line gets moved?
Is it the line by,
Oh, Chris, you've just moved the map on it.
Oh, no, I thought we were killing it.
No,
Sorry.
we're not.
So,
long as-
sorry.
It's up to Councilmember Foley about whether or not we're killing it, because right now this is a proposal.
There's too much pressure.
It's just one proposal. We got a lot more coming, Councilmember Foley.
So the concern I have is I think similar to Councilmember Mahan's interest in preserving the shopping mall, the you know, Westfield Oak Ridge there, including something to the right here. I think, I don't know if that's where it stops or if you're going to keep going.
No, so I think this would be a decent balance where 10
I'm
was,
o- I'm
would
okay
come up
with
to
that.
2.4% and 2 would be at 3.9%.
I would be okay with that right there, what I see on the screen. But if you
Okay.
go to the right any further off,
Yeah.
Coffin, that's Santa Teresa, that's Kaiser.
So just that pink area.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, just this here.
Staying in D10.
So
is
we
you're
have
saying- what you're
a
saying.
first proposed
No,
change.
no,
We'll
well,
call it,
Right. Call it E.
Councilmember Foley A. Let's use a letter. We'll call it A. Councilmember Foley, this is her proposal. Now, anyone else wants to weigh in about those specific lines before we go to Councilmember Perales for his proposal? I'm going to look. Council members Esparza, Jimenez, Mahan, Cohen, or Vice Mayor Jones. Did you want to be here specifically on these lines? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Esparza.
Am I next? Or
No.
no? Okay, I'm
question
happy
is-
to wait. I just had a question on this on the motion.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Councilmember Esparza.
I just wanted to make, so that's 87, so then to the right is Calm Hill, so that's the current boundary, correct? That doesn't change that boundary.
No, the current boundary's here.
Where are we? No, I'm,
Oh, you mean,
up,
He's talking
up.
about the 6, 7, 9 boundary.
oh, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't think that got changed, Councilmember.
Okay, that was my only question. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Esparza is good. I don't see any hands up on Zoom. So we're going to put this to bed for a moment. Unless anyone would like to indicate support or otherwise, I will certainly support this change.
I support it.
And if anyone else wants to weigh in, feel free verbally, quickly, and then we'll move on to the next proposal. See if we can move things along. Okay. I'm not hearing anybody screaming, so that's good. Councilmember Perales, you've got the floor for what we'll call Proposal B.
So I think we made some of the changes already, correct?
Yeah, I never changed. I didn't move I didn't unify Japantown and Civic Center, but I think with the changes to District 6, like it's overpopulated now. I think you can make that change that you outlined before, and the map will be balanced. Well, the deviation will be okay. So I believe you wanted to go to the 87, 880, and unifying Japantown, Civic Center, and Hyde Park.
Yes.
So this would put District 3 over by 3.98, and District 6 would be almost at the ideal. It'd be under by 300 people.
Okay.
And then looking at your total deviation, let's see, the top wouldn't change. So you're a little bit over 8% total deviation now. So you're fine. And this won't affect the upper bound. So
That I'll leave it at there for now, Mayor.
Okay,
Okay.
that's Councilmember Proposals B proposals. Since Councilmember Davis is again affected, we'll go first, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I just want to ask Councilmember Perales, if I'm getting the airport from you, am I going to get some airport training from you?
Sure.
And also the other question I have, the serious question that I have is, there was some public comment about the airport impacting downtown more than it impacts Willow Glen. Is that an issue? I guess I don't know. I mean, I have airplanes that go over my house, but I don't know the extent to which it is more or less in downtown. I don't hear them in my house.
I think it's scientifically proven that the airport affects everyone's own neighborhood more than anybody else's.
Right. Okay. Got it. I just want to make sure that if we're splitting up the airport, and I think the way it is now as well, I get or it's not Avaya Stadium anymore, PayPal Park. Or I just want to check with Councilmember Perales that those big areas that I would be in charge of are also, I would also have the neighborhoods that are most impacted by them. Is that right?
Yeah, the two neighborhoods that are immediately adjacent that sort of have some of the most concerns would be New Hall and Rosemary Gardens.
Right.
But as far as like, its flight path and development impacts, we don't have too much noise impacts as you go over the downtown core. We would be splitting that. If we split along the 87, then as you know, we've all realized with the development impacts along, the Dearborn Station development in downtown west area, those are the same as downtown proper. So we would be splitting, the share, I think, of those impacts in that area.
Okay.
Okay.
So different issues, but similar split.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So Councilmember Perales has restored, or actually moved the line to the freeway, which is certainly an easy line to use. And I'll support that change.
Can I ask just for a very, very, very minor friendly amendment at the
Councilmember Cohen?
D3, D4 boundary a little north? It's very small, but I want to just restore that. Okay, right there at the corner, where right there, that little corner of Oakland Road and Brokaw on the west side of Oakland Road. There's a shopping center. Since the other shopping centers all moved into D3, I want to keep that one shopping center in D4. So basically west of Oakland Road, north of Brokaw.
Here?
No, the west.
Oh, here.
Yeah, west.
The west.
That kind of weird.
This here?
There's probably not even any people in there.
I don't think, yeah, I think it's unpopulated.
Councilmember Perales, do you want to be heard?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay. The shoppers go to Councilmember Cohen's district.
So that's 36 people. I think we're good.
I'm really curious where those 36 people live. So.
They're very frequent shoppers. Okay. All right. So Councilmember Perales, is that for now your proposal?
Mayor,
Yeah, yes.
I'd like to ask for an amendment, a friendly
Okay.
amendment.
Councilmember Carrasco?
Thank you. If you take Santa Clara and head east, please.
Here, sorry, I got a little bit.
Where are we?
Could I suggest, if we're all the way out there,
No,
that would be a separate,
No, no.
separate proposal?
No, it's oh, why? It's his district and mine.
Councilmember Carrasco, we're going to take that separately. We really want to deal with really the changes that are in the same immediate area
Okay.
that affect essentially the same or very close boundaries.
All right, sounds good.
So that way we can make them discreetly. Okay, so anybody want to
Mayor,
be
just to
heard?
clarify, you're asking for amendments or comments because we're not doing motions on what Councilmember Perales just brought forward. Okay,
Exactly.
thank you.
Just fundamentally around moving the lines to the freeway with a small modification with Councilman Khan. All right, anybody else want to be heard on that particular item? I know a lot of people have their hands up, but I don't think they want to speak because they're not speaking. Vice Mayor? It's a different item. Okay, so I'm going to go to you in order. Okay. next up, I have Councilmember Mahan, Councilmember Menace, neither are here. So we'll go to you, Vice Mayor Jones, and then we'll go to you, Councilmember Carrasco, immediately after that. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I just want to make a small change. It's not even going to affect the population. If you go to District 1, where Valley Fair is located.
Okay. And Tony, we're now on C, Vice Mayor Jones, right? We just had A and B. This is C.
Right.
Okay.
So Valley Fair is part of the same urban village as Santana Row and other parts of District 1. And so I just want to make sure that that it's not broken up between districts. So I wanted to add Valley Fair to.
So the line right now is at Stevens Creek.
Right. So you just go north.
And take in
Okay.
Valley Fair.
Yeah.
I can hear Councilmember Davis wanting to
I'll
speak.
tell you
Hold
right
on,
now,
Councilmember Davis.
Vice
Hold on.
Mayor, I object to that, and the reason.
Councilmember Davis, I'll come right to you in just a moment. I just want to make sure we get the complete proposal first, and we'll come right to you, I promise. Vice Mayor?
And it wouldn't be as far north. It would stop at Forest.
Okay. We'll stop here.
Yes.
This is Forest, Stevens Creek, and this, what is this, 880?
Yes.
So that's no people.
That's nobody, just, we're apparently, we're all taking claims to shopping centers right now. I want you to know that whoever has the most tax revenue in their district does not win. It's not, okay.
Yeah, and also just real quickly, and I know based on Councilmember Davis's response that she might have an objection, but again, I just wanted to keep, since it's part of the same urban village, to keep it together, as well as a lot of the impacts from the shopping center primarily affect D1 residents. So that's an area that I'm concerned about.
Okay, so that's Vice Mayor's articulated concern, and that's his proposal. Now, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. And the reason I object to that is because all the residents of the Corey neighborhood have the impact from Valley Fair directly, because people, there's overflow parking and employees who park in the Corey neighborhood. So they have a very strong relationship. That Corey neighborhood north of Valley Fair has a strong relationship with Valley Fair. So I do object to that being added to District 1. I'm very graciously not mentioning, Vice Mayor, that you are taking Santana Row from District 6. Please do not also take Valley Fair.
Okay, and the Corey neighborhood, of course, is the neighborhood immediately north of Valley Fair. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay.
But one last comment, Mayor, and I'll let this go, but I also want to say that Councilmember Davis has been a tremendous partner working with me in that urban village, so.
Well, see, if flattery will get you anywhere.
No,
Vice Mayor.
I don't think so, but I just
All
want to
right,
get that out.
excellent. Okay, so
Unfortunately,
objection.
I have no guarantees about District 1's successor. So I would like to keep Valley Fair.
Yes, okay, so concerns have been stated on the record. I'm not going to extend this debate because it seems to be primarily between two council members. It doesn't affect a single resident at this moment in terms of who they vote for. So we'll just label that as C, Vice Mayor Jones, and we're going to move on. I believe Councilmember Carrasco had a change that she wanted to propose, so we're going to go to her next.
Thank you. So here we go again. If you wouldn't mind following Santa Clara up to Highway 101. So move a little bit to the left, not too much. You're moving a little bit.
Okay.
I wish I could be there to point the finger. See where the Five Wounds Church is?
It says 5 Wounds San Jose High.
Yeah. See where? Go a little bit to your left.
That's to the left.
Oh, here?
There you go, right there.
Ah.
So you want to go in here?
Okay. No. So see. Thank you so much. There you go. There you go. And see Highway 101.
Yeah.
And this little box here it says Little Portugal.
Yeah.
And that's actually Gateway East. And that is a very, it's a mixed community, but it's been traditionally in this district, and it has a lot of Latino businesses there now who have expressed a desire to stay in this district.
So then, do you want to use the current line here?
Yes, preserve that in District 5, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Carrasco proposes moving Gateway East,
back,
known as Little Portugal, back to District 5. Are you done with that proposal, council members, or something more?
And one last thing, and if you move a little bit more to the east on that same street,
Alum Rock.
on Alum Rock, it's right behind our business area there, and it's on McKee, right there, right here.
This is all District 5.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
See the pink line where it says McKee?
Oh, here?
Yeah. So I'm trying to understand, is this little green line?
This is the proposed map line.
That's Councilmember Cohen's proposed map.
Yeah. So you have this box is in your district already.
Oh, I think that might already work then.
And then you have like Independence and Jackson, looks like it's whole. So you've gained basically this area and this area from the current lines.
So I'm proposing to put Las Plumas and Darling in District 5.
So you want to take
everything east of 101, is that what you're proposing?
Yes.
To Mulberry?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Councilor Carrasco is proposing taking everything east of 101 that would otherwise be in District 3. And I'm going to ask Councilmember Perales in a moment. I just want to make sure this is everything. Is that right?
That's it.
So,
okay, that's a proposal. Councilmember Perales?
So can I just say that the addition of the other addition plus this addition puts District 5 at over 10% deviation by itself.
Too much population.
I understand that. Well, there's some changes that I'd like to make on the south side of the district that I can't make right now, right? Because we're staying on this little.
Well, since it is all one district, why don't you go ahead and make those changes so you can get to a number that's relatively within the deviation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Then we'll go to Councilmember.
But let's talk with Councilmember Perales about that change.
You don't want to complete your
Okay,
proposal?
all right. Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Let's go ahead. Okay, so if you move, please, the arrow over to where it says Hillview, you pass it up.
Hillview here?
Yeah, and I think you moved a little too far. Hold on a second. Where's Story Road, if you don't mind finding Story Road for me?
Stories here.
There it is.
Expressway.
It's on the north side of Hillview.
Yeah, it's right below the freeway.
Oh, here, Story Road here, sorry.
Proposing to go from King Road, from King up to, so this is my district here, but taking that Hillview section and putting it in D7.
Okay.
Actually, is that 7 or 8? I can't tell.
It's 7.
It would be 7. Okay.
Yeah. And to the expressway?
No, that's Kissel Foxdale. No.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No.
Sorry.
Just Hillview.
No.
Just Hillview. Okay. Sorry, it's frozen on me. Let me stop sharing, try it, see if I can get it back. Okay. It's back, but I need to, oh, sorry about that. So just Hillview, right?
Yeah, Hillview, please. So let's remove Hillview.
So that,
Into
so that moves District 7 up to 4.7%, and District 5 into a reasonable deviation. And let's just check.
Yeah.
Negative is -4. The low water mark is -4.7. So so this is it would be a balanced plan with this change.
Let me just, I want
Can
to
you put up the overall, can you put up the map? I can't read, what you just clicked on.
Oh yeah. So the data table. So this has the current map as it is. So you can see that District 3 has a -4.7% deviation. And then if you look at these pending changes, this change will make District 7 4.7% positive. And I guess technically District 4 is the high water, so that's 4.8. So these two together is 9.55. So you're just under total deviation.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, I just have 2 more changes to make, please.
Okay.
And so if you go up from Hillview and you, hey, I'm on council session. Sorry, teenagers. If you go Hillview up east, so traditionally Ocala has been in D8. Let's keep it in D8. And then D8 and D5, traditionally or historically, I should say, the Hillview Airport has been in District 5. There's no population there.
So it's on it would be the area like nearest to Ocala, right? Ocala Avenue. Here.
It's Capitol Expressway, Tully, Ocala.
Yeah, so it's this is the block you'd be adding. And I think you'd probably want to add like that. So you add this block.
Yeah, but that's Welch Park. That's
where so this is your current lines.
Oh, I see.
So I think the airport is like right here.
They put it together, huh? Oh, that's an interesting line. So is this map including, could you explain to me what I'm looking at?
So this is, let me just back up a little bit. So currently your district lines are Story Road to, I can't remember what this street is, down to Ocala. And if you wanted to add the airport, which I believe is right here, you would need to add this highlighted section. So you'd come down Capitol Expressway to Waverly and then jog up Mendota. No, I don't. But this is your current line right now.
Just use the words current and proposed. to distinguish, because I'm a little concerned we're
idea.
using current a lot to actually mean the proposed line.
That's a good
No, so
idea.
this is your current, these are her current lines are in
Yeah.
pink. The
Okay.
proposed lines are in green.
Right. Okay, just so we're all using the same language.
Sorry.
Okay, so that's my current and the proposed. So I want to keep the airport, and I'm sure that we'll have some discussion over that in a minute. And then if you go all the way up east, please, in reference to Alum Rock Park, the current proposal, as I understand it, with this map, is to remove Alum Rock Park from my district. And maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Where's Alum Rock Park?
All the way east. See where it says San Jose Country Club?
Yeah.
Keep going.
Okay, now this is the third time we've been discussing lines in which really don't encompass any individuals who are voters, who are residents. So can I just make for now a proposal that when we're talking about shopping centers, parks, airports, anything that doesn't have a human being living in it, we're going to bring all that back.
Okay.
So we can really focus on the numbers, because we got to get the people right first.
Fantastic.
And parks and shopping centers and other assets, we can fight over later, because that's much more easy to move around.
Okay,
Is that fair?
fantastic. That's perfectly fair.
Okay.
Councilmember Cohen and I can arm wrestle for that one. And then Warner Heights, right there. You got it right there. Right there.
I think it's whole in your district that,
That's a hole in my district?
no, sorry, the neighborhood of Warner Heights is whole, is not divided in your district.
Yeah. I propose to move that back into District 8. At one point, it was part of District 8.
Okay, so then with District 8, would you go through Calico Creek and like basically take it like this?
Yes.
So you'd keep Mount Pleasant.
Okay, so you're now proposing to take part of what has been proposed to be. in
Yes,
District 8?
I would keep Mount Pleasant Park and all those areas, and that would go through there. Thank you.
But then basically, I mean, I think because of contiguity, you would have to take all of this over into 8.
Okay, so basically pushing all that into District 8?
Yeah.
Is that the proposal?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got 3 main areas of change here. Is there anything further?
No.
Councilmember Carrasco?
We're good.
Okay, we're going to take them in order. First, Councilmember Perales, there are changes to your border with District 5 at 101. Any thoughts?
I was fine with it.
Okay, Councilmember Perales is fine with taking District 5 all the way to 101. Second, Councilmember Esparza, this proposal to take Hillview and put it in your district.
I'm open to it. It's a similar population.
All right. And finally, Councilmember Arenas, I think is online.
Yes, I'm online. No, I don't agree with that change of Warner Heights into District 8.
Okay. Councilmember Carrasco, do you want to reconsider?
Warner Heights has greater similarities to Evergreen than it does to District 5. And it was part of District 8 at one point, not too long ago. How do we arm wrestle on this one?
Well, we don't. You're submitting your proposal. We're just weighing in, and then we'll hash it out at our next meeting.
Thank you.
So am I still to take these 3 changes to be your proposal? Is that right?
Please.
Okay, we'll call this D, Councilmember Carrasco, and I'll just weigh in and offer that I probably agree with Councilmember Arenas about Warner Heights, that it does create a pretty awkward looking appendage to her district that's not very contiguous. And it just doesn't, yeah. So anyway, I understand many of the changes, but I would have concerns about that. All right.
It also,
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, and can I just also add that it adds too much population to my district as well. But thank you for that comment, Mayor.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Arenas would have 100, close to 108,000. All right. So let's go to the next proposed change, unless anybody wants to weigh in about whatever Councilman Crosco said first. Okay, I'm not hearing anybody, so we'll go next in order. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor. Okay, so I wanted to specifically look at that D10, D2 boundary shared by Councilor Jimenez and me. I'm in the Brown Act with Council members Cohen and Jimenez, had a moment to chat with each of them and didn't sound like they had a compelling reason either way. So wanted to suggest that we look at the current boundary lines and consider reestablishing more of a the north-south line. I don't, and I'll explain why in a minute. To me, there would have to be a really compelling reason to swap what is basically a third of each of our districts that are adjacent, and happy to.
Excuse me, the screen is on D8. Can
Oh,
the screen, can the cursor go to
sorry.
D2? Oh, okay, thank you.
Good call out. Yeah, District 10 and 2.
Okay.
So if we go south.
Sorry. Thank you. I thought you said 2 and 8. Sorry.
Sorry, 10 and 2. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
So where the pink line is, I think we can achieve the population proportionality without swapping nearly a third of each of our districts. A few reasons I would recommend that. One is it better aligns with our school district boundaries. I talked to a lot of parents who are lost trying to find their school board members. There are different school districts that are aligned north-south. We have a long-standing connection between the senior groups in the north who participate in the Almaden Senior Association and the Senior Nutrition Program and exercise programs. We're working on a number of traffic mitigation projects up there and 2 affordable housing projects on VTA lots where we're deep into community engagement. And of course, the quick build transitional housing site at Branham and Monterey. So a lot going on up there that we're deeply involved in. I'd advocate that we figure out how to get to population proportionality without swapping a third of each district. So if you take the current line, which goes down just a small portion of Monterey and then down Snell, I think we can achieve the primary goal only shifting maybe the border along Lean up to 85. So does that make sense, or do I need to be more specific? So the current pink border
it's right here,
runs
right?
from Snell, correct. Snell up to Branham, over to Monterey.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm suggesting, and I don't feel strongly about where we move that line. I'm open to Councilmember Jimenez's suggestion, or I'll offer one now, but I think starting there and then just simply adjusting over to balance population.
I mean, so do you want to take this in and then swap it for this area?
Yeah, well, yeah. The current. I want to start from the current line and then just adjust to better balance population.
So you would be moving all of this right into 2?
Yeah, back to the current line.
Yeah.
All right, so restoring the current line.
So it'd be like,
Divides the district.
I mean, it's around 30,000 people, I want to say.
Yeah, so that's currently District 2.
Right. So then let's just see what happens when we move this over and then
we'll need to go to the north and
equalize.
swap it back the other way.
Right.
And it should be pretty even, but we'll see.
And then move District 10 north, right, into
Correct, yeah. So
this
you'll see
area?
that's all currently District 10, all of that. Vista
Yeah.
Park, Commercial Coddle, Rosenbaum, Narvez. You'll see
And it uses the 87, right?
Yep, and then, that
Yeah,
little area,
and then
and then
here.
Rosenbaum, exactly. So now this is much closer to where we are today. And I guess I'm curious if we're just,
So I think you would need to move more because you're probably another, at least another 5,000.
so we're actually, yeah, we're missing a portion there that is actually currently in the district as well. If we just go back up there where the woods is.
Okay. Here.
My screen seems to have turned off. That's unfortunate.
Should I track to 82? Like here? So Skyway and Monterey? That?
How's the population? Is
So
that,
that, I mean, District 10 was already kind of underpopulated. So now it's at negative 4.7%, which is right about where it was before. I think it was at 4.7. And now District 2 is at negative 1.66. But so I think you would have a balanced map with these changes, with this, well, the swap.
so to me, there are a number of compelling reasons to stay closer to the current line. I can understand that we might need to move the neighborhood boundaries a bit for population balancing purposes. I just have not heard a compelling rationale for swapping nearly a third of each district that's along the same border. I'll also note that of the tremendous amount of feedback I've gotten from residents, almost all of them have been in favor of staying in District 10 from my constituents. So anyway, that would be my proposal. I guess I'd be curious to hear if Councilmember Jimenez, who shares this border, has any concerns with that or wants to propose.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
So I don't necessarily see any issues with it. I mean, I feel like we're just going back to the way the maps are now. and you know, there are, yeah. So that's one of the things I wanted to express. So I'm okay with it generally, and I think for the sake of discussion, let us move forward. I think what I will do is just research a little bit more. I know that there's some apartments in the area behind, say, Marshall Cottle Park, across the street from Marshall Cottle Park and other places that maybe have an interest in coming over to District 2 and such. And so, and with regard to some residents in the area that is currently District 10 that we were potentially going to bring into District 2. I mean, some of the emails that we've gotten is simply that they don't think that they agree with me politically. I don't think that's a very good reason for not wanting to be associated with District 2. And that's fine, that's fair. But I don't think that's a good reason. So I think for the sake of conversation, I'm good with what we're doing. And then we'll revisit and I'll digest it a little bit more as we move forward.
Thank you. That sounds great to me. And I completely agree. I don't think we should be doing this based on people's political preferences. I think for the kind of natural affinity between community and all the deep work our office and previous D10 offices have done in those neighborhoods, I would want to hear a more compelling reason for swapping all of those neighborhoods and then needing to meet 30,000 new people. So thank you for considering that. And that's really, that was actually it, Mayor.
Okay, that is going to be called E. Councilmember Mahan, is that right?
Is that what we're on?
I'm just looking at Tony. Is that change E?
You're on E.
Okay, that's E. Councilmember Mahan. Okay. Next,
Question.
I can't actually tell who's raised their hand on the screen because my screen just went down. So I'm going.
I have a
Okay,
question.
Councilmember Esparza.
So at the end of this, are we also going to look at population? Because your population is already shrinking. I don't know if you can see this. So yeah, and so it's still under which we're allowed to have deviation, but does this then come back to us to look at the total deviation and the total populations for the city? Are we allowed to do that?
Well, certainly.
Is that going to come back?
Chris,
Not we're allowed, but
Chris,
is that going to happen?
Yeah, I mean,
later?
I'm expecting Chris is going to wave a yellow flag where he sees deviations are creeping up to areas that are problematic.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So
That's
Chris,
my
feel free to
only-
weigh in now if you so choose.
Right now with that,
Yeah.
with those swaps, you still have District 3 and 4 as the high and the low. So District 3 is negative 4.7%, and District 4 is positive 4.8%. So you're still at that 9.55 total deviation, which is within the legal limit.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
All right.
So,
So I'm going to go to my
Mayor,
council list. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Councilmember Jimenez, you have your hand up here. Nope. Okay, Vice Mayor Jones? Nope. Okay, we're going to hear any proposed apps. I'm going on the screen now to see if anyone's raised their hand on Zoom.
Crosco?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time pulling it up. Is Councilmember Crosco have her hand up?
Yes.
Councilmember Crosco?
No, sorry about that.
Okay. I can't believe we've talked it all out. Does anyone have any more proposed? Okay, I just lost my Zoom.
Mayor, I just like clarification as to how we're going to go about this next meeting.
Well,
'Cause, I suspect it's
what
going to
we
be-
could do, we have a little time now. That's good news. We have about 40 minutes left. We could be putting, right now we have 5 different changes that are proposed to Councilmember Cohen's proposed map. We could look at them in the totality or in some combinations. I'm going to suggest we take, again, Vice Mayor Jones's off the table for now. We can revisit anything that involves parks, shopping centers, or airports later, and just focus on neighborhoods. So I guess that takes us down to 4 proposed changes.
I think somebody has her hand up.
Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. If we can go up to my district, which is District 8, and it meets the border of District 7, and Capital Expressway divides it. So up on top.
Here.
And what I'm looking for is there is a neighborhood there's a neighborhood that's around Aborn and Silver Creek, and it's in D7's district, but I think it makes sense. Yes, that one. It makes sense to add it to my district. Folks seem to think that they are in my district. And Councilmember Esparza, does this sound right to you? I know I'm imposing.
We'll go to
some-
her in a moment, Councilmember Arenas. I
Okay.
just want to make sure we get the whole change first from you, and
Sure.
then we'll go to Councilmember Esparza.
Okay, perfect.
So is this the whole change?
That's my change. Yeah, that's my change.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, I think that works. You're thinking of, because it's one community with, up north. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because of the school and everything. Is that what you're thinking?
Right, most people see that as a kind of people are constantly thinking that it's mine. I know that you serve your community well. I just think it makes sense. And you know, I'm not trying to take anything from you, but I think it does make sense for my district. Although my district is over population, and so Mayor, I don't know if I can make a change to the proposal that Councilmember Carrasco made. And
Can I just say,
Wait, hang
I
on.
accept. I
Oh, sure.
accept.
Okay,
Yeah.
Councilmember
Okay,
Esparza
thank
is
you.
fine with that change,
thank
but
you.
we're not done yet. You want to move up to the border of 5 and 8?
Yeah, I want to propose undoing the oh my gosh, that neighborhood that Councilmember Carrasco, Warner Heights.
In the foothills, yeah.
So,
In the foothills, yes.
so I guess, so I didn't make that change because it overpopulated District 8 by 6%. And I thought there wasn't consensus to do it.
Yeah,
On the unified map.
Well,
Okay.
then I'm glad
Because-
that you didn't do it because I would have asked for it to have undone. I have one of the largest, if not the largest district in San Jose, and it's so vast. I don't know that I would do a fair job to Warner Heights. And aside from that, it is very distinctively, the characteristic of that neighborhood is very different from those in District 8 in general. So thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Rennick, your only change then is at the border of District 7 and District 8. Is there
Mhm.
anyone who wants to comment on that now that Councilmember Esparza has been heard? We're going to call that F, Councilmember Arenas. So 6 proposed change. All right, back to where we started, Councilmember Foley.
Okay, I neglected my two senior mobile home parks. They are in, I think it's Narvaez. And I think they've been moved into D10. I've forgotten. And I'm happy to move them over to D9 if Councilmember Mahan agrees, or leave them where they are. Right there, that's it, yep.
So this is your current lines.
Yeah, that's my current line.
Magnolia, I think. Is that right?
Sure.
So it
Does
would,
that put me over numbers and him under?
no, I mean, you guys are both under.
Okay.
So I think that one issue is District 10 it needs to gain, you guys both need to gain population. So this would put him farther in the negative,
Okay.
District 10.
I do have a solution for that.
Okay,
Okay.
let's hear it.
Councilmember Mahan?
I think just back down to the ridge line in D2, if the D10 border just moves over to lean and incorporates from 85 down to the ridge line. So if you go south.
That's a solution for you. Yeah.
Well, it allows you to pick up that section and get population there, and it keeps the Santa Teresa Foothills Neighborhood Association a little more together. If you just keep going down to the ridge line.
All right, I'm going to suggest these as part of the same proposal. Simply
So
because
let me
Brookdale
make
District
this
10.
change and then we can make this other. Is that okay? Or
Yeah, for the sake of this proposal, yeah, let's go ahead, and then Councilmember Foley will tell us whether or not Councilmember Manis will weigh in.
and then you said you wanted District 10 wanted to pick up.
I think if you go down to the ridge line, you keep going south down to where we were before. And this would obviously affect Councilmember Jimenez, but we've discussed how the ridge line there is potentially a community of interest. There's one neighborhood association there. We could move that boundary along the ridge over toward lean.
Okay. Is lean over? Is lean
I
the
think you got to zoom in.
glider?
I'm struggling to see. You're in the right area. If you just zoom in a little, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, over here to lean.
Correct. So yeah, one of those boxes would probably be similar to the amount of population we just lost in the north. I was
Yeah.
suggesting down along the ridge, but I don't. feel
Okay,
strongly.
like glider.
So I can tell you, I'm not supportive of that. I mean, that Santa Teresa High School, where we have long established relationship with the students, the principals, sports programs, gliders undergoing some issues related to on and
Okay,
on, right?
okay.
And
Maybe
so-
if we go up, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way along our border to add more population.
Okay. It's probably worth asking when that District 2 is high or low population while you're.
Well, I mean, the problem, so this is one of the issues with that the commission ran into is that all of the eastern districts are overpopulated and all the western and southern districts are under. So
how do you feel?
So, and I don't know, like Communication Hill was a major discussion during the commission, and that's hard. I know, another discussion to have.
Councilmember Jimenez, how about the where Marshall Cottle Park is, and then extending across? Well, I guess what is that? That's Hayes, Rancho Santa Teresa.
over
I don't know,
here.
is there anything along that border that makes sense, or you want to keep that line there?
Tell you that I live in that area and I founded
Oh,
a neighborhood association.
That's not going to work.
You'll like having Councilmember Mahan.
I'm not so sure about that.
Could I just ask a preliminary question here? Is the deviation you have in District 10 minus 4.9, is that problematic?
So, I mean, we're right on the line now. This is a 9.87.
Okay.
The total deviation.
So maybe we need to undo the move we just made.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would be closer. You'd be farther away from 10% total deviation by moving Navarez back into District 10.
Okay. Councilmember Foley, do you want to reconsider?
Yes, if that balances the numbers out a little bit better.
We can always come back to if it looks like there's some other way in which
Okay.
Councilmember Mahan will inherit population. And Councilmember Mahan, I'm sure, will be thinking hard about that. All right. For now, we'll call that G, Councilmember Foley, which is, I guess, tentatively withdrawn until there might be an equalizer for the population. Okay. So that's G Foley. Okay. Are there proposed changes from my colleagues? We're now up to G. Councilmember Reyes, you have your hand up. Is that from before?
Yes, that's from before, sorry.
Okay. I'd like to suggest we've exhausted the large changes to Councilmember Cohen's proposed map, which is pretty impressive. Councilmember Cohen got pretty darn close. We're only 6 changes away, one way or another, but we'll find out. We have about 30 minutes left. I'd like to talk about how we proceed from here. We can continue tomorrow morning. Is that right, Tony?
Yes.
That is what we're scheduled to do. Unless there is some strong objection. I haven't even looked at my own schedule.
I think we held it for overflow, right?
Yeah.
For Tony? I have a question.
Okay, Councilor Esparza?
So we then have the 14th as a hearing. And then then we have another schedule. This is on the 11th as well, correct?
No, just the
Okay.
14th.
The 11th is a second reading only. So the final map approval needs to happen before then. And then, because it's an ordinance and all ordinances have a second reading.
So the final map is next week, and then we have the first reading, and then we have the second reading on the 11th. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And also maps need to be posted 3 days before your final vote.
Yeah.
So if you think you're going to want to make changes, tomorrow will be necessary to make sure we have it posted before your final vote on the 14th.
Okay.
And Mark has more details on that.
And for now, with the base map, we've got these 6 or 7 proposed sets of changes.
Well, I've got 5 confirmed, and then the Jones C was on hold and Foley G was temporarily withdrawn.
Okay. With the remaining half hour that we have, I would suggest we consider discussing a motion that might consider some combination of these.
I have.
So it could be on the floor, and we can certainly modify tomorrow however we like, but Councilmember Esparza?
Yeah, I had pushed the button, and I'm interested in seeing in terms of population, because you're under, correct? So for the purposes of discussion, could we, I know there were 2 maps that took out, there was a map that took out part of Com Hill, just Com Hill proper, because we were just looking at the numbers for D10. And so what would taking out Com Hill, transferring it, not the whole Com Hill, but just that piece that I think one of the other commissions did, putting it to D10 and then going into Spartan Keys. And so I need to ask Councilmember Peralez and Councilmember Mann if that would work. Population. I don't know what it looks like population wise. Today's been a little nutty.
Taking the like half of it along this diagonal line.
Correct. Is that one of the maps?
Yeah, I believe one of the plans does something where they split communications. So,
Yeah. So how many people is that? So what does that do?
let's see. So that moves 5,000 people. And
I thought there was a smaller map.
I think it's it's in a different iteration where they take this part. Let me see. Like this is the only.
Okay. And so what if we added Spartan Keys to the north? So go to the north of District 7.
So Spartan Keys would go into what district?
District 7. It would be moved from District 3 to District 7.
It's already in 7 in this map.
To go a little bit above.
So
What is that, Councilmember Peralez? Could you? I don't want to keep pushing. Because I think there's a map that has it going up to the line right there, going a little bit north.
I don't understand. What do you, Spartan Keys currently is in District 7. You want to move it into District 3?
North. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, below the Virginia and Martha Square, there we go. Below that.
So,
not the whole thing. Yeah, correct.
So you want to move this into District 7?
Yeah, I'm interested in the population for that.
So District 3 is already underpopulated, so you're going to underpopulate District 3 more.
Oh, it's already underpopulated?
Yeah.
Okay. So then if I just give up Com Hill, am I within population?
Yeah, Com Hill would work. You would just, I think you would go to -2% and District 10 would go to even. So let me just show you that real quick.
So my over deviation with that little bit of Spartan Keys over that just little sliver?
Well, I think you could, so if you did Com Hill into District 10, like a portion of it, you would, District 10 would be at, you would be at 2%, 2.2% negative, and District 9, it just loses a little bit of area. So this would work. And then because you're underpopulated, you could probably go take from 3, but then 3 is farther negative.
Okay, I understood.
And then 3 is already the lowest, so it would throw off the total deviation of the plan.
I'm sorry, Mayor, may I suggest something?
Councilmember Carrasco, hold on. We want to go step by step here.
Okay.
Okay, I'm interested in what she has to say. Yeah, okay.
I understand, but right now it's going to District 10.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Mahan?
Well, it sounded like that didn't work because of the population variance. Should we just leave it as is? We want to wait on that?
With Com Hill. Let me look.
Yeah.
Fix it.
Okay, Councilmember Carrasco, I'm interested in what.
My apologies. I just I had initially asked for the area of Las Plumas because I thought that it was a fit. I've always thought it was a fit. But if we put Las Plumas back, Chris, does that give D3 the population that it needs, so that then Councilmember Esparza and Mahan can work their issues out? It's like being a good marriage counselor.
So it's over here. Sorry,
You need to move up
Las
north
Plumas
along
is here.
101.
Yeah, I mean, you could do, wait, yeah, I mean, that could be a swap where you put Las Plumas into 3. I think that could work. Do you want me to do the series of changes?
Yeah. If Councilmember Perales is open to that.
So basically, part of Communication Hill would go into 10. 7 would unite Spartan Keys from 3, and then 3 would take Las Plumas from 5. And I don't know if we could take all of Las Plumas, but we could definitely take much of it.
It's hard to see.
Do you want me to just try it and see what happens?
Okay, Councilmember Esparza, this is your move.
Okay, so why is it showing 9 and not 3?
It's just part of a little bit. So I think when my question
on the
is,
little screen in front of us, it doesn't show 3 on the data view 3 pending changes. This is hard to see all the moving parts.
right, so I would have to do it in a series of moves. So the first move would be to split Communications Hill between 10 and 7. Then the next thing I would need to do is move unify Spartan Keys by moving this line District 7 into District 3. And then finally, I would move Las Plumas from 5 into 3. So if you want me to, I just need to do them all, one after the other, and then we can see if they balance.
So can we start going, because Las Plumas is not something I'm interested in doing if and I wanted to ask Councilmember Perales then is, shoot, I just had it. I'm trying to look at maps on my phone and maps on the screen. So if I take Keys, or D7, obviously, this is Keys to Martha. Is that something he's open to? And then we can look at the other boundaries.
Can I ask a sort of straightforward question, which is, what are we trying to fix? Because my understanding is Councilmember Mahan's district, while low, was still well within the variance. In fact, within a 4% deviation, which Chris said was acceptable.
I'm trying to clean up that square. So I'm interested in that square. So I'm asking Councilmember Perales about that before we go moving D5 and D3 and then do a whole bunch of other stuff.
But you're trying to do that because you've made an assumption Communications Hill should that neighborhood should be split. And I'm trying to
No, that
understand-
wasn't the point.
We're not at Communication Hill anymore.
No.
Okay, so we've abandoned that. Okay, we're just moving north.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is Councilmember Perales okay from up to that little square up to Keys?
My concern would be right now, the Spartan Keys neighborhood does have boundaries that go on both sides of Keys. So it would have to, you couldn't end at Keys to keep the neighborhood there together.
Yeah, I know. Keeping that whole piece keeping all the pieces was an issue. Okay.
So I think if Spartan Keys went, it would have to be up to the 280 to keep Spartan Keys together.
Okay. And what is that population wise?
So if we go all the way to 280, that's 6,200 people. And so District 7 would then be at 8.3% over, and District 3 would be under by 10.
So can we just, for the purposes of this exercise, make that change, take out Com Hill and add Las Plumas? If Councilmember Peralez is amenable, if he's not, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, I think for the purpose of trying to figure out if we can get to a goal here, I'm fine with that. I think as long as Spartan Keys can stay whole, that's what's most important, I think. And so as far as I'm concerned, if it works, then fine.
Okay. I'm interested in the populations as well, because what that does to the final population for D10 and D7 and D3.
It does
and
look like it
D5.
would lower the population D3 significantly, so.
And then we need to see what the population for Las Plumas, if you're amenable to that, right? That's a whole nother.
To McKee Road, or do we want to go down to Alum Rock? Like, this is
Councilmember Carrasco is the one who offered that.
actually, this is part of
Yeah,
checkers. I'm sorry.
It's current D3, so it would just be putting that back in, I believe. So yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Yeah, okay, so this is a 79. So that's almost an even swap. So District 3 is now back to -3%. District 5 is now underpopulated by 4.85%. And we would need to go here. Let me just go look at the Coms Hill if that fixes the overpopulation of 7.
8.3%.
So this would,
Yeah, I'm too
Hey.
over.
no, this would work.
Or would it?
Yeah, so District 10 would be almost even. District 7 you'd be over by 3.9%. District 9 would be, well, it's no population again.
Yeah, I'll tell you,
Um,
that puts me at 5,000 people over, and I'm not okay with that. It's too much. I mean, already my district is a lot, and I'm not, yeah, that's too much for me. I'm not okay. I just wanted to see it. All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay,
So
so.
can I ask a question around communication skills? So is that,
Let's hold off for a moment. I just want to see, is there a proposal or not? If she's withdrawing it, then you may not.
There's not, it's withdrawn.
Okay,
So then let me,
All three of them were withdrawn, or
Yeah.
just the Com Hill?
Just the Com Hill.
Oh, just the
Or
Com
I
Hill.
don't know, Councilmember Carrasco made the other suggestion, and that's between D5 and D3. I'm out. I'm
Oh,
good.
okay, so you're not making an,
I'm
H.
not proposing taking out Com Hill.
and you're also not proposing changes at Spartan Keys.
I am not proposing making changes
Okay,
at
so
Spartan Keys.
there's no H from Councilmember Esparza. So if someone else
Correct.
wants to propose an H, they can. If not, we can certainly take some amalgam of these changes and understand what it looks like in the map in terms of population and balance. And if I were just to throw out a suggestion, it would be all of the changes that were made that were proposed that involve actual neighborhoods. And I would take out the one in the foothills of District 5.
Could you
Okay.
repeat that? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, if we took all of the proposed changes that have been made so far, and we took out the proposed change of that neighborhood in the foothills of District 5, where Councilmember Crosco proposed that going to District 8, and I think there was not agreement on that. All the other ones, there was at least some preliminary sense of agreement. And we run the numbers citywide on all those changes. Whether we could get those in the next 10 minutes and take a look at them, or get them first thing in the morning. Chris?
So that's what this map is all
Yeah.
those changes except for Warner Heights. And so,
Okay.
So at this point, your total deviation is 9.55.
Okay. So if you could run the demographics and all of that, Chris, so we could all take a look at them. I think it would be helpful to use that as a starting place, given the fact that everyone has put those changes out, and we'll at least see what the combined impact is of the 6 or 7 proposals that we've had on the table. Is that something you can do, Chris?
Yeah, I can. I'll run an atlas, so you'll have the overview map, and then the data table, and then the individual districts.
And perhaps we could, I mean, hey, we could vote in the next 9 minutes if we want, or we can all wait.
Could we try doing the non-populated areas since?
We
Vice
certainly
Mayor
could. What I was hoping to
and-
do is to take a separate motion after we settle the populated areas, because I'm really concerned that we can get lost in the weeds over airports and parks. And it's just not going to be something that requires Chris's time and our digging deep. I think it's a really important thing is that we get the people right. Okay. Chris, do you want to, if this is all automatically calculated, do you want to start to describe the demographics now?
Sure. So, I mean, if you look at the kind of the districts that are the 50 plus API districts, so District 4 is at 57.47 Asian CVAP, and District 8 is at 55.06. Looking, I mean, those are very similar to, well, they're actually higher than the Unity Maps D4, D6 API CVAP. They're higher than the community maps, and they're higher than the commission maps. And then if you look at the Hispanic populations, the influence districts at least, you have District 3 at 35.2, which is higher than, well, no, sorry, 35.5, let me read it right, which is higher than the community map, slightly lower than the Unity map, and higher than the commission map. If you move down to District 5, it's at 45.1%. This is lower than all 3 maps, the commission map, the Unity map, and the community map. And then D7 is at 37.86. And this is higher than all 3 of the commission recommended plans.
Okay. So it's now 11:54. If you could perhaps print out all those results for us so we can look at them in the morning. I think we now have a picture of a map with all these proposed changes at once. And we can convene tomorrow. If someone wants to make a motion for us to consider tomorrow, we certainly can do that right now. Otherwise, we'll return tomorrow morning.
What's our planned outcome for tomorrow versus
Yeah.
next week?
I think we want to vote on first, a map that ensures we've got people in districts in ways that's legal, compliant with the law, et cetera. And then I think we'd take a separate set of motions around all those features and assets in the city that don't have people in them that parks and shopping centers and so forth.
But do we need a vote now? I mean, the plan is to have a vote next week for the.
Yeah,
like, do
you're
we
right.
Actually need a vote?
Well, we don't need a vote on the park, certainly, no. But I'd like to at least have, I mean, I don't think we want to go through 8 hours of this next Tuesday.
No.
If we think we're pretty close here, I'd say, let's vote to make this the map we consider Tuesday.
There's supposed to be one more hearing though, where we hear from the
That's
public,
right.
right? So I mean, my opinion is we should hear that and potentially tweak things next week. So I mean, the vote tomorrow is not a final vote anyway, right?
No, it can't be a final vote. No. We could also not vote and simply move this all forward. I'm sorry, Tony?
We just want to make sure we post the final map 3 days before the 14th. No, Nora says I'm wrong. That's why.
That's January, isn't it?
Tony,
Yeah.
it's got to be before
3 days before the
adoption.
second reading.
Yes, so
Yeah,
it'll be
that's
the
January.
second reading, and we should have plenty of time.
Okay,
Okay,
I just want to make sure we're following the law. Thanks.
right. So the risk we have is that if we don't have a map that can get a majority of the council support, then we're going to be at this for a very long time next Tuesday. So I'd like to at least make sure we've got a map that is likely to get majority support. Perhaps it'll be tweaked in various ways as we hear input. So I'm
Say
happy
that
to
again?
consider a motion. I'm happy to consider a motion now. For us to forward
Mayor,
this map.
before there's a motion, this is Sylvia.
Uh-huh.
I had my hand up. I just need to have a fix on the Hillview Airport. I know that all of these kinds of landmarks, we were going to talk about them next week, but
Yeah,
I think when Chris, I think when you chose the census tract that was in D8, you accidentally moved 500 of our D8 residents into D5. There's 2 census tracts there, and I
Oops.
think
okay.
So, talking about what area? I'm sorry. Oh,
the Reed Hillview Airport.
Okay.
It's connected to one of the census tracts that belongs in D8.
So this area here. I think I think this is right. I'm sorry. This area here, like where it says Welch Park.
Yeah, I believe it's the one that that it's up against. Yes, I think that's it.
So that was a motion by Councilmember Carrasco. So you'd like me to move it back
Well,
to 8?
yeah, the airport proper is in District 5, but those homes along the edge of that airport are in District 8.
So this is the census block, right? Isn't the airport like right here?
Right.
So it incorporates all of these streets and residents. They didn't carve the census
never
when
thought
they
of that.
did the census blocks. They didn't carve out the airport and make it one.
Yeah, it's a technical issue, and I think it needs a technical solution, right? I don't know that we can fix it right now.
Okay.
But I just wanted to make note of that, because it'll be very strange to have just 500 of those residents moved into D5.
Okay, so Chris, you'll work on fudging that line.
Well, I mean, what we can do is we can split the census block, and then estimate the population as best we can, based on there's a couple different ways we can do it, but I think that would be the only way really to accomplish this this change, would you? So basically, you'd want to incorporate. You'd almost want to use Carl Street and come straight down like this. So the airport would be in 5.
Yeah, whatever the population, wherever the population is connected to the airport, that should be in District 8. The airport is on the side of District 8. For whatever reason, it is in District 5, even though it's on the District 8 side. But I'm not going to talk about that at this moment. I just want those
With this area
those
here.
residents connected.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
Okay, it's now midnight. So Councilor Reyes, I think we all agree these are probably relatively, these are tweaks that we can probably be making. And perhaps as you work offline, you can come in with very specific ones, and I'm sure that they won't be controversial.
Perfect.
What we have now is an opportunity either to move something forward for Tuesday's consideration.
I'd like to wait till tomorrow, right? Like, aren't we meeting
Well, the question is,
tomorrow?
do we even need to meet tomorrow? I'm not sure there's much more to do other than, unless there's going to be dramatic changes to what we've just discussed and proposed.
Yeah, I got my hand up.
All right, Councilor Frost.
So I'd like to ask a couple of things. I'd like to ask number one, if this map can be made available online like the others have, so that the community can see it as well. I'd like to defer any sort of decision until tomorrow to also give us a chance to digest what we're looking at and also look at the data on regards to the percentages. And then to be able to have that discussion tomorrow. So and then finalize it for Tuesday next week. So that's my interest. So I don't
Is that motion?
Second.
Sure.
Okay, the motion from Councilmember Frost. Anything, comment on the motion? We returned at
Yes.
9 o'clock tomorrow, is that
I
right?
have my hand
Councilmember?
up. I have my hand up.
I understand. Councilmember Frost, is that at 9 o'clock?
I think that's what we had on the calendar already, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was my question, is to just confirm, we're back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow, is that correct? Or on Zoom?
Yeah, I need to check with Chris to see if he can get me.
So
the new
I
map.
just want to make it clear. It's not possible to put this map into Districtor by tomorrow.
Can we get it in the PDF that you like you did? Can you put it in that PDF like you did for the other ones? where
Yeah,
they're not all
we can create the
data?
PDF and the HTML, the Google map.
Okay. Yeah, and I've sent you an email about the data as well.
Yeah, and then all of the data sets too.
Yeah. And can I get those tonight so I can get them posted before the
Yeah.
9 a.m. meeting?
Sure.
So we will meet it, we will get by 9 a.m. tomorrow, like when will we get the PDF that you just referred to?
However, as soon as Chris gets it to me, I will get it online.
Okay, so within an hour-ish, right? And then 9 a.m., we're back here to complete the discussion on the maps. Because I think personally, I would like some digestion of the map. And so then we come back in the morning at 9 a.m. and then we can finalize it for next week and then do the non-populated areas, correct? Just to recap?
That was the suggestion.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, on that, Councilmember Mahan?
I was going to make basically the same motion, so that works for
Okay.
me.
All right, Councilmember Foley, looks like you want to jump in. No, anybody else? All right, on that motion, let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yeah.
Morales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe? Aye. Davis?
Yes.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Hi, I really hope we have no public comment at this moment. Tony?
We do. I would like to remind people, this is for items not on the agenda.
Given
Hopefully.
that we're at midnight, everyone on public forum has 30 seconds.
Okay, got it. Roland?
Mayor, I want to touch on what happened at yesterday's Caltrain board meeting. I wrote letters in 2014, 2017, precisely what happened and put the root cause as the sound strength management of Caltrain. Fast forward 1 year, and not only do they have no intention of revisiting the Caltrain governance issue, but they're now proposing to use Measure R funds to cover the latest cost overruns. In closing, we need to address these issues as a matter of urgency, or we risk losing the trust of the voters next time we try to put a
Blair Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. As we only have 30 seconds, I would like to ask a procedural question. Is this type of meeting supposed to be put on hold until tomorrow, and then at tomorrow's, after the you decide on things, that you would have open forum, or is open forum?
No, this is your open forum.
Okay, just to ask, just to understand procedure. Thank you.
Paul Soto?
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I really wish I had more time to congratulate you all. I humbly submit to all of you that I didn't expect this level of understanding, of deference, of humility, of understanding, of cooperation, and a cognizance of the importance of what it is that you're doing and how it's going to affect the citizens. I just wish I had more time to thank you.
Okay, I would like to remind speakers we're not talking about the items that were already discussed. These are for items not on the agenda. David?
The real quick question is, where can we find a Zoom link for tomorrow morning?
It's the same Zoom link as today.
Thank you.
Brenda?
Hi, my name is Brenda Sendejas from D5. I just want to thank everybody and also remind that any choices that we make, we have to make equitable choices, and we can't do things to carve out our own interests or political favors for anybody. And when you are sitting in these seats, that you make sure that you represent the community first, and these are the people that put you there. Don't carve people out just for the self-interest of others. Thank you.
Back to the council.
No, the meeting is not adjourned. This is important. The meeting's not adjourned. We have already had public comment. The meeting is continued until tomorrow. We will be here in person for those who are able to be here in person, and we'll have a hybrid meeting. There will not be additional public comment on this hearing because we've had it already today. We're going to continue the hearing. Thank you, everybody.